Welcome, dear friends, to a world of calm and comfort. As the gentle narration guides you tonight, I invite you to cozy up and let the soothing sounds of this video carry you away. Spring, with its promise of renewal and tranquil nights, is the perfect season to unwind and let bedtime dreams blossom. Relax and enjoy these peaceful stories, ad-free on our Patreon. Thank you for joining us on this serene journey. Story 1. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a fold of the hills, where the river whispered secrets to the stones, and the clock tower's chimes measured out the days in gentle, golden notes. It was a place where the extraordinary was simply part of the everyday, where flowers sometimes hummed old tunes, and the rain, when it fell, occasionally left behind tiny, shimmering puddles that reflected not the sky, but memories. But lately, something truly peculiar had begun. It started with the stars. Not all of them, mind you, just one particular patch of the night sky, right above the old oak tree at the village center, had gone curiously dark. As if someone had gently blown out a cluster of celestial candles. The villagers, who often gathered on clear evenings to trace familiar constellations, found themselves tilting their heads in confusion. Then came the flowers. The moon-petals that grew along the cobbled path to the meadow, flowers that usually glowed a soft, silvery white, began shifting color. One night they would blush a delicate rose, the next they gleamed like emeralds. No one could explain it. And if that weren't strange enough, old Mr. Higgins, who kept the town's only pocket watch, a beautiful, ancient thing that had never gained or lost a second, noticed something odd. Every evening, just as the sun dipped below the hills, the watch's hands would tremble, then spin gently backward for exactly 7 minutes. The village buzzed with theories. Some said it was the work of playful forest sprites. Others whispered of a long-forgotten spell stirring from sleep. But no one was afraid, only deeply, delightfully curious. In a cottage near the edge of the woods lived a young woman named Lyra. She had a quiet way about her, with eyes the color of twilight and a habit of listening more than she spoke. While others chattered, Lyra observed. She noticed how the wind sounded different when it passed through the pines just before rain. She saw how the fireflies pulsed in patterns, like a slow, silent language. It was Lyra who first thought to consult the old nursery rhyme that village children had sung for generations. She hummed it to herself as she swept her porch one misty morning. When the stars forget to gleam, and colors shift like in a dream, seek the map the sky once knew. Find the hour that's born anew. Most people thought it was just a sweet, nonsense verse. But Lyra wondered. That afternoon she visited the village elder, Lyra, who lived in a cozy house filled with dried herbs, stacks of books, and the gentle, rhythmic ticking of at least a dozen clocks. The rhyme, Lyra said softly, not wanting to disturb the peaceful sound of time keeping its beat. Do you think it might be a clue? Lyra smiled, her eyes crinkling. Every old saying has a seed of truth, my dear, but which sky map and which hour? Lyra didn't know yet, but she was determined to find out. Her first step was to talk to the villagers, not to gather answers, but to listen. She sat with the baker as he pulled warm loaves from the oven, their scent rich and comforting. He mentioned that his grandfather's clock, the one with the painted moon face, had also been turning backward, but only on nights when the wind came from the east. Next, she visited the weaver, whose threads held every color of the rainbow. The weaver showed Lyra a tapestry she was mending, an old scene of the village under a starlit sky. Look, the weaver said, pointing. See how the stars are arranged here. They almost look like musical notes. Lyra's heart gave a little leap. A map in the stars. That evening she spread a blanket beneath the darkened patch of sky and lay back, gazing upward. The missing stars weren't truly gone, she realized. They were just hiding, If she squinted, she could almost make out a faint, shimmering outline where they should be, like a watermark on the night. As she watched, the moon-petals along the path began to glow, not green or pink tonight, but a deep, royal blue. And then something magical happened. One by one, tiny lights, like captured starlight, drifted up from the flowers and floated toward the gap in the sky. They settled into the darkness, filling the void with soft, pulsing light until the constellation was complete again. But only for a moment. Then the lights faded and the darkness returned. Lyra sat up, her mind racing. The flowers weren't just changing color, they were gathering light. But why? And what did it have to do with time flowing backward? She remembered the pocket watch. 7 minutes. Always 7 minutes. The next clue came from the village children, who were playing hopscotch near the fountain. They chanted a different rhyme, one Lyra hadn't heard before. 7 minutes, soft and deep, where the waking spirits sleep. Turn the hands and mend the break, for kindnesses and memory's sake. Lyra felt a thrill of understanding. It wasn't about undoing time, it was about mending it, repairing something that had been broken. She spent the following day searching for anything in the village that might need mending. She checked the ancient sundial in the garden, but it was perfectly aligned. She examined the musical box in the town hall that played the melody of the rainfall, but its gears were smooth and steady. It was only when she was walking home, listening to the gentle patter of afternoon rain, that she noticed it. The rain chimes hanging outside the library, made of crystal and silver, were cracked. One of them had a fine, almost invisible fracture, and it rang with a slightly sad, off-key note. Lyra hurried inside and found the librarian, a kind man with spectacles perched on his nose. "The chimes," she said. "How long have they been cracked?" The librarian blinked. "You know, I'm not sure. They've been there since I was a boy, but now that you mention it, they do sound a little sorrowful lately." Together, they took down the chimes. Lyra held the cracked one in her palm. It was cool and smooth, and in its center she could see a tiny trapped shimmer, like a star. "It's not just a chime," she whispered. "It's a container for starlight." The librarian nodded slowly. "There's an old story that these chimes were forged from a meteor that fell centuries ago, that they hold the light of a faraway star, and that they help keep the sky's rhythm. But the chime was damaged. And so, every evening when the clock hands turned backward, it was trying to return to the moment when the crack appeared, to prevent it from happening. And the flowers, connected to the starry light by some ancient magic, were trying to gather enough luminescence to repair the break. The missing stars. They weren't missing. Their light was being borrowed, pulled into the world below to help with the mending. That night, the whole village gathered under the oak tree. Lyra explained what she had discovered, not with boasts, but with gentle certainty. She showed them the cracked chime, and how the flowers glowed brightest just as the pocket watch began its backward dance. "But how do we fix it?" asked the baker. "We can't mend crystal like this." It was the weaver who spoke up. "Maybe we don't need to. Maybe we just need to help it remember what it was." She brought out a spool of thread spun with moonbeam and starlight, a thread she had been saving for a special occasion. Carefully she wrapped the cracked chime in a delicate net of glowing thread, humming an old lullaby as she worked. The moment she finished, the chime began to glow from within. The crack sealed itself not with a repair but with a seam of light, a beautiful golden scar. And then everything shifted. The flowers along the path burst into brilliant silver once more. The pocket watch's hands settled peacefully forward. And overhead the missing stars returned, not one by one but all at once, shining brighter than ever before. But the most wonderful thing was what happened next. The repaired chime, now hanging once more outside the library, began to ring. And its sound was unlike anything the villagers had ever heard, a clear, sweet note that seemed to weave through the air, tying everything together. The clock tower's chimes harmonized with it. The wind whispered along. Even the river seemed to flow in time to the melody. The village of Willowbrook hadn't just solved a mystery, they had rediscovered a forgotten piece of their own magic. And they realized that sometimes things aren't truly broken, they're just waiting for enough light, enough care, to make them whole again. Now, whenever the stars shine particularly bright over Willowbrook, or when the moon-petals glow especially soft, the villagers smile and remember. They remember how curiosity led to kindness, how observation led to connection, and how even time itself can sometimes bend, not to erase mistakes, but to offer a chance to heal. And as the gentle rain begins to fall, tapping lightly on the roofs and leaves, and the chimes ring out their peaceful, star-filled song, everyone in Willowbrook rests a little easier, soothed by the knowledge that in their little corner of the world, mysteries are not meant to frighten, but to bring everyone closer together under the wide, welcoming sky. Story 2. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured its silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermist. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the trees were so old they remembered the first sunrise, and the streams hummed melodies older than any lullaby. The air itself tasted of pine and petrichor, of secrets and starlight, and every stone was a keeper of tales, cloaked in emerald moss that felt like velvet to the touch. On this particular night, as the full moon hung like a luminous pearl in a velvet sky, a young badger named Kalen found himself unable to sleep. His cozy burrow, usually a sanctuary of warmth and dreams, felt strangely restless. A soft, persistent whisper seemed to drift on the breeze, a sound like rustling parchment and distant chimes. It was the forest calling to him. Not with words, but with a feeling, a gentle tug at his spirit. Curiosity, that brave little flame, flickered within him. He pushed aside the curtain of roots that served as his door and stepped into the moon-drenched world. The forest was alive with a different kind of daylight. Bioluminescent fungi dotted the ground like fallen stars, pulsing with a soft, blue-green light. Will-o'-the-wisps, those playful sprites of light, danced in the distance, weaving patterns only they understood. The leaves of the silver birch trees shimmered, each one catching the moonlight and casting intricate, dancing shadows upon the forest floor. Kalen's paws were quiet on the carpet of pine needles as he followed the whispering. It led him to a babbling brook, its water dark as obsidian, yet glittering with reflected starlight. He crouched down to take a drink, and as the cool, sweet water touched his tongue, he heard it. Not a sound, but a knowing. The water was telling a story of its long journey from the mountain peaks, of the stones it had polished smooth, of the roots it had quenched. It was a language of sensation and memory, and for a moment Kalen understood it perfectly. A soft crunch beside him made him start. An old fox, her fur the color of autumn twilight and frosted at the muzzle, stood there. Her eyes held the deep, patient calm of 1,000 nights. "The water speaks to those who listen not with their ears, but with their souls, little one," she said, her voice a soft rustle, like wind through dry leaves. "I am Lyra. I felt the restlessness in the earth. You are seeking something." Kalen blinked. I don't know what I seek. I just felt a call." Lyra gave a slow, knowing blink. "The forest is preparing for the great turning. The season of vibrant life is yielding to the season of quiet slumber. The magic is shifting. It can be felt by all who are attuned to it. Come, the elder of the high grove has been expecting a visitor." She turned and began to pad softly up a path only she could see, her brush sweeping gracefully over the glowing moss. Kalen followed, his heart beating a rhythm of wonder and trepidation. They walked deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air grew stiller. The sounds of the night were a natural symphony designed to lull the soul, the gentle patter-patter of a light rainfall beginning to kiss the canopy far above, the resonant drip-drip as it filtered through to the ferns below, the soothing sigh of the wind weaving through the needles of the ancient pines. It was a symphony of peace. Soon they entered a vast, starlit clearing. At its center stood the most magnificent tree Kalen had ever seen. It was an ancient oak, its trunk so wide 20 badgers could not have encircled it. Its branches reached for the heavens like gnarled, benevolent arms, and nestled within them was a great horned owl, his feathers the color of bark and shadow. His eyes, large and luminous, were closed, but he was not asleep. He was listening. This was Orin the Elder. He was so old he was said to have witnessed the forest being born from a single, magical acorn. He was the keeper of the cycles, the understander of transitions. Lyra dipped her head respectfully and settled silently at the base of the great oak. Kalen stood, feeling very small. Orin's eyes opened slowly. They were not piercing but profoundly deep, holding the soft light of the moon within them. He did not speak, not at first. Instead, he let the sounds of the forest speak for him, the gentle creak of the ancient boughs, the whisper of the rain, the distant hoot of another owl. It was a language of patience. Finally, his voice emerged, a sound so low and resonant it seemed to vibrate through the earth itself. You feel the unrest, little guardian, the fear of the coming quiet. Kalen found his voice. It's so still, the birds have left, the sun hides sooner. The world feels like it's holding its breath. Is something wrong? A soft rumble like distant thunder came from Orin. It was a chuckle. Nothing is wrong, all is as it must be. You see the retreat and call it an ending. The forest sees it as a deepening. He shifted on his perch. Tell me, what do you hear now? Kalen listened. He heard the rain, the wind, the stream somewhere in the distance. I hear the forest resting, he said, surprised at his own words. Yes, Orin whispered. Rest is not emptiness, it is fullness of a different kind. It is the time when the roots dream of spring, when the stones gather the stories of the past season, when the magic of the world turns inward to be renewed. The brilliance of summer must sleep so it can dream itself anew. As he spoke, the bioluminescent fungi around the clearing seemed to brighten, their gentle glow illuminating the raindrops like strings of diamonds. A family of hedgehogs, their noses twitching, trundled into the clearing, drawn by the wisdom in the air. Fireflies emerged, their intermittent flashes adding golden notes to the silver and blue light of the glade. Watch the stream, Lyra murmured from beside him. Kalen looked. The water, which usually rushed and bubbled, now moved with a slower, more purposeful grace. It seemed to be soaking into the banks, nourishing the sleeping seeds buried in the mud, telling them stories of the snow that would soon come. The forest speaks in the language of letting go, Orin continued. The trees release their leaves not as a loss, but as a gift to the earth. The stream slows its song to a hum, the better to listen to the secrets of the stones. Even I, he said, preening a feather gently, will soon speak less and observe more, for in the quiet the most important truths are heard. He turned his great head towards Kalen. Your restlessness was not a call to action, little one. It was an invitation to witness, to learn the language of the quiet time, to understand that renewal requires rest, that strength is gathered in stillness. A profound peace settled over Kalen. The tension he had felt melted away, replaced by a warm, humming contentment. He wasn't outside of the cycle, he was a part of it. His own desire to sleep more during the coming days was not laziness, but harmony. How do I help? Kalen asked softly. By dreaming, Orin said simply. By trusting the silence, by knowing that beneath the blanket of snow, the heart of the forest beats strong and steady. Your dreams will water the seeds of tomorrow's adventures. One by one, the other creatures of the night, the hedgehogs, a doe and her fawn, a family of patient mice, bowed their heads to Orin and melted back into the shadows, their hearts full of the elder's gentle wisdom. The rain softened to a mist, and the wind sighed a final, contented sigh. Lyra nuzzled Kaelin's shoulder. "Come, little dreamer, the journey back is always shorter when your heart is light." The path back seemed familiar now, friendly. The whispering of the trees was no longer a mysterious call, but a familiar, comforting murmur, like a mother soothing her child. The stones seemed to warm at his passing, sharing their stored sunlight. When they reached his burrow, the first delicate snowflakes had begun to fall, catching the moonlight and twirling like tiny fairies. Lyra paused. "Remember this night, Kaelin. Remember that you are a guardian of the cycles. Your rest is part of the forest's magic." Kaelin touched his nose to hers in gratitude before slipping inside his burrow. He curled into his nest of dried grass and soft feathers, listening to the new sound outside, the gentle, almost silent hush-hush-hush of snow covering the world. He was no longer restless. He closed his eyes, and for the first time, he listened to the deep, silent language of his own dreams. They were not empty, but full of glowing fungi, wise old owls, and the promise of spring waiting patiently under a blanket of white. And as he drifted into a deep and peaceful slumber, the ancient forest of Eldermist held its breath, beautiful and complete in its sacred, snowy silence, dreaming its long, quiet dream of renewal. Story 3. In a little house nestled between two whispering pines, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows always glowed with golden light, lived a quiet child with wide, wondering eyes. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and the first stars blinked awake, the child would sit by the crackling hearth, listening to the fire's gentle song and watching shadows dance upon the walls. One afternoon, while the rain pattered softly against the window panes, the child decided to explore the attic, a place of dust and dreams, filled with forgotten treasures and memories wrapped in old quilts. The air smelled of cedar and thyme, and with each step the floorboards sighed softly, as if greeting an old friend. There, tucked beneath a stack of yellowed letters, and behind a porcelain doll with knowing eyes, was a small wooden box. It was unassuming, carved with simple swirling patterns that seemed to shift when looked at from the corner of the eye. The child lifted the lid, and nestled within a bed of faded velvet lay a compass, not an ordinary compass, for it had no letters, no numbers, only a single shimmering needle that quivered like a living thing. Curious, the child brought it downstairs and placed it on the bedside table. That night, as the moon rose full and silver, the compass began to glow with a soft, pearlescent light. The needle spun slowly, then stopped, pointing not north, but toward the child's heart. A whisper, like the rustle of autumn leaves, filled the room. "Follow where it leads," the voice seemed to say, though no one was there. "But remember, the greatest journeys are measured not in miles, but in moments of courage." And so, with the compass held gently in hand, the child closed their eyes and took a deep breath. When they opened them again, the room had melted away, replaced by a winding path through a forest where the trees hummed low, comforting tunes and fireflies bobbed like floating embers. The first friend they met was a plump hedgehog named Thistle, who spoke in a voice like crinkling parchment and had a habit of counting acorns before offering advice. "Well now," Thistle said, peering at the compass, "that's no ordinary thing, is it? It points not to places, but to possibilities. But beware, the path may ask more of you than footsteps." They walked together a while, the hedgehog's soft padding keeping time with the child's heartbeat, until they reached a meadow where wildflowers nodded in agreement with the wind. There, perched on a mossy stone, was a barn owl with feathers the color of twilight. Her name was Luna, and her voice was like the distant ringing of evening bells. "The compass you carry," she hooted softly, "guides you toward what you most need to find, and what you most need to face." Her large eyes were kind and deep. "There is a challenge ahead. A bridge has fallen, and the only way across is to rebuild it, not with wood or stone, but with patience." Sure enough, soon they came to a wide, babbling brook. Where a bridge once stood lay only scattered stones and splintered planks. On the other side stood a small, anxious rabbit, shivering in the evening chill. "Oh dear," whimpered the rabbit. "I can't get across, and I meant to bring these healing herbs to my grandmother before moon-high." The child knelt by the water's edge, thinking. Thistle suggested stacking stones, but the current was too strong. Luna offered to carry the herbs, but the bundle was too heavy for her wings. Then the child noticed something. The compass needle was now pointing not across the stream, but downward, toward the water itself. Peering into the clear, rippling flow, the child saw smooth, flat stones just beneath the surface, stepping stones hidden by the current. "We don't need to rebuild the bridge," the child said softly. "We just need to remember it's already here." One by one they stepped carefully across the submerged stones, the water cool and gentle around their ankles. The rabbit, whose name was Pip, hugged the child tightly. "Thank you," she whispered. "You saw what was always there." With the compass glowing brighter now, they continued, the forest growing denser and the air sweeter with the scent of pine and damp earth. But soon they reached a grove where the light dimmed, and the cheerful humming of the trees fell silent. In the center of the clearing stood a great, gnarled oak, its branches clutching something that shimmered and wept soft, silver tears. It was a lost star tangled in the branches, too frightened to shine. "It fell days ago," murmured Luna. "And every night since, the sky has felt a little emptier." Thistle shuffled his paws. "It's too high up, we can't reach." Pip shivered. "And it's so sad, its light is fading." The child looked at the compass. Its needle was spinning slowly, gently, as if breathing along with them. And in that moment the child understood. The greatest courage wasn't in climbing or reaching, it was in listening. So the child sat beneath the tree, cross-legged and calm, and began to hum, a soft, wordless melody their own grandmother had sung years ago. One by one the others joined, Thistle with his crinkly hum, Luna with her bell-like tones, Pip with her gentle whisper. Together they wove a song of comfort, of home, of safe nests and warm burrows and skies full of friends. And as they sang, the stars trembling stilled. Its tears dried. Its light grew steady, then bright, then brilliant, so brilliant that the old oak's branches loosened their grip, and the star floated free, bobbing happily above their heads. With a flicker of gratitude, it soared upward, weaving through the leaves until it rejoined the constellations, making the night sky whole once more. The compass glowed one last time, a warm, golden pulse, before its light faded entirely. The needle now pointed firmly, peacefully, toward the child's own chest. "You have journeyed well," came the whisper again, like the rustle of leaves now touched with frost. "You faced fear with friendship, confusion with clarity, and fear with song. Remember, the greatest adventures lie not in seeking new landscapes, but in seeing with new eyes." And in the blink of an eye, the child was back in the soft bed, the compass resting quietly on the nightstand, its needle still and its light asleep. Outside, the wind sighed through the pines. Somewhere, an owl hooted softly. A hedgehog rustled through the fallen leaves. And high above, a new star glimmered just a little brighter than the rest. The child smiled, curled under the quilt, and drifted into dreams full of gentle forests, kind voices, and the quiet certainty that courage, like compasses, always points the way home, when home is where the heart is brave enough to begin. And the fire in the hearth crackled softly, as if holding the story close, keeping it warm for another night. Story 4. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls, as if inviting dreams to come alive. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the world settling into slumber. And in a small cottage nestled at the edge of a great, ancient forest, a young boy named Leo sat with his grandmother, his eyes wide with anticipation. "Tell me a story, grandmother," he murmured, pulling his woolen blanket tighter around his shoulders. "One about magic." She smiled, her face warm in the firelight. "Very well, my dear. This is a story about a stone that glowed like embers in the dark, a journey through hidden worlds, and a friendship that warmed the heart on the coldest of nights." And so she began. In a village much like theirs, though perhaps a little more tucked away from the bustling world, lived a quiet girl named Anya. She was thoughtful and observant, with a curious heart that often led her to wander just beyond the edge of the village, where the wild things grew. Anya loved the forest, the way the light filtered through the canopy in speckled gold, the rich scent of damp earth after rain, the soft rustle of creatures going about their secret business. But Anya often felt a little lonely. Other children her age were boisterous and quick to laughter, while she preferred the company of old trees and patient streams. She wondered sometimes if there was a place where she truly belonged, a world that moved at her own gentle pace. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of violet and amber, Anya decided to take one last stroll through the woods before nightfall. The air was crisp, carrying the fragrance of pine and decaying leaves, a smell that always made her feel wistful and hopeful all at once. She followed a narrow path she had walked many times before, her boots crunching softly on the fallen leaves. But today, something felt different. A faint golden light flickered between the trees just off the trail, a light that seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat. Curiosity guiding her steps, Anya ventured off the path and into the deeper part of the forest, where the trees grew closer together and the world felt hushed and ancient. There, nestled between the roots of a great oak tree, she found it, a smooth, oval stone no larger than her palm, glowing with a soft, warm light. It looked like a piece of captured sunset, or a coal from a friendly fire. Carefully, she picked it up. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, the light within seemed to brighten slightly, as though greeting her. Anya felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if the stone had been waiting just for her. She tucked it into her pocket and turned to leave, but the forest had changed around her. The path she had taken was gone, replaced by a silver trail of moonlight that seemed to glow faintly on the forest floor. The trees themselves seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming a kind of archway ahead. Hesitant but unafraid, Anya followed the silver trail. It led her deeper into the woods than she had ever been before, to a part of the forest that felt both old and new. The air grew warmer, and the scent of pine gave way to the fragrance of night-blooming flowers, jasmine and something sweet she couldn't name. And then she saw it, a hidden glade bathed in soft, silvery light. In the center stood a tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves rustled with a sound like distant wind chimes. Beneath it sat a small creature, a fox but not quite a fox. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes held a wisdom far beyond its size. "You found the emberstone," the creature said, its voice like the rustling of pages in an old book. "Not many do." Anya approached slowly, her heart beating a little faster. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a key," the fox-like creature replied, "and a guide. It lights the way for those who are ready to see more than what lies on the surface." "Who are you?" Anya asked, kneeling so she was at eye level with the creature. "I am Finn," it said with a slight bow of its head. "A guardian of the between places, and you, Anya, have been led here for a reason." Finn explained that the emberstone had chosen her because she possessed a quiet heart and a watchful spirit, qualities needed to help restore balance to a part of the forest that had grown dim and sorrowful. A place where the light was fading, and with it, the magic that sustained the hidden world. Anya listened, her fingers curled around the warm stone in her pocket. She had always felt she was meant for something more than daydreaming at the edge of the village, but she never imagined it would be this. "Will you help?" Finn asked, his eyes earnest. Anya nodded. "I will." And so their journey began. Finn led her through the glimmering archway of trees and into a part of the forest that felt both familiar and utterly strange. Here the trees hummed softly, and fireflies pulsed in patterns that looked like written language. The air was thick with magic. Anya could feel it like a gentle pressure against her skin. As they walked, Finn told her about the fading light. Long ago, he said, this part of the forest was kept bright by the harmony blossoms, flowers that bloomed only under the light of the emberstone and sang with the joy of the world. But over time, as fewer and fewer humans remembered to wonder, to hope, to believe in hidden beauty, the blossoms began to wilt. Now, only a few remain, and their song has grown faint. Anya's heart ached at the thought. "What can I do?" "You carry the emberstone," Finn said. "Its light can reawaken them, but it must be done with care and with a heart full of genuine warmth. The blossoms respond to kindness, not force." They walked for what felt like hours, though time seemed to stretch and bend in that place. The emberstone in Anya's pocket glowed steadily, casting a warm circle of light around them that pushed back the creeping shadows. Occasionally Finn would stop and point out a fading blossom, a delicate silver flower that drooped sadly, its light nearly gone. Each time Anya would kneel, hold the emberstone near, and think of something that made her heart feel full. She thought of her grandmother's laughter, of the first snowfall of winter, of the way the river sounded in spring. And each time the blossom would shudder, then slowly lift its head, its petals beginning to glow with a soft, silvery light. A faint bell-like tone would ring out, a single note of restored joy. But with each blossom they revived, Anya noticed something else. The emberstone's light dimmed just a little. She mentioned it to Finn. "It gives its light freely," Finn explained, "but it must also receive light in return. That is the balance. Your warmth fuels it as much as it fuels the blossoms." Anya thought about that. It was like friendship. You had to give, but you also had to be open to receive. As they moved deeper into the enchanted part of the forest, the way grew darker. The trees here were twisted and silent, and the air felt heavy. Anya's steps slowed. She could feel a sadness here, a loneliness that echoed her own sometimes. "This is the heart of the fading," Finn said quietly. "The last blossom is here, and it is the most important. If it goes out, the rest will follow, and this part of the forest may never recover." They found it in a small clearing where the moonlight barely reached. The blossom was larger than the others, with petals that should have been radiant but were now gray and still. It did not droop. It seemed frozen, as if waiting. Anya approached and held the emberstone close. She thought of all the things that usually made her happy, but the blossom did not stir. The stone's light flickered weakly. She tried again, thinking of sunrises and puppy kisses and warm bread, but still nothing. A cold worry settled in her chest. What if she wasn't enough? What if her quiet heart wasn't strong enough to save this place? She sat down beside the blossom, defeated. Finn came and sat beside her, his warmth a comfort against her side. "It's not working," she whispered. "Perhaps you are trying to give it what you think it wants," Finn said gently, "instead of what it needs." Anya looked at the sorrowful blossom, and then at the dimming emberstone in her hand. And she understood. This blossom didn't need borrowed joy, it needed shared sorrow. It needed to know it wasn't alone. So instead of thinking of happy things, Anya let herself feel the loneliness she sometimes carried. She thought of the days she spent by herself, wondering if there was a place where she fit. She thought of the quiet ache of wanting to be understood. And as she did, tears welled in her eyes, not tears of despair, but of recognition. She held the emberstone near the blossom, and with her free hand she gently touched one of its petals. "I see you," she whispered, "and you are not alone." A single tear fell onto the blossom's center, and then a soft gasp of light. The emberstone flared not with borrowed warmth, but with a new kind of light, deeper, kinder, more enduring. It washed over the blossom, and slowly, tenderly, the gray petals began to shimmer. They turned to silver, then to a luminous white, and finally to a gentle gold. The blossom lifted its face, and from it came not a single note but a chord, a beautiful, complex harmony that seemed to contain both joy and sorrow, loneliness and connection. It was the sound of a heart understood. All around them, the forest began to change. The twisted trees straightened, their leaves returning to vibrant green. The heavy air lifted, filling with the scent of rain and blooming things. And from every previously revived blossom, an answering note rang out until the whole forest was singing, a symphony of restored light. Anya sat back, breathless and smiling. The emberstone in her hand glowed brighter than ever, warm and steady. Finn nuzzled her hand. "You did it," he said, his voice full of warmth. "You reminded it that even in darkness there is light to be found, not by ignoring the shadows, but by embracing them." They sat there for a long while, listening to the forest's song. Anya realized she no longer felt lonely. She felt connected to the trees, to the blossoms, to Finn, and to something larger within herself. When it was time to go, Finn led her back to the edge of the hidden glade. The silver path still glowed, guiding her home. "Will I see you again?" Anya asked, her hand resting on Finn's soft head. "Whenever you need a friend," he said. "And whenever the forest needs you. You are a keeper of the light now, Anya. Remember, it grows when shared." With that, he turned and vanished between the trees, leaving Anya standing at the edge of the ordinary forest, the emberstone still warm in her hand. She walked back to her village under a sky full of stars, feeling changed. She still loved quiet things, but now she understood that quiet didn't mean alone. It meant listening, watching, understanding, and sometimes it meant speaking exactly the right words at the right time. When she reached her home, she placed the emberstone on her windowsill, where it glowed softly through the night, a little piece of magic to remind her that she belonged, exactly as she was. And from that day on, Anya knew that even on the darkest nights there was always a light, both within and around her, waiting to be kindled. Back in the cozy cottage, Leo's eyes were heavy with sleep. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a gentle, rosy light around the room. "Did she ever see Finn again?" he murmured, snuggling deeper under his blanket. His grandmother smiled, stroking his hair. "Oh, many times, whenever she felt lonely, she would walk into the forest, and there he would be, waiting by the mother-of-pearl tree, and sometimes, on very special nights, she would even hear the blossoms singing." Leo yawned, a soft, contented sound. "I like that story." "I thought you might," she whispered. "Now close your eyes, dear one, and remember, no matter how quiet the night seems, you are never alone. There is always light, and there are always friends, seen and unseen, waiting in the world." And as Leo drifted into dreams of glowing stones and kind-eyed foxes, the fire crackled its own lullaby, wrapping the room in warmth and peace. Story 5. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a forest so old that even the stones remembered the first sunrise. Here the night was not a time of darkness, but of soft, luminous awakening. The moss that carpeted the forest floor glowed with a gentle, greenish light, and the dewdrops clinging to spiderwebs shimmered like scattered diamonds under the watchful gaze of the stars. On such a night, a small, curious hedgehog named Thistle found himself unable to sleep. A restlessness had settled in his heart, a quiet yearning he could not name. So he ventured from his cozy burrow, his tiny paws making no sound on the velvety moss. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. All around him the forest hummed with a secret, vibrant life. Fireflies drifted like living embers, tracing patterns in the air. In the distance, the soft gurgle of the crystal brook played a watery melody, harmonizing with the sigh of the wind through the leaves, a sound like a mother whispering lullabies to her child. Thistle paused by a cluster of glowing mushrooms, their caps pulsing with a soft, blue light, and listened. The forest was speaking, if one only knew how to hear. He soon came to a clearing where the moonlight fell unimpeded, painting everything in shades of silver and shadow. In the center stood the grand oak, the eldest being in the woods. Its bark was deeply grooved with the wisdom of centuries, and its leaves whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. Perched on one of its lower branches was Elder Onyx, a great owl with feathers as dark as midnight and eyes that held the gentle light of understanding. "You are far from your bed, little one," Onyx said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. "What brings you out under the moon's watchful eye?" Thistle shuffled his paws. "I feel a quiet ache inside, Elder, as if I've forgotten something important, or as if the world is changing and I don't know how to change with it." Onyx blinked slowly. "Ah, you are listening to the turning of the wheel. Come, sit with me a while." Thistle settled at the base of the grand oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. Almost immediately, a deep sense of calm washed over him. It was as if the tree itself was sharing its ancient peace. "Listen," Onyx murmured, "not with your ears alone, but with your whole being." Thistle closed his eyes. At first he heard only the familiar night sounds, the cheer-up of crickets, the distant hoot of another owl, the gentle rustle of the breeze. But then, slowly, other layers revealed themselves. The crystal brook was not merely babbling. It was singing an old, flowing song about journeys to the sea and the joy of quenching thirst. The leaves above were sharing stories carried on the wind from distant mountains. Even the stones at the water's edge were humming a low, steady tune about patience and permanence. "Everything in this forest has a voice," Onyx explained softly. "The trees speak of growth and resilience, the streams sing of movement and change. The stones hold the memory of time itself, and right now they are all whispering of the same thing, the approach of the great slumber." Thistle's eyes opened. "The great slumber." "The time when the forest rests," said Onyx. "When the leaves turn to fire and then fall, when the brook slows its song to a murmur, and when many of our brothers and sisters retreat into dreams until the spring. Change is coming, little one, and your heart senses it." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft shower that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Thistle watched, mesmerized, as each raindrop that landed on the bioluminescent moss caused a tiny ripple of light to spread outward. The whole forest floor seemed to breathe and glow in response. "But must everything sleep?" Thistle asked, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Must the beauty fade?" Onyx hopped down to a lower branch, his feathers glistening with droplets. "It is not fading, it is gathering strength. Watch." He nodded toward a patch of fiddlehead ferns curled tightly near the brook. As the rain fell upon them, they slowly, almost imperceptibly, unfurled just a little more. The rain does not mourn the passing of the sun. It prepares the earth for what is to come. Without the quiet time, the rest, the inward turning, there can be no renewal, no new growth, no spring. Thistle thought about his own burrow, how he would soon be lining it with extra leaves, preparing for his long winter sleep. He had always thought of it as an ending. But now he wondered if it was another kind of beginning. "How do I not feel sad?" he whispered. "You may feel sad," Onyx said kindly. "That too is part of the cycle, but sadness is not the whole story. Listen." the rain softened to a drizzle and then ceased. In the fresh, clean silence that followed, the forest began to sparkle. Water droplets clung to every leaf and petal, reflecting the moonlight and the soft glow of the moss, until the entire woods seemed woven from light and magic. From between the roots of the grand oak, tiny mycelial threads began to emit a soft, golden pulse, the forest's nervous system, alive and communicating beneath the surface. "The great slumber is not a death," Onyx said. "It is a dreaming, and dreams are where new ideas are born, where roots grow deeper, where the heart mends and gathers hope. The trees will stand guard, their bare branches tracing prayers against the winter sky. The stones will keep warm the memories of summer sun, and the streams beneath their ice will never stop singing. We just must listen more closely." Thistle felt the truth of it settle into him, warm and comforting. His restlessness began to ease, replaced by a sense of belonging to something vast and beautiful and eternal. "Thank you, Elder," he said softly. Onyx gave a gentle nod. "Remember this night, little one. Remember that you are part of this great, whispering, glowing world. When the cold comes and you are nestled in your burrow, know that you are not alone. The forest dreams with you." With that, the great owl took flight, his wings beating the air with a sound like a soft, deep breath. Thistle sat a while longer, listening. He heard the steadfast hum of the stone beside him, the contented sigh of the grand oak, the sleepy lullaby of the brook. He watched the fireflies dance their slow, deliberate patterns, as if stitching the night together with threads of light. Finally, as the moon began its gentle descent, Thistle made his way home. His heart was full, and his paws were light. He paused one last time at the edge of the glowing clearing, taking in the symphony of whispers and light. He knew now that the ache he had felt was not loneliness, but the gentle pull of the cycle, the quiet invitation to rest, to dream, to trust in the unseen growth that happens in the dark. And as he curled into his nest of dry leaves and soft moss, the sound of a distant waterfall blending with the wind's gentle shush, he closed his eyes and slipped into a deep and peaceful sleep, cradled by the ancient, knowing forest. Story 6. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy room, all was safe and still. Gather close now, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet soul who discovered that even the smallest light can guide us home. In a little village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child with thoughtful eyes the color of moss after rain, and hands that were always slightly stained with earth from his mother's garden. While other children raced through the village square playing games of chase, Kalen preferred the company of growing things, the patient unfurling of ferns, the determined push of seedlings through dark soil. Kalen carried a quiet sadness within him, one that made him feel separate from the laughter around him. It wasn't that he was unhappy precisely, but rather that he felt like a puzzle piece from a different box, almost fitting but not quite. This feeling grew strongest during the long evenings, when the sun dipped behind the hills and shadows stretched across the land. One such evening, as violet dusk settled over the village, Kalen sat on the stone wall bordering his mother's herb garden. The air carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine, and the first stars were beginning to prick through the velvety sky. It was then that he noticed a soft, pulsing light coming from the edge of the forest, a gentle amber glow that seemed to breathe in the gathering darkness. Curiosity, that quiet companion of lonely hearts, stirred within him. Slipping from the wall, he followed the light as it winked between the trees, a beckoning finger of warmth. The forest floor was soft with fallen needles, and his footsteps made no sound as he moved deeper into the woods than he had ever ventured before. The light led him to the base of an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming a small archway. There, nestled in a bed of velvet moss, rested a small object no larger than his thumb. It was a locket wrought of some unknown metal that felt warm to the touch, and from its heart emanated that soft, pulsing glow, like embers breathing in a sleeping fire. As Kaelin's fingers closed around the locket, a strange thing happened. The forest seemed to sigh around him, and the ordinary night sounds, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, faded into a profound silence. Then from between the trees stepped a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It was a fox, but not quite a fox. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes held the wisdom of many seasons. Most remarkable of all, from its forehead grew a single, spiral horn that shimmered with the same warm light as the locket. "Do not be afraid," the creature spoke, its voice like the rustling of pages in an old book. "I am Finian. You have found the Heartstone." Kaelin, too astonished to be truly frightened, simply stared. "It called to me," he whispered, his voice barely disturbing the stillness. "Indeed," Finian replied, dipping his head gracefully. "The Heartstone chooses its keeper. It senses those who carry their own light within, even when they cannot see it themselves." The fox creature explained that the locket was no ordinary trinket, but a key to a hidden world that existed just beside their own, a realm called Emberwood. This world was fading, its light growing dim, because the connection between the two realms had been weakening for many years. "Without a keeper to carry the Heartstone between the worlds," Finian said, his horn glowing a little brighter with emotion, "Emberwood will fade into shadow completely. The balance between light and darkness will be lost." Kaelin looked down at the locket glowing softly in his palm. It pulsed in rhythm with his own heartbeat, warm and alive. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice trembling only slightly. "You must journey to the heart of Emberwood and restore the connection," Finian explained. "The path is not dangerous, but it requires a gentle heart and patient steps. The Heartstone will guide you, but you must learn to listen to its wisdom." And so, as the moon rose high above the forest, Kaelin made his choice. With the Heartstone warm against his chest and Finian padding silently beside him, he stepped through the archway of roots into Emberwood. The world that unfolded before them took Kaelin's breath away. Everything glowed with soft internal light, the trees with silver leaves that chimed like bells in the gentle breeze, flowers that bloomed with captured starlight, and streams that flowed with liquid moonlight. The air itself seemed to shimmer, carrying scents of cinnamon and ancient paper and something else, something like hope itself. But as they journeyed deeper, Kaelin noticed patches where the light was fading. Trees stood with drooping, dimmed leaves, and sections of the path were swallowed by shadows that felt colder than they should. "The fading has already begun," Finian said softly, his horn casting a protective circle of light around them. "We must reach the Heartwood tree before the next alignment of the moons." Their journey was not hurried but measured, a steady progression through landscapes of wonder. They crossed meadows where glowing butterflies danced patterns that told ancient stories, and forests where trees whispered secrets in languages only the heart could understand. Kaelin found himself speaking more than he usually did, telling Finian about his village, his mother's garden, the quiet loneliness he carried. Finian listened in that way that makes the speaker feel truly heard. "Sometimes," the creature said as they rested by a stream of liquid light, "what we perceive as loneliness is simply our spirit making space for deeper connections." As days passed, or what felt like days, for time moved differently in Emberwood, Kaelin learned to listen to the Heartstone. It didn't speak in words but in feelings, a warmth that increased when they chose the right path, a gentle pulse that quickened when something beautiful awaited around the next bend. One evening, as they made camp in a grove of singing trees, Kaelin noticed Finian studying a patch of darkness that seemed to resist the light from his horn. "What is it?" Kaelin asked, moving closer to his friend. "Shadow threads," Finian replied, his voice unusually solemn. "They form where joy has been forgotten. They cannot harm us directly, but they make the path difficult to see." Kalen watched as the shadows seemed to shift and writhe, and he felt a familiar pang, that sense of not quite belonging, of being separate. Without thinking, he reached for the heartstone, which glowed warmly at his touch. As he did, memories surfaced, not of loneliness but of small moments of connection. His mother's hand on his forehead when he had a fever, the village baker slipping him an extra honey cake, the way the sunlight caught the dewdrops on spiderwebs in the garden. To his astonishment, as these memories filled his mind, the heartstone flared brightly, and the shadows before them retreated, unraveling like mist in morning sun. Finian turned to him, his eyes wide with wonder. "You see, the light you carry within, the memories of connection, is stronger than any shadow." This discovery changed their journey. Wherever they encountered shadow threads, Kalen would focus on moments of kindness, of beauty, of belonging, and the heartstone would respond, its light growing until the shadows dissolved like sugar in tea. As they neared the center of Emberwood, the landscape grew more magnificent. Trees with bark that looked like polished amber rose around them, and the air hummed with a peaceful energy. But the shadow threads grew thicker too, forming complex patterns that seemed almost intentional in their obstruction. "It seems something is directing them," Finian observed, his horn glowing brighter as the shadows pressed closer. "The imbalance has given rise to a presence that feeds on disconnection." Kalen felt a flutter of fear, but the heartstone pulsed reassuringly against his chest. "We have to keep going," he said, more to himself than to Finian. The final stretch to the heartwood tree led through a canyon of crystalline formations that reflected their light in countless directions. Here, the shadows had coalesced into a swirling mass that blocked their path completely, a wall of whispering darkness that seemed to feed on their uncertainty. For the first time, the heartstone's light seemed to falter, its pulse growing unsteady. Kalen felt his own doubts rising. Who was he, a quiet boy from a small village, to think he could restore balance to an entire world? Just as despair began to curl around his heart, Finian stepped forward. "Remember," he said softly, "the stone responds to the light within you, not grand gestures but small truths, authentic moments." Kalen closed his eyes, letting his fears settle. He thought not of heroic deeds or magical solutions, but of simple things. The weight of a book in his lap, the smell of rain on dry earth, the way his mother hummed while kneading bread. He thought of Finian's patient companionship, of shared silences that felt more meaningful than conversations. As these simple truths filled him, the heartstone began to glow, not with brilliant intensity, but with a deep, steady light that felt ancient and sure. The shadows before them quivered, then began to part, not vanishing completely but making space, creating a path forward just wide enough for them to pass. On the other side of the shadowy canyon stood the heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond description, a tree that seemed made of light and wood simultaneously, with leaves that shimmered like captured constellations and roots that delved deep into the glowing earth. But its light was dimmed, flickering uncertainly. "This is where the connection must be restored," Finian said, his own horn glowing in sympathy with the tree. Kalen approached the tree, the heartstone now pulsing in perfect rhythm with the tree's faint light. He understood without being told what needed to be done. Placing his hand against the bark, which felt both solid and insubstantial, like sunlight made tangible, he closed his eyes. He poured into the tree all the connections he had gathered on his journey, not just the memories from his own life, but the new ones forged in Emberwood, the wonder of glowing meadows, the comfort of Finian's presence, the courage he had found in taking each step despite uncertainty. The tree began to brighten, its light growing steadier, warmer. The entire grove responded, flowers turning their faces upward, trees straightening their branches, the very air humming with renewed energy. But something was still missing. The connection wasn't complete. Kalen realized with sudden clarity that he was holding back, still protecting that quiet space within himself where he kept his loneliness, fearing that without it, he wouldn't know who he was. Taking a deep breath, he let that go too, offering up his vulnerability, his sense of not quite belonging, his quiet differences. And as he did, the most remarkable thing happened. The tree didn't reject these offerings, but embraced them, weaving them into its light until they became part of the pattern, not flaws, but essential variations that made the whole more beautiful. With a sound like 1,000 sighs of relief, the connection snapped into place. The heartwood tree blazed with glorious, gentle light that spread throughout Emberwood, reaching every shadowy corner and filling it with warmth. The shadow threads didn't vanish but transformed, becoming subtle patterns that added depth to the light rather than opposing it. Kalen stepped back, awestruck. The locket at his chest now glowed with a steady, calm light that felt deeply right. Finian approached, his eyes shining. "You have done what few could," he said. "You restored balance not by eliminating shadows, but by making space for them within the light." As they stood watching Emberwood come fully to life around them, Kalen understood something fundamental. His quiet nature wasn't a flaw to be overcome, but a different kind of strength. His ability to notice small things, to feel deeply, to move patiently. These weren't limitations, but gifts that had allowed him to hear the Heartstone's call and understand its language. The journey back to the boundary between worlds was different. Where before there had been urgency, now there was peaceful contemplation. Kalen and Finian walked slowly, appreciating the restored beauty of Emberwood, speaking of small things and comfortable silences. When they reached the archway of roots that led back to Kalen's world, both knew their parting was temporary. The connection between worlds was restored, and Kalen would now serve as keeper of the Heartstone, moving between both realms as needed. "Remember," Finian said as Kalen prepared to step through, "the light you carry isn't just for Emberwood, it's for your world too. There are many who feel like puzzle pieces from different boxes. Your quiet light may help them see their own." Kalen nodded, placing his hand on the fox creature's head. "I'll be back," he promised. "I know," Finian replied, his horn glowing warmly. "The connection goes both ways now." Stepping back into his own forest, Kalen found that dawn was just breaking. The entire journey had taken but a single night, though it felt like a lifetime. The Heartstone still rested against his chest, its glow now subdued but present, a warm, steady pulse beneath his shirt. Walking back to the village, Kalen noticed everything looked both familiar and new. The morning birdsong seemed more musical, the dew on the grass sparkled with extra brilliance, and even the air smelled sweeter. When he arrived home, his mother was in the garden, gathering herbs for breakfast. She looked up, and her eyes softened in that way that mothers' eyes do when they sense a change in their child. "You're up early," she said, brushing earth from her hands. Kalen simply smiled and joined her, kneeling to help with the harvesting. As his fingers brushed against the fragrant leaves, he noticed something. The plant seemed to lean slightly toward him, as if responding to the new light he carried. Life in the village continued, but Kalen was different. He still preferred quiet corners and growing things, but now he carried his quietness not as a shield, but as an offering. Children who had previously found him too quiet began seeking him out when they skinned their knees or needed comfort. Adults found themselves sharing stories with him they hadn't told anyone. And sometimes, when the moon was right and the world was sleeping, Kalen would return to Emberwood, where Finian would be waiting. They would walk through the glowing forests, speaking of small wonders and great truths, their friendship a bridge between worlds. The Heartstone continued to glow against Kalen's chest, a warm, steady reminder that the most important journeys are often the ones we take within, and that every heart carries its own light, waiting to be discovered and shared. And so, as the fire crackles softly and the night deepens outside your window, remember this. However you may feel different or alone, you carry within you a light unique and necessary. Your quiet strengths, your gentle ways, your particular way of seeing the world, these are not flaws, but gifts waiting to be unwrapped. And like the steady glow of the heartstone, your light will find its purpose, will guide your path, and will, in its own time, help illuminate the world around you in ways both small and profound. Now close your eyes, dear listener, and let the warmth of this truth settle around you like a soft blanket. Sleep peacefully, knowing that you too carry embers of magic within you, waiting for the right moment to glow. Story 7. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between ancient oaks and silver-barked birches, lay the village of Elderwood Hollow. Here, cobblestone streets wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, each window glowing with the warm light of lanterns. Wind chimes made of seashells and polished stones sang soft melodies in the evening breeze, and the gentle patter of rain on leaves was as familiar as a lullaby. At the center of the village stood a great clock tower, its chimes marking the hours with a deep, resonant tone that seemed to hug the village in a blanket of time. The people of Elderwood Hollow were a gentle folk, known for their kindness and their love of stories. They tended glowing gardens where flowers hummed when the moon rose and trees that shed leaves like falling stars. But lately something peculiar had begun to happen, something that set the village whispering behind closed doors. Every night, just as the clock tower struck 10, a single star would vanish from the sky. It began subtly. Old Finn, who loved to stargaze from his rocking chair on the porch, was the first to notice. "The swan is missing a wing tip," he murmured one evening, pointing a gnarled finger at the heavens. Then young Lyra, who spent her evenings sketching constellations on parchment, realized the crown had lost its central jewel. Night after night, another star winked out, leaving behind a tiny void in the tapestry of the night. The village was not frightened, but deeply intrigued. Where were the stars going? And why? In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and baking bread always lingered, lived a young baker named Rowan. Rowan had a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way honey drizzled just so on a scone, or how the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds. She was known for her empathy, often leaving baskets of warm muffins on the doorsteps of those who seemed sad or lonely. One evening, as Rowan was closing her bakery, she overheard two children singing an old nursery rhyme near the clock tower. "When the clock strikes 10, hold your breath and count again, for a star may slip from the sky so deep, where the silver river does not sleep. Find the map the moonbeams keep, and mind the guardian who does not weep." Rowan paused, her flower-dusted hands stilling. She had heard the rhyme before, sung by generations of village children, but never thought much of it. Now, with the stars disappearing exactly at 10 o'clock, the words seemed to shimmer with hidden meaning. That night, as the clock tower began its deep, resonant count to 10, Rowan stepped into her garden and watched the sky. True to the rhyme, as the final chime faded into the night, a tiny star from the constellation of the Lyre flickered and vanished. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the woods. Determined to solve the mystery, Rowan decided to seek the map the moonbeams keep. She recalled an old tale about a pool in the heart of the woods where moonbeams gathered on windless nights, painting liquid silver on the water's surface. Perhaps there a clue could be found. The next evening, armed with a lantern and a basket of gingerbread cookies, for courage and for sharing, Rowan ventured into the whispering woods. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling secrets. Fireflies blinked like earthbound stars, and the distant sound of the silver river, which flowed backward every full moon, hummed a gentle tune. After a time, she found the pool, its surface so still it looked like a mirror to another world. As the moon rose, beams of light drifted down, settling on the water until it glowed. And there, on the shimmering surface, patterns emerged, not a map of places, but of stars, swirling and shifting as if drawn by an invisible hand. Rowan knelt, studying the patterns. They resembled the missing constellations, but with lines connecting them in ways she had never seen. In the center of the pool, the stars formed a shape like a key. As she reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the water, the image dissolved, and the moonbeams scattered. Puzzled but hopeful, she made her way back to the village, the clock tower chiming midnight as she arrived. The next day, Rowan shared her discovery with the villagers. Some were skeptical, others were eager to help. Old Finn suggested the pattern might relate to the clock tower's ancient design, which was rumored to have been built with celestial alignments in mind. A young painter named Kale thought the key shape might represent the old iron key that unlocked the tower's topmost room, a place no one had entered in decades. This seemed a promising light, and soon the whole village was abuzz with theories. But when Rowan and Kale climbed the tower stairs and unlocked the dusty room, they found not answers, but a delightful red herring. Hundreds of tiny, star-shaped cookies, made from a forgotten recipe, hidden away by a long-ago baker who believed they brought sweet dreams. The village celebrated with a spontaneous tea party, sharing the rediscovered treats and laughing at the unexpected turn. Yet the stars continued to disappear. Rowan, though disappointed, did not lose heart. She returned to the nursery rhyme, pondering the line, "Mind the guardian who does not weep." Who or what was the guardian? And why did it not weep? That evening, as rain began to fall, a soft, whispering rain that tapped on roofs like gentle fingers, Rowan noticed something odd. Near the edge of the village, where the silver river curved close to the woods, stood an ancient stone statue of an owl. It was known as the guardian of the glen, and moss clung to its weathered features. Village legend said it had been carved to protect Elderwood Hollow from sorrow, and thus it never wept, even in the rain. Rowan approached the statue, her lantern casting a warm circle of light. There, tucked into a crevice beneath the owl's wing, she found a small, rolled parchment. With careful hands, she unrolled it. It was a star chart, beautifully illustrated, with tiny notes in elegant script. One note beside the lyre read, "When harmony fades, a star must fall to restore the balance." Suddenly, the pieces began to fit together. The stars were not being stolen, they were being given. But why? Following the chart, Rowan saw that the missing stars corresponded to places in the village where sadness had recently lingered: the garden of old Mrs. Nettle, who had lost her songbird; the workshop of Elias the woodcarver, who had been too ill to create; the little bridge where children no longer played because a plank was loose. That night, as the clock struck 10, Rowan stood by the silver river and watched. Instead of a star vanishing, she saw a tiny light drift down from the sky like a feather, settling into the waters of the river, which glowed briefly before returning to its gentle flow. She understood then. The stars were falling to mend places where joy had faded, sinking into the earth or water to restore warmth and light. But the balance was off, too much sadness had gathered, and the stars were leaving the sky too quickly. The next morning, Rowan gathered the villagers in the square near the clock tower. She explained her discovery, her voice gentle but firm. "The stars are trying to help us," she said, "but they cannot do it alone. We must restore the harmony ourselves." Inspired, the village set to work. Children repaired the bridge with help from Elias, who felt well enough to offer guidance. They sang songs with Mrs. Nettle, filling her garden with music again. Rowan baked special starlight cookies, shaped like the missing stars, and shared them with everyone, weaving warmth back into the heart of the village. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 10, the villagers gathered together, holding hands and looking up at the sky. But this time no star vanished. Instead, one by one, the missing stars reappeared, burning a little brighter than before, as if filled with the village's renewed joy. And from that night on, the people of Elderwood Hollow remembered that even the smallest act of kindness could keep the stars in their sky. The gentle rain continued to fall, the wind chimes sang, and the clock tower chimed the hours, each one a reminder that they were a community, bound by empathy and wonder. Rowan smiled, her heart as warm as the lantern light in her cottage window. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the constellations shone down, bright and whole, weaving dreams of harmony and hope for all who lay beneath them. Story 8. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kaelin. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kaelin often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kaelin sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kaelin noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kaelin felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kaelin sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Lyra, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kaelin welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Lyra's gaze fell upon Kaelin's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kaelin looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Lyra's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kaelin nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. "I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes." Lyra smiled. "Then it is time you visited my garden." The next morning, Lyra led Kaelin through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kaelin had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. "This," said Lyra, "is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us." In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Liora plucked one and placed it in Kaelin's palm. "Plant this where you feel most still," she said, "and tend to it with kindness." Kaelin returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kaelin continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kaelin continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kaelin began to spend more time in the garden with Lyra, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants, and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelin confessed to Lyra a fear they had carried for years, a fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Lyra took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground." That night Kaelin dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kaelin's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kaelin stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kaelin reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Lyra, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kaelin sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Lyra's words, "Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend." They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded, flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Lyra approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kaelin, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Lyra turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelin stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelin began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelin welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kalen's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings when the world settled into stillness, Kalen would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. Story 9. In a quiet corner of the spiraling galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the cosmic winds, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, drawn by the gentle pull of curiosity and the universal longing for companionship. The first was a being from the crystalline world of Lumina, whose body shimmered with soft, shifting colors that mirrored her emotions. Her name was Lyra, and she communicated not with words, but with hues that flowed across her skin like liquid light. When she was joyful, she glowed in warm golds and sunny yellows. When thoughtful, she deepened into tranquil blues and purples. She had come to the Starlight Haven to tend its neglected garden dome, where bioluminescent plants whispered secrets in the language of light. The second was a creature from the harmonic planet of Sonara, a place where thoughts were expressed through gentle, melodic hums. His name was Kale, and his form was slender and graceful, with delicate frills that vibrated to produce soothing frequencies. His eyes, large and dark, reflected the stars he so loved to observe. He had arrived at the station to repair its ancient nebula observatory, hoping to listen to the music of the cosmos. Their first meeting was a symphony of confusion. Lyra, upon seeing Kale, flushed a nervous silver, her light pulsing rapidly. Kale, startled, emitted a high-pitched chime that made the nearby glass panels tremble. For days they moved cautiously around one another, each trying to decipher the other's strange ways. Lyra would tend her glowing plants, her colors shifting in patterns Kale could not understand. Kale would hum softly to himself while adjusting the observatory's crystalline arrays, creating vibrations that Lyra felt as tingles along her skin. One afternoon, as Lyra was watering a cluster of star blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in the presence of kindness, she noticed Kale struggling with a tangled web of glowing vines that had overgrown a control panel. Without thinking, she reached out, her hand glowing a gentle, helpful green. But Kale, seeing the sudden movement and unfamiliar color, flinched and let out a sharp, discordant note that made Lyra step back, her light dimming to a sad gray. It was their first misunderstanding, but it would not be their last. Another time, Kale tried to share his joy at fixing the observatory by humming a bright, ascending scale. To him, it was a song of triumph. To Lyra, it felt like an overwhelming burst of energy that made her plants droop. She responded by flashing a concerned amber, which Kale misinterpreted as irritation. They retreated to their separate corners of the station, feeling lonely and perplexed. But the Starlight Haven itself seemed to wish for their friendship. The garden dome and the observatory were connected by a slender corridor lined with windows that looked out upon the swirling nebula outside, a tapestry of violet, rose, and sapphire gases that danced in the silent void. It was here, in this in-between space, that they began to leave small offerings for one another. Lyra started placing a luminous moon pearl, a gem that glowed with soft, steady light, on the windowsill each morning. Kale, curious, began leaving a harmonically charged crystal that hummed a gentle lullaby when touched. Slowly, tentatively, they learned to read each other's gifts not as alien oddities, but as gestures of goodwill. One evening, as a meteor shower painted silver streaks across the observation dome, they found themselves standing together before the great window. Lyra glowed a hesitant, questioning blue. Kale responded with a soft, questioning hum that rose like a whisper. Then inspiration struck. Lyra pointed to a particularly bright meteor, and her skin flushed with awe, a brilliant, sparkling silver. Kale, understanding, hummed a tone that matched exactly the wonder she felt. It was their first true connection. From that night on, they began to build a shared language, one of blended light and sound. They discovered that Lyra's colors could harmonize with Kale's frequencies, creating something entirely new and beautiful. Together, they revived the heart of the Starlight Haven, a circular chamber where the garden met the observatory, filled with floating plants that responded to both light and music. Here, they created their sanctuary. Lyra's touch made the flowers bloom in cascades of color, while Kale's hums caused them to release soft, glowing spores that drifted like fairies in the air. They learned to laugh at their misunderstandings. Once Kale tried to express hunger by humming a low, rumbling tone. Lyra, thinking he was cold, surrounded him with warmth-emitting plants until he was sweating and frantically humming a higher, panicked note. When they realized the mistake, Lyra flashed a merry pink and gold, and Kale hummed a chuckling melody that shook the leaves on the vines. Another time, Lyra became so excited about a new hybrid blossom that she flashed a rapid, strobe-like pattern of rainbows. Poor Kale became so dizzy he had to sit down until she softened her lights to an apologetic, pulsing lavender. They learned to temper their expressions, to listen not just with eyes or ears, but with the heart. Their deepest bond formed during the quiet hours, when the station's orbit brought it through the calm eye of a nebula. They would sit in their shared chamber, watching distant suns being born in clouds of cosmic dust. Lyra would glow with the soft hues of the nebula itself, while Kale would hum melodies that mirrored the slow, grand dance of the stars. In those moments, words were unnecessary. They understood each other perfectly, through the language of shared wonder, of peace, of kindness. One day, a malfunction caused the station's energy to flicker and fade. The garden lights dimmed, the observatory's crystals fell silent, and cold crept into the corridors. Lyra and Kale knew they had to work together to restore the power. Lyra used her knowledge of the light-sensitive plants to channel what little energy remained, while Kale hummed stabilizing frequencies to calm the erratic systems. It was difficult, there were more misunderstandings, moments of frustration where Lyra's lights flared red and Kale's hums grew sharp. But they remembered the lessons they had learned, to be patient, to listen, to trust. In the end, it was a combination of Lyra's soft, guiding glow and Kale's harmonious tune that realigned the core. As light and warmth flooded back into the station, they turned to each other. Lyra radiated a proud, sunny gold, and Kale answered with a triumphant, resonant chord. They had done it not as two separate beings, but as friends. As the seasons turned in the vastness of space, the Starlight Haven became known as a place of peace and connection. Sometimes other travelers would visit, beings from far-flung worlds who had heard tales of the station, where light and music lived in harmony. They would find Lyra and Kale in their beautiful chamber, surrounded by singing flowers and shimmering lights, always ready to welcome others with the universal language they had mastered, the language of kindness. And on clear, quiet nights, when the nebula outside was especially brilliant, the two friends would still sit together by the great window. Lyra's gentle glow would illuminate Kale's peaceful face, and his soft hum would be a lullaby to the stars. They had learned that no matter how different we may seem, whether we speak in colors or frequencies, whether we come from worlds of crystal or song, we all understand the warmth of a shared shelter, the joy of laughter, and the comfort of a friend under the watchful eyes of the distant, loving stars. Story 10. In the quiet village of Starfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that made clocks chime backwards on Tuesdays, caused flowers to blush from blue to gold at midnight, and painted the sky with more stars than any other place in the world. The villagers went about their days to the gentle rhythm of the old clock tower's chimes and the soft tinkling of wind chimes hanging from every eave, while children's laughter echoed like music through the cobblestone lanes. But one evening, as dusk settled like a soft blanket over the rooftops, young Finn noticed something odd. He was sitting on his windowsill, tracing constellations with his finger, when he realized the sky looked emptier. The stargazer's dipper, a cluster of 7 particularly bright stars that always hung just above the old oak tree, was missing 3 of its shimmering lights. Finn was a quiet boy with curious eyes the color of moss after rain. He noticed things others often overlooked, the way the baker's bread smelled slightly of cinnamon on rainy days, how the library's oldest book had a page that turned itself every full moon, and that the village's many wind chimes hummed a different tune depending on the direction of the wind. That night, with a thoughtful frown, he climbed down from his perch and decided to investigate. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz with the news. Old Miss Lyra, who knitted scarves that never unraveled, declared she'd seen the stars dancing away toward the woods. Barnaby, the clockmaker, insisted it was the work of reverse-time thieves, though his theories often leaned toward the dramatic. But Finn simply listened, his mind already weaving together clues. He remembered an old nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing. When the clock tower chimes thrice backwards, and the bluebells ring unheard, seek the path where shadows gather, follow the song of the starry word. Most dismissed it as nonsense, but Finn felt a prickle of curiosity. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to patter against the cobblestones, he visited the village library, a cozy, round building with a domed ceiling painted like the night sky. There he found an ancient map tucked inside a book of folklore. The map showed Starfall Hollow not as it was now, but as it had been centuries ago, with a winding path leading into the Whispering Woods, a path no one used anymore. Armed with the map and the rhyme, Finn decided to explore. His first stop was the clock tower, where Barnaby was tinkering with the gears. "Ah, Finn, here to help me catch those time thieves?" the clockmaker asked, wiping his brow. Finn smiled. "Maybe. Has the clock chimed backwards recently?" Barnaby's eyes lit up. "Why, just last Tuesday, 3 chimes, clear as day, but no one else heard them. They said I was dreaming." Finn nodded thoughtfully. Tuesdays were when odd things often happened in Starfall Hollow. Next, he visited the patch of bluebells near the brook. They were known to chime softly when the moon was high, but Finn had never heard it himself. As he knelt, he noticed the flowers weren't blue at all. They were a faint, shimmering silver. "They changed color last night," murmured Lyra, the flower girl, as she passed by with a basket of blossoms. "I think they're sad about the stars." Finn's heart warmed at her words. He always believed that everything in Starfall Hollow had feelings, the trees, the flowers, even the stars. That evening, as the clock struck 7 and the wind chimes sang their twilight song, Finn followed the old map into the Whispering Woods. The path was overgrown with ferns and glowing mushrooms, and the air smelled of damp earth and secrets. Fireflies blinked around him like fallen stars searching for their way home. Deep in the woods, he found a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center stood a small stone pedestal, covered in moss and carved with constellations. And there, nestled in the pedestal's hollow, were the 3 missing stars, shining softly as if waiting. But as Finn reached out, a voice like rustling leaves spoke behind him. "They are not for taking." He turned to see a creature made of twilight and shadow, with eyes like molten silver. It was a wood glimmer, a shy being rarely seen by villagers. It trembled slightly, clutching the stars to its chest. "Why did you take them?" Finn asked gently, his voice full of curiosity rather than accusation. The glimmer's form shimmered. "The sky has so many," it whispered. "And the woods are so dark." I only wanted a little light for my home. Finn's heart softened. He sat on a mossy log and patted the space beside him. I understand, it must be lonely here sometimes. The glimmer hesitated, then drifted closer. The villagers never come here anymore. The path was forgotten. I thought if I took the stars, someone might notice. Someone might remember the woods. Just then Finn noticed something etched into the pedestal. Words from the nursery rhyme, follow the song of the starry word. He hummed the tune his grandmother taught him, and as he did, the wind chimes hanging from nearby branches, left long ago by a forgotten traveler, began to chime in harmony. The bluebells at the edge of the clearing glowed and rang softly, their silver petals shimmering. The glimmer's eyes widened. You know the song." Finn nodded. "It's a song about remembering, about not forgetting the quiet places and the lonely hearts." Together they sat as the moon rose, and Finn shared stories of the village, of how Miss Lyra knitted warmth into every stitch, how Barnaby's clock sometimes ticked in rhythm with people's heartbeats, and how the children loved to play hide-and-seek among the willow trees. The glimmer listened, its form glowing brighter with each tale. "I did not mean to cause worry," it said finally, its voice now warm like sunlight through leaves. "I only wanted a friend." Finn smiled. "You have one now, and I think the whole village would love to meet you, if you'd like that." The glimmer nodded shyly and gently placed the stars into Finn's hands. They felt like warm honey and starlight. "Will you help me bring them back to the sky?" it asked. So Finn and the glimmer returned to the village, where everyone had gathered in the square, lanterns glowing like earthbound stars. When they saw Finn with the missing stars and the shy creature beside him, their murmurs turned to wonder. Finn explained everything, the loneliness of the glimmer, the forgotten path, the true meaning of the rhyme. Miss Lyra wiped a tear from her eye and began knitting a scarf that shimmered like the night sky. Barnaby promised to build a new clock for the woods, one that would chime in time with the wind chimes. And that very night, the whole village journeyed into the whispering woods. They cleaned the path, hung new wind chimes from the branches, and planted bluebells that would never lose their chime. The glimmer, no longer lonely, danced among them, its form now bright with joy. As the clock tower chimed midnight forwards for a change, Finn and the glimmer climbed to the highest hill. Together they released the stars back into the sky, where they slotted into place in the stargazer's dipper, shining brighter than ever. From that night on, the people of Starfall Hollow often walked the path into the woods, sharing stories and laughter with their new friend. The bluebells chimed in harmony with the wind chimes, the clock tower occasionally winked backwards just for fun, and no star ever went missing again, because now everyone remembered that even the darkest places deserve a little light. And as Finn drifted to sleep that night, listening to the gentle rain and the distant chimes, he smiled, knowing that some mysteries are best solved not by searching for answers, but by listening with an open heart. Story 11. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its dancing flames casting long shadows that seemed to whisper of times long past. In the gentle glow, a young woman named Clara sat tracing the patterns of an old quilt spread across her lap. Each patch held a story she knew, a fragment of a life lived before hers, but the threads connecting them felt as distant as the stars outside her window. Clara had always felt unmoored, like a leaf carried on a wind with no memory of the tree it came from. Her grandmother, who had passed the quilt to her with trembling hands, had whispered, "Remember, child, the roots go deep even when the branches forget." But Clara hadn't understood then. Now, with her grandmother gone and the old house feeling too large and too quiet, the words echoed in the stillness. That night, as she drifted to sleep with the quilt wrapped around her, Clara dreamed of a forest she had never seen. Ancient trees stood like silent sentinels, their leaves murmuring secrets in a language just beyond understanding. A woman with her grandmother's eyes but a stranger's face approached, holding a lantern that cast no light yet illuminated everything. "Follow the thread, little one," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "The pattern is waiting to be remembered." Clara woke with a start, the dream vivid behind her eyes. Moonlight streamed through the window, catching on the quilt's intricate stitching. For the first time she noticed one patch, a deep blue square with silver embroidery that seemed to depict a constellation, glowing faintly. As her fingers traced the stars sewn into the fabric, a melody drifted through her mind, a lullaby her grandmother used to hum. "Where the roots run deep, the heart remembers sleep." Curiosity now fully awakened, Clara spent the next day examining the quilt with new eyes. In the center of the constellation patch, she found a nearly invisible seam. With careful fingers, she undid the stitching, revealing a hidden pocket containing a small, worn journal. Its pages were filled with elegant handwriting and delicate drawings of plants, stars, and family trees. The journal spoke of the stargazers, a name given to her ancestors who read the heavens not for navigation, but for storytelling. Each constellation held a tale, and each tale held a lesson. They believed that by remembering the stories, they kept their loved ones alive in the world. The journal's author, her great-great-grandmother Lyra, wrote of a falling out with her sister over a misunderstood promise, a rift that had never fully healed. That night, Clara dreamed again. This time she stood on a hill under a sky ablaze with stars. Two women, Lyra and her sister Lyra, were arguing bitterly. "You were supposed to keep the stories safe." Lyra cried, her voice choked with tears. "Instead, you locked them away in books and quilts." "The world is changing," Lyra replied, her own voice heavy with sorrow. "If we don't preserve them, they'll be lost forever." "But stories are meant to be lived, not preserved." Lyra turned away, and as she did, a shower of falling stars streaked across the sky. Clara woke with the sister's anguish clinging to her like morning mist. She understood now, the quilt, the journal, they weren't just heirlooms, they were apologies never spoken, love never reconciled. The weight of generations of silence settled on her shoulders. Determined to understand, Clara began visiting the places mentioned in the journal, the old oak tree where her ancestors gathered, the creek where the children skipped stones, the hill where they told stories under the stars. At each spot she would sit quietly, humming the lullaby her grandmother had taught her. "Where the roots run deep, the heart remembers sleep." One evening, as she sat on the storytelling hill, an old woman approached. Her face was lined with years, but her eyes held the same starry brightness Clara had seen in her dream. "You have her look," the woman said softly. "Alara's determination in your brow, Lyra's curiosity in your eyes." It was then that Clara realized this was Maud, the granddaughter of Lyra, the last living member of the other branch of the family. The branch that had chosen to carry stories in their actions rather than their artifacts. Maud sat beside Clara and began to speak. She told of how Lyra, heartbroken but not defeated, had traveled far and wide, sharing the stargazer tales with everyone she met. She taught children to find stories in the patterns of leaves, in the arrangement of stones in a creek, in the way shadows danced at sunset. "The stories live in how we treat one another," Maud said, her voice steady as the ancient hills. "In the kindness we show, the patience we practice, the memories we make." Together under the emerging stars, Clara and Maud shared the stories they each carried. Clara read from the journal tales of heroes and heroines written in the stars, while Maud told of everyday people who embodied those same virtues. The neighbor who always had a pot of soup for anyone in need, the teacher who saw potential in every child, the friend who listened without judgment. As they spoke, Clara felt the divide between past and present blur. The quilt wasn't just a record of stories, it was an invitation to live them. The journal wasn't a relic to be preserved, it was a guide to be used. And the lullaby wasn't just a melody, it was a promise that remembrance was a living, breathing thing. That night, Clara dreamed one last time. She stood again on the starry hill, but now Liora and Lyra stood side by side, their hands clasped. The constellations above them shimmered brighter than ever before. "You have woven the threads together," Liora said, her voice full of pride. "You have reminded us that stories need both keepers and sharers," Lyra added, smiling. "One without the other is like a sky with only half its stars." When Clara woke, she knew what she had to do. She invited Maud to move into the old house with her, and together they created a new tradition. Every full moon they would gather people on the storytelling hill, neighbors, friends, even strangers, and share tales old and new. Clara would show the quilt and read from the journal, while Maud would help everyone find their own stories in the world around them. The old lullaby became their calling song, its gentle melody a thread connecting all who heard it. Where the roots run deep, the heart remembers sleep. Where stories are sown, love is grown. One evening, as fireflies began their own dance beneath the emerging stars, a young girl approached Clara. "My grandma says our family never had stories worth telling," she whispered. Clara smiled, wrapping a corner of the quilt around the child's shoulders. "Oh, but they do," she said softly. "Every time your mother shares her bread with a neighbor, that's the story of generosity. Every time your father stays up late listening to a friend, that's the story of compassion. The stories are in your hands, in your heart, in the way you live." The girl's eyes widened as she looked at her own hands, as if seeing them for the first time. "So I'm a story too." "You're the most important kind," Clara said, hugging her close. "A story that's still being written." As the seasons turned, the storytelling gatherings grew. The quilt, now mended with new patches holding new memories, remained at the center, not as an artifact to be revered, but as a living tapestry of connection. Clara understood now that heritage wasn't about preserving the past perfectly. It was about weaving it into the present with love and intention. On the anniversary of her grandmother's passing, Clara stood on the hill alone for a moment. The stars shone clear and bright, and the breeze carried the faint echo of the lullaby. She realized she could no longer distinguish between the stories she'd inherited and the ones she was creating. They had become one seamless narrative, stretching backward and forward through time. A falling star streaked across the sky, and in its brief light, Clara saw not an ending, but a beginning. She whispered the words that had become her mantra, her prayer, her promise. Where the roots run deep, the heart remembers sleep. Where stories are sown, love is grown. And in that moment, surrounded by the whispers of generations and the warmth of newfound family, Clara understood that she was both root and branch, keeper and sharer, dreamer and storyteller. The fire of remembrance would never go out, because it lived not in objects alone, but in the actions they inspired. In the quilts made together, the meals shared, the stories told, the hands held. As she walked back to the house where Maud waited with tea and fresh-baked bread, Clara knew that the greatest heirloom wasn't anything that could be held in hands, but what could be held in hearts. And that was a story that would never end. Story 12. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young girl named Liora. Her cottage stood at the edge of a great forest, where the pines whispered secrets to the oaks, and the birch trees shimmered like silver in the moonlight. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the western peaks, Liora would sit by the hearth and watch the flames dance, wondering about the world beyond her garden gate. Liora was a thoughtful child with eyes the color of moss after rain, and though she loved her home dearly, she often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl woven from twilight. Her parents were kind but practical people who believed in things they could touch and measure: the weight of harvested apples, the height of rising bread, the solidness of well-cut wood. They loved their daughter with steady hearts, but they did not understand the way she listened to the wind or how she sometimes seemed to be waiting for something only she could sense. One autumn evening, as the first chill of the season crept through the cracks around the windows, Liora was gathering kindling near the forest's edge. The sun had already retired, leaving the sky painted in shades of lavender and deep blue. As she reached for a particularly twisted branch, her fingers brushed against something warm nestled in the moss, a smooth, oval stone that glowed with a gentle, pulsing light like embers breathing in the darkness. She cupped it in her palms, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. The stone was the color of honey and amber, with veins of gold that seemed to shift and swirl as she watched. It felt alive, this little stone, as if it contained a tiny heartbeat. Without quite knowing why, Liora slipped it into the pocket of her apron, feeling its comforting warmth against her thigh as she carried her bundle back to the cottage. That night, as she lay in bed, she placed the stone on her windowsill. Its gentle glow cast soft patterns on the walls, like golden leaves dancing in a gentle breeze. For the first time in many months, Liora did not feel alone as she drifted to sleep. The next morning, she discovered something peculiar. The stone's glow had faded with the rising sun, but when she picked it up, she felt a faint pull, like a thread tugging at her heart, drawing her toward the forest. Throughout the day, as she helped her mother preserve berries and her father mend the fence, she found her gaze drifting toward the trees, the stone warm in her pocket. As days turned to weeks, the pull grew stronger. The stone began to glow brighter each evening, and sometimes, when the house was quiet, Liora thought she could hear a faint melody coming from it, a soft, humming tune that reminded her of distant wind chimes and bubbling streams. One frosty morning, when the world was hushed and silvered with dew, the pull became irresistible. The stone glowed steadily in her hand, its light pulsing in rhythm with her own heartbeat. Wrapping her warmest shawl around her shoulders and slipping the stone into her pocket, Liora stepped beyond her garden gate and into the waiting forest. The woods welcomed her with a breath of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dancing dust motes that swirled like tiny fairies. With each step, the stone's glow intensified, casting a warm circle of light around her feet. She followed its gentle guidance, moving deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. After walking for what felt like both moments and eternities, Liora came upon a stream she had never seen. Its waters shimmered with unusual clarity, and along its banks grew flowers that glowed with soft blue light. The stone in her pocket began to hum more loudly, and as she drew it out, she saw that its golden veins were now swirling rapidly. "Hello," called a voice from across the stream. "I haven't seen anyone come this way in a long time." Liora looked up to see a boy about her age standing on the opposite bank. He had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the green of deep forests. In his hands he held a cluster of the glowing blue flowers. "I'm Liora," she said, her voice softer than she intended. The boy smiled, and it was like watching sunlight break through clouds. "I'm Kaylin, you found the heartstone," he said, nodding toward the glowing object in her hand. "I wondered where it had wandered off to." "You know about this stone?" Liora asked, her curiosity overcoming her shyness. Kaylin stepped across the stream on stones that seemed placed there for that very purpose. "It's one of the guardians of the Whispering Woods. They sometimes travel beyond our borders when they sense someone who needs finding." "The Whispering Woods," Liora echoed, looking around at the suddenly unfamiliar trees. Kaylin's smile widened. "You've stepped into the hidden part of the forest. Not everyone can find it, but the Heartstone must have known you belonged here." He reached out and gently touched the stone in her palm. As his fingers brushed against hers, the stone flared with light, and for a moment Liora saw images flash through her mind. A great tree with silver leaves, a cavern illuminated by glowing crystals, and a circle of stones humming with ancient power. "Come," Kaylin said softly. "There's something you should see." Trusting this strange boy with forest eyes, Liora followed him along the stream until they came to a grove of trees, unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered with silver, and their leaves chimed softly in the breeze. In the center stood the great tree from her vision, its branches stretching toward the sky like reaching hands. "This is the heartwood," Kaelin explained. "It's where the heartstones are born. They're pieces of its magic, sent out into the world to find those who need guidance or comfort." Liora looked at the stone in her hand, understanding dawning. "It found me because I was lonely," she whispered. Kaelin nodded. "The heartstones know when someone's light is flickering. They help rekindle it." As days turned into weeks, Liora visited the Whispering Woods regularly, each time learning more about its magic from Kaelin. She discovered that the forest responded to emotion. Trees glowed brighter when she laughed, flowers bloomed when she sang, and the stream seemed to dance when she was happy. The Heartstone remained her constant companion, its glow strengthening as her connection to the hidden world deepened. One evening, as the first snow began to dust the forest floor, Kaelin took her to the crystal cavern she had seen in her vision. The walls glittered with thousands of crystals that pulsed with soft light, reflecting in the still pool at the cavern's center. "Each crystal holds a story," Kaelin told her, his voice echoing softly. "The memories of the forest, the joys and sorrows of those who have visited, the changing of seasons through centuries." Liora reached out to touch a cluster of amethyst crystals. As her fingers made contact, she felt a wave of warmth and heard the sound of children laughing. "How is this possible?" "The forest remembers," Kaelin said simply, "just as your heartstone remembers you." As winter deepened, Liora noticed something changing in the Whispering Woods. The trees seemed to hum with concern, their lights flickering uncertainly. The heartstone in her pocket sometimes grew cold, its glow dimming for hours at a time. "What's happening?" she asked Kaelin one afternoon as they warmed their hands by a spring that steamed in the cold air. Kaelin's usually bright eyes were shadowed. "The balance is shifting, the heartstones are fading and the heartwood grows quiet. We don't know why." Liora felt a pang of fear. "What can we do?" "We must journey to the stone circle at the forest's highest point," Kaelin explained. "The elders say that when the heartstones falter, someone must renew the ancient connection. But the path is difficult in winter, and the way is guarded by challenges that test one's spirit." Without hesitation, Liora said, "I'll go with you." The next morning they set out with supplies and warm clothing. The heartstone glowed steadily in Liora's pocket, its light a constant reassurance. The path led upward through snow-draped trees, their branches creating a crystalline canopy overhead. The world was hushed, the only sounds their breathing and the crunch of snow beneath their boots. As they climbed higher, the air grew thinner and colder. The first challenge appeared as a ravine spanned by a bridge made of ice. It shimmered treacherously, its surface smoother than glass. "How do we cross?" Liora whispered, her breath forming clouds in the air. Kaelin placed a hand on her shoulder. "The bridge responds to trust. Step with certainty and it will hold. Step with fear and it may crack." Liora closed her eyes, feeling the heartstone's warmth through her layers of clothing. She thought of her parents' steady love, of Kaelin's friendship, of the forest's welcoming magic. When she opened her eyes, she took the first step onto the ice bridge. Instead of slipping, her boot found purchase, as if on solid ground. Kaelin followed, and together they crossed safely to the other side. The second challenge came as a maze of frozen mist that swirled around them, obscuring the path. Within the mist, voices whispered doubts and fears. "You don't belong here," hissed one voice. "You're just a lonely girl playing at magic," whispered another. "He'll leave you like everyone else." Liora felt cold tendrils of fear wrapping around her heart. But then the heartstone flared brightly, its warmth pushing back the chill. She remembered the crystal cavern, the stories held within the forest, the way the trees glowed when she laughed. "I may be lonely sometimes," she said aloud, her voice steady. "But that doesn't mean I'm alone." The mist cleared slightly, revealing the path ahead. The final challenge awaited them at the stone circle itself. The ancient stones stood in a ring at the mountain's peak, their surfaces carved with symbols that glowed faintly in the twilight. But between them and the circle stood a figure made of shadow and ice, its form shifting and uncertain. "It feeds on hesitation," Kalen said quietly. "It becomes what you fear most." Liora watched as the figure shifted into the form of her parents, their faces disappointed. "Why are you wasting time on foolishness?" the illusion whispered with her mother's voice. "There's work to be done." For a moment, Liora faltered. But then she thought of how her parents might not understand the magic, but they had never tried to stop her explorations. They had simply loved her in their practical way. She stepped forward, the heartstone blazing like a small sun in her hand. "You're not real," she said gently. "And even if you were, I know I'm loved." The shadow figure wavered, then dissolved into mist that was carried away on the wind. They entered the stone circle as the first stars appeared overhead. The heartstone pulled toward the central altar, where a depression exactly its size and shape waited. With trembling hands, Liora placed the stone into the hollow. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft hum began to build, starting from the heartstone and spreading to the circle stones, then echoing down the mountain into the forest below. Light flowed from the circle like a river of stars, washing over the trees, causing them to blaze with renewed energy. The heartstone itself glowed brighter than ever, its light steady and strong. Liora felt the change not just in the forest, but within herself. The loneliness that had been her constant companion had transformed into connection, to Kalen, to the magic of the woods, to the understanding that she carried light within herself that needed no external validation. As they made their way back down the mountain, the forest seemed to celebrate. Trees glowed with vibrant colors, flowers bloomed despite the snow, and the very air hummed with joyful energy. When they reached the heartwood, the great tree's silver leaves chimed a welcome, and for the first time Liora understood their language, a song of gratitude and renewal. Winter turned to spring, and Liora continued to visit the Whispering Woods, her friendship with Kalen deepening like roots finding rich soil. She learned to understand the forest's language, to read the patterns in the crystals, to help tend the heartstones that now glowed with steady light. One evening, as fireflies began their dance in the twilight, Kalen led her to a quiet clearing where the heartstones gathered when they returned from their journeys. They pulsed with soft light, arranged in patterns that told stories of those they had helped. "Your heartstone wants to journey again," Kalen said softly. "It sensed someone new who needs its light." Liora felt a pang of sadness at the thought of parting with the stone that had changed her life. But she understood that its magic was meant to be shared. She cupped the stone in her hands one last time, feeling its familiar warmth. "Thank you," she whispered, "for finding me when I didn't even know I was lost." The stone pulsed brightly, filling the clearing with golden light, then rose from her hands and drifted toward the forest's edge, beginning its new journey. Liora watched it go, her heart full but not heavy. She had learned that magic wasn't about holding on, but about being part of a greater pattern of giving and receiving, of light shared and multiplied. As the seasons turned, Liora became a bridge between her practical world and the magical one. She taught her parents to hear the music in the wind, to see the stories in the firelight, to understand that some things couldn't be measured but were no less real. And in the Whispering Woods she helped tend the magic, welcoming others who found their way there, each with their own heartstone story. On quiet evenings she would still sit by her hearth, watching the flames dance. But now she saw in them the same magic that pulsed through the forest, the transformation of wood into light and warmth, the constant cycle of ending and beginning, the steady glow that persists even in darkness. And sometimes, when the fire crackled just so, she would hear a faint echo of the Heartstone's melody, a reminder that magic never truly leaves us. It simply changes form, waiting to be rediscovered by those who know how to look and how to listen. The fire burns low now, its embers glowing like a field of heartstones in the dark. The story settles around you like a warm blanket, its patterns of light and shadow dancing behind your eyelids as sleep draws near. Remember as you drift into dreams that even the quietest heart holds embers waiting to be kindled, and that the most magical journeys often begin right where you are, in the comfort of your own home, in the steady rhythm of your own heartbeat. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with gentle light and whispered wonders. Story 13. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into that deep, velvety blue that comes just before true darkness. The warmth reached out like a gentle embrace, and the scent of cedar and pine filled the air, mingling with the faint, sweet aroma of cinnamon from a forgotten cup of tea. It is in such moments that the best stories find their voice, stories that wrap around you like a favorite blanket and carry you away to places both wondrous and familiar. Our story begins with a young girl named Anya, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest. Anya was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that noticed things others often overlooked, the way a spider's web glistened with morning dew, or the particular melody of a thrush calling from the deep woods. But lately a feeling of loneliness had settled over her, a quiet emptiness that even the bustling life of the forest couldn't quite fill. She often sat on the stone step outside her home, watching the fireflies begin their evening dance and wondering if there was a place where she might truly belong. One evening, as the last rays of sun bled orange and purple across the sky, Anya noticed something unusual. Nestled amongst the roots of the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel by her gate was a small, smooth stone. It was unremarkable by day, but now, in the fading light, it began to glow with a soft, pulsing warmth, like a captured ember from a long-forgotten fire. Its light was not bright or harsh, but a deep, comforting amber that seemed to breathe in time with the forest itself. Curiosity, that quiet and persistent friend, nudged her forward. She knelt on the cool, damp earth and carefully picked up the stone. It was warmer than she expected, and holding it felt like cupping a tiny, sleeping sun in her hands. As she held it, a strange thing happened. The world around her, the chirping crickets, the rustling leaves, even the distant hoot of an owl, seemed to soften and slow, as if she were listening to it all from underwater. And then a new sound emerged, one she had never heard before. It was a faint, melodic humming, like a tune played on a distant glass flute, and it seemed to be coming from deep within the forest. Anya knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that the stone was an invitation. Clutching the warm glow in her palm, she took a deep breath and stepped beyond her garden gate into the embrace of the towering trees. The forest at night was a different world. The path she knew so well by day was now a tunnel of shadows and silver moonlight. But the glowing stone in her hand cast a small, golden pool of light around her feet, showing her the way. It illuminated the intricate patterns of ferns, made the dewdrops on spiderwebs shine like diamonds, and revealed the hidden, watchful eyes of creatures who preferred the cover of darkness. She felt no fear, only a profound sense of wonder. The humming grew clearer with every step, a gentle, pulling thread guiding her onward. She walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until she came to a part of the forest she had never seen. Here the trees grew so close together their branches intertwined to form a great living archway, woven with ivy and night-blooming flowers that shimmered with their own soft, pearlescent light. The humming was now a clear, beautiful melody, emanating from just beyond the arch. Pushing aside a curtain of silvery moss, Anya stepped through. She gasped. She stood on the edge of a vast, hidden clearing. In its center stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark was the color of silver birch, but it shimmered as if dusted with starlight. Its leaves were not green, but 1,000 shades of gold and copper, and they chimed softly together in the breeze, creating the beautiful music she had been following. This was the singing tree, the heart of the hidden world she had stumbled upon. But Anya was not alone. Sitting at the base of the magnificent tree, looking just as surprised as she was a small, fox-like creature. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its large, intelligent eyes shone like polished jet. On its forehead was a single, twisting horn that glowed with the same gentle, amber light as the stone in Anya's hand. It stopped humming and tilted its head, studying her. Anya, her heart beating a quiet rhythm of awe and trepidation, slowly knelt down. She didn't know what to say, so she simply opened her hand, showing the creature the glowing stone. The creature's eyes widened. It took a tentative step forward, then another, its movements graceful and silent. It sniffed the air, then gave a soft, chirruping sound. It looked from the stone to Anya's face, and then it did something extraordinary. It bowed its head. "You have the emberstone," it said, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves and the ringing of a small bell. "I have been waiting. Waiting." Anya whispered, her own voice feeling small in the immense, magical quiet of the clearing. "For one who can hear the song," the creature replied. "I am Kale, I am the guardian of the singing tree. Its music is the heartbeat of this hidden glen, a melody that maintains the balance between slumber and waking, between silence and sound. But lately, the song has begun to falter." As if on cue, the beautiful chiming of the leaves above them wavered. A discordant note, faint but jarring, slipped into the harmony, and for a moment the shimmering light of the tree dimmed. A ripple of unease passed through the clearing. The fireflies flickered nervously, and the night-blooming flowers seemed to curl in on themselves. "A piece of the tree's heart is missing," Kale explained, his voice heavy with a sorrow that seemed too large for his small frame. "A single perfect leaf forged from pure starlight and the first melody ever sung. It was lost many seasons ago. Without it, the song is incomplete, the balance is failing, the glen is forgetting how to be magical." He looked at the emberstone in Anya's hand. "The stone called to you because it sensed a heart that listens. It is a piece of the same magic. It can guide you to where the leaf has fallen, but the path is not on any map. It is a journey of feeling, of following the warmth and the memory of the song. Will you help me find it?" Anya looked from Kale's hopeful, worried face to the magnificent, suffering tree. Her own loneliness felt small in the face of such a loss. She thought of her quiet evenings, of wishing for a purpose, for a connection. Here it was offered to her by a glowing stone and a magical fox. "Yes," she said, and her voice was firmer now. "I will help." And so their journey truly began. They left the clearing of the singing tree, the emberstone pulsing warmly in Anya's hand, its light now pointing insistently toward a path barely visible through the undergrowth. Kale walked beside her, his soft paws making no sound, his glowing horn providing an additional pool of amber light. Their path was not a straight line. It led them through brambles that parted willingly as they approached, across streams where stepping stones of luminous fungus rose to meet their feet, and into meadows where the grass whispered secrets under a blanket of stars. The emberstone did not show them a direction so much as a feeling. When they came to a fork in the path, Anya would close her eyes, hold the stone, and feel a gentle pull, a slight increase in warmth, guiding her choice. As they walked, they talked. Kale told her stories of the hidden glen, of the seasons measured by the changing melody of the tree, of the shy, magical creatures who called it home. Anya told him of her life at the forest's edge, of her love for the small, quiet things, and of the loneliness she carried. In sharing their stories, an unexpected friendship began to blossom, warming them both from the inside out, a companionable silence often falling between them that was more comfortable than any conversation. The mystery of the lost leaf deepened. They found clues, a patch of moss that grew in the intricate shape of a musical note, a crystal-clear pool whose surface, when the moon hit it just right, reflected not the sky, but the image of a falling star. They realized the leaf hadn't simply been blown away by the wind. It had been carried off, long ago, by a creature fascinated by its light, who had then forgotten what it was and tucked it away in its hoard. The emberstone's glow led them deeper, into a part of the forest that was ancient and still. The air grew colder, and the friendly sounds of the night faded away, replaced by a profound, watchful silence. The gentle pull of the stone became an urgent, throbbing warmth. They had arrived at the entrance to a cave, hidden behind a waterfall that fell without a sound, its waters like liquid silver. Inside, the cave was not dark. It was filled with a soft, blue, phosphorescent light that came from glowing fungi and crystals embedded in the walls. And in the center of the vast cavern, curled atop a mound of what could only be described as treasure, smooth river stones, lost buttons, shiny bits of glass, and forgotten trinkets, slept a great, magnificent badger. His fur was silvery gray, and he snored softly, each breath stirring the dust motes that danced in the eerie light. And there, tucked beside his paw, gleaming with a faint, captive starlight, was the missing leaf. Cale trembled. "Borlin," he whispered to Anya. "The keeper of lost things, he is not malicious, only very old and very forgetful. He collects things that shine, and then he sleeps, and he forgets he ever found them." The challenge was clear. They could not take the leaf by force. They had to help Borlin remember. Anya's heart hammered against her ribs. She was just a girl. What could she do? But then she felt the steady warmth of the emberstone in her hand, and saw the trusting look in Cale's eyes. She thought of the singing trees' fading song, of the balance that needed to be restored. Her own small fears felt less important. She took a slow, quiet step forward. Then another. She began to hum. It was the melody she had heard from the stone, the song of the singing tree. She hummed it softly, gently, pouring into it all the feeling she had for the forest, for her new friend, for the beautiful, broken magic she was trying to help mend. Cale joined her, his bell-like voice weaving around her melody, strengthening it, clarifying it. The great badger stirred in his sleep. His nose twitched. His breathing changed. Slowly, one eye opened, then the other. They were deep, cloudy pools of wisdom and forgetfulness. He did not look angry, only confused. He looked at the two small creatures before him, and he listened to their song. A change came over his face. The clouds in his eyes seemed to part, and a memory, long buried, surfaced. He looked down at the leaf beside his paw, and a low, rumbling sigh escaped him. "The song," he murmured, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. "I remember the song, it was so beautiful. I only wanted to keep a piece of it safe." He nudged the leaf with his great nose. "But it is not meant to be kept. It is meant to be shared. It is meant to sing." With immense gentleness, he used his nose to push the starry leaf toward them. It drifted through the air like a feather made of light, and landed softly at Anya's feet. "Thank you for helping an old badger remember," Borlin rumbled, before curling back up and returning to his dreams, a peaceful smile on his face. The journey back to the singing tree was filled with a quiet joy. The emberstone in Anya's hand blazed with a happy, golden light, and the forest itself seemed to celebrate with them. Flowers bloomed in their path, and friendly night creatures peeked out from the shadows to chitter their congratulations. When they finally stepped back into the hidden clearing, the tree was waiting, its light faint and its song a fragile, struggling whisper. Cale carefully took the starry leaf. With a graceful leap, he placed it back amongst the branches, right where a small, empty space had been waiting. The effect was instantaneous. A wave of pure golden light exploded from the tree, washing over the entire glen. The leaves erupted into a symphony of such profound beauty that it brought tears to Anya's eyes. It was a song of healing, of wholeness, of joy returned. The light grew steady and strong, the shimmering leaves chiming in perfect, harmonious balance. The fireflies danced in elaborate, joyful patterns, and the night-blooming flowers unfurled completely, filling the air with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. The balance had been restored. Kale turned to Anya, his eyes shining brighter than ever. "You did it," he said, his voice full of wonder. "You listened, you followed the warmth, you helped a forgotten heart remember." Anya looked around at the rejuvenated glen, feeling the rightness of it all settle deep within her. The loneliness that had lived in her heart was gone, replaced by a warm, steady glow of connection and purpose. She had not found a place to belong, she had helped create one through friendship, courage, and a willingness to listen. The emberstone in her hand had cooled, its job complete. But as she looked at it, she saw it was no longer a plain stone. It had transformed into a perfect, tiny golden leaf, its surface etched with the same delicate patterns as the singing tree's own. "So it can remember you," Kale said softly. "And so you can always find your way back." As the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, painting the clearing in soft shades of rose and lavender, Anya knew it was time to return home. She said a quiet goodbye to Kale, promising to visit often. The path back through the forest felt different. She knew its secrets now. She was a part of its story. She arrived at her cottage just as the sun was cresting the hills. The world was waking up, birds beginning their morning chorus. She slipped inside, the golden leaf now hanging on a ribbon around her neck, warm against her skin. That night and every night after, Anya would sit by her window, looking out at the forest. And if she listened very carefully, on the very edge of the wind, she could hear it, the faint, beautiful chime of the singing tree, a lullaby of balance and friendship that wrapped around the world. And as you listen to the crackle of this fire and feel its warmth on your skin, you can hear it too if you try. It's in the rhythm of the flames, in the soft sigh of the settling logs. It's a song of wholeness, of journeys taken and friendships found, a gentle reminder that even the quietest heart can hold immense courage, and that the smallest light can guide us home. So close your eyes now, and let the music of that far-off tree and the warmth of this good fire carry you into peaceful, dreamless sleep. All is well. The story is told, the balance is kept, and the world is full of hidden, gentle magic. Sleep well. Story 14. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm orange light dancing across the room like a host of friendly spirits. Outside, the winter wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in the cozy warmth, a story was waiting to be told. A story about a girl, a stone, and the hidden world that glowed just beyond sight. In a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest lived a girl named Anya. She was a quiet child with thoughtful eyes the color of moss after rain, and she often felt a peculiar loneliness that even her loving parents couldn't quite soothe. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Anya preferred to wander the forest paths, listening to the conversations of birds and the secrets told by rustling leaves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Anya was returning from one of her solitary walks. Her fingers were chilled, and she tucked them into the woolen folds of her cloak, breathing plumes of silver into the crisp air. It was then that she noticed it, a soft, pulsing glow emanating from beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity, that quiet companion of lonely hearts, drew her closer. Kneeling on the mossy ground, she carefully moved aside the fallen leaves and exposed what appeared to be a stone, but unlike any stone she had ever seen. It was smooth and oval, fitting perfectly in her palm, and it glowed with a gentle, warm light that seemed to breathe in time with her own heartbeat. The color reminded her of embers in a dying fire, full of hidden warmth and promise. As her fingers closed around the stone, a remarkable thing happened. The forest around her seemed to come alive with new sounds, a soft, melodic humming from the trees, a chorus of tiny voices from the undergrowth, and a warmth that spread through her chilled hand and up her arm, settling comfortably in her chest. "Hello," she whispered into the gathering twilight. A rustle came from the ferns nearby, and from between the green fronds emerged a creature no larger than her thumb. It had delicate wings like frosted maple seeds and eyes that sparkled like dew. Its skin shimmered with the same warm glow as the stone in Anya's hand. "You can see me?" the tiny creature asked, its voice like the tinkling of distant wind chimes. Anya nodded, too astonished to speak. The creature fluttered closer. "The Emberstone has chosen you. It hasn't glowed for many seasons." It tilted its head, studying her. "You carry loneliness in your heart. The stone always finds those who need its warmth most." "What is it?" Anya finally managed to ask, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a key," the creature explained, "and a guide. It reveals what has always been here but remains unseen by most." It gestured around them. "The forest is full of life you've never noticed. We've been here all along, watching over these woods." The creature introduced itself as Flicker, a glow-wisp of the elder wood. As darkness settled completely, Flicker's natural glow joined with the stone's soft light, creating a cozy pool of illumination around them. "Come," Flicker said, "there is something you should see." With the Emberstone glowing warmly in her hand and Flicker dancing ahead like a living spark, Anya followed deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. The ordinary path she knew so well transformed before her eyes. Flowers that had appeared closed for the night now bloomed with soft inner light, their petals radiating hues of gold and soft blue. Trees revealed intricate patterns of phosphorescent moss that traced stories along their bark. The very air seemed to shimmer with magic. They came to a clearing where a circle of mushrooms glowed with an ethereal light. Flicker flew to the center and gestured for Anya to join her. As she stepped across the mushroom boundary, the world shifted subtly. The sounds of the ordinary forest faded, replaced by a symphony of soft voices, gentle laughter, and melodic humming. All around the clearing, creatures of light and shadow moved gracefully. Some resembled Flicker, while others looked like small animals adorned with glowing patterns or plants that moved with purpose and awareness. They were preparing for something, hanging strands of glowing lichen between trees and arranging luminous blossoms in intricate patterns. "It's the moon dance," Flicker explained, alighting on Anya's shoulder. "When the moon is at its highest point, we celebrate the longest night of winter. We've been preparing for weeks." Anya watched in wonder as the hidden folk worked together. A family of hedgehog-like creatures, with quills that glimmered like starlight rolled glowing berries into patterns on the ground. Willowy beings with bark-like skin and hair of trailing moss-wove garlands of light through the branches. Everyone had a role, everyone contributed, and the air hummed with shared purpose and quiet joy. Yet Anya noticed something. Despite the beautiful preparations, there was an undercurrent of concern. The lights seemed dimmer than they should be, the voices less exuberant. Flicker noticed her observation. "The heart fire is fading," she confessed sadly. "The central fire that binds our celebration, its embers are growing cold. Without its warmth, our lights dim and our magic fades. We've tried everything to rekindle it, but nothing works." Anya looked at the stone in her hand, which pulsed sympathetically. "Can this help?" she asked. Flicker's glow brightened with hope. "The Emberstone I had almost forgotten. It is said to share its warmth with those in need, but it cannot work alone. It needs a willing heart to guide it. Anya didn't hesitate. Show me the heart fire. I want to help. They moved to the center of the clearing, where a depression in the earth held what should have been a roaring fire, but instead contained only faintly glowing embers. The hidden folk gathered around, their lights flickering uncertainly. Anya knelt before the fading fire, the emberstone warm in her hands. She closed her eyes, thinking of all the times she had felt cold and alone, how she had longed for connection. She thought of the unexpected friendship with Flicker, the welcoming presence of these hidden folk, and the stone that had trusted her with its light. Without quite knowing what she was doing, she began to hum, a soft, wordless melody that came from somewhere deep within. As she hummed, memories surfaced, her mother's laughter as they baked bread together, her father teaching her the names of constellations, the comfort of her blanket on chilly mornings, the first snowflake of winter landing on her nose. The emberstone grew warmer, its light intensifying. Tiny sparks, like friendly fireflies, began to drift from the stone toward the dying embers. As each spark landed, an ember glowed more brightly. The hidden folk began to join her humming, their voices weaving together into a tapestry of sound that vibrated with hope and shared warmth. Anya continued to pour her memories of connection into the stone, the time the village had worked together to rebuild Old Man Hemlock's roof after the storm, the way her neighbors always shared their harvest surplus, the unspoken understanding between friends who need no words. The embers began to crackle softly, then flames, gentle, warm, and golden, licked upward. The fire grew, not roaring and wild, but steady and true, its warmth spreading through the clearing like a comforting embrace. Cheers erupted, tiny and musical, as the hidden folks' lights brightened in response to the renewed heart fire. The clearing glowed with renewed energy, and the preparations for the moon dance took on new enthusiasm. Flicker danced around Anya's head, her light now brilliant with joy. You've done it, the stories were true, the emberstone responds to memories of connection. You've shared your warmth with us. As the moon reached its highest point, the celebration began in earnest. The hidden folk joined hands or paws or wings and danced in intricate patterns around the fire. Their movements cast shifting shadows that told stories on the forest floor. The air filled with music made from rustling leaves, tapping twigs, and melodic voices raised in ancient songs. Anya found herself swept into the dance, guided by small hands and encouraged by smiling faces. She who had always felt separate now felt woven into something larger than herself. The loneliness that had been her constant companion melted away in the warmth of the fire and the acceptance of these magical beings. During a lull in the dancing, an elder creature with antlers that glowed with soft light approached her. His voice was like the deep, resonant sound of the forest itself. You have given us back our light, child of the human world. In return, we offer you a gift, the understanding that you are never truly alone. Connection is all around you, waiting to be seen if you only know how to look. He placed his hand over the emberstone, which now glowed with a steady, contented light. This stone will always remind you of the warmth you carry within and the connections that bind all living things. You need only hold it and remember this night. As the first hints of dawn tinged the sky, the celebration gradually wound down. The hidden folk began to retreat to their hidden homes, their lights gradually fading as daylight approached. Flicker accompanied Anya back to the edge of the forest. Will I see you again? Anya asked, her heart suddenly heavy at the thought of returning to her ordinary world. Flicker's light pulsed warmly. We are always here, and now you know how to see us. The forest will never be the same for you again. She touched Anya's cheek with a tiny hand that felt like a warm breeze. Remember what you learned tonight. Warmth grows when shared, and light shines brightest against darkness. With that, Flicker faded into the emerging daylight, leaving Anya standing at the forest's edge with the emberstone still glowing softly in her hand. The walk back to her cottage felt different. The winter morning no seemed longer cold and barren, but full of hidden life. She noticed the intricate patterns of frost on leaves, the way sunlight caught in spiderwebs turning them into delicate jewelry, the cheerful chatter of sparrows gathering breakfast. The world had become magical because she now knew how to look at it. When she arrived home, her mother was stirring the morning porridge over the fire. "You're up early, my dear," she said with a warm smile. Anya hugged her, breathing in the familiar scent of cinnamon and wood smoke that always clung to her mother's apron. "I learned something important last night," she said. Her mother stroked her hair. "Did you now? Well, the world is full of lessons for those with open hearts." Anya showed her the ember stone, which still pulsed with its gentle light. "It's beautiful," her mother said, not questioning its magical nature, but accepting it as naturally as she accepted the sun rising each morning. That day, Anya moved through her world with new eyes. She noticed the baker's kind words to the elderly woman who could barely see, the way children shared their sweets without being asked, the unspoken understanding between the farmer and his old dog. Connections were everywhere, weaving an invisible tapestry of warmth and community that she had never properly appreciated. In the days that followed, Anya visited the forest often, sometimes catching glimpses of Flicker or other hidden folk going about their business. They would exchange smiles or waves, a silent acknowledgement of their shared secret. The emberstone continued to glow, its light fluctuating with her moods, brighter when she felt connected, softer when she needed reminding. One particularly cold afternoon, she found a young fox caught in a trap some careless hunter had left behind. Its eyes were wide with fear and pain. Without hesitation, Anya approached slowly, speaking soft words of comfort. The emberstone in her pocket grew warm, and she placed her hand near the fox's injured leg. The fear in the animal's eyes eased, replaced by trust. It allowed her to carefully release the trap and examine the wound. Using knowledge she didn't know she possessed, perhaps gifted by the forest itself, she found healing herbs, crushed them with a stone, and applied them to the injury with a strip torn from her petticoat. The fox licked her hand once before limping away into the undergrowth. As it disappeared, Anya saw Flicker watching from a branch above, her light pulsing with approval. Winter gradually loosened its grip on the land. The days grew longer, and the first brave snowdrops pushed through the melting snow. Anya found herself spending more time in the village, joining the other children in games, but now she truly saw the connections between them, the shared laughter, the unspoken rules of fairness, the quick comfort offered for scraped knees or hurt feelings. She began to notice others who felt as she once had, the new family's child who stood awkwardly at the edge of the playground, the elderly widow who watched the world from her window, the shy boy who preferred books to ball games. Remembering her own loneliness, she reached out with small kindnesses, an invitation to play, a freshly baked muffin left on a windowsill, a question about what book someone was reading. The emberstone often warmed in her pocket during these moments, a quiet acknowledgement that she was continuing the work it had begun. On the eve of spring, the hidden folk held another celebration, this time to welcome the changing seasons. Anya was invited as an honored guest. The clearing glowed with renewed energy, the heart fire burning strong and steady. Flicker greeted her with joyful circles in the air. "Look how you've grown," she chimed. "The stone's light has become part of you now." Anya realized it was true. She no longer needed to hold the stone to feel its warmth. It lived within her, a steady glow of connection and compassion that she could share with others. The elder with the glowing antlers approached. "You have learned the stone's greatest lesson," he said. "True magic isn't in spectacular displays, but in the quiet moments of understanding, the small acts of kindness, the recognition that we are all connected in ways seen and unseen." As the seasons turned, Anya became known in her village as someone with a special warmth about her. People found themselves sharing their stories with her, drawn by her quiet understanding. She never revealed the hidden folk or the emberstone, but she shared their lessons freely. That everyone carries inner light, that connection heals loneliness, that small kindnesses can transform lives. Years passed and Anya grew into a woman, but she never lost her connection to the hidden world. She became the village storyteller, sharing tales carefully edited for human ears around evening fires. Children especially loved her stories, often falling asleep with dreams of gentle forest magic and the importance of kindness. One winter evening, much like the one when her adventure had begun, Anya noticed a quiet child sitting apart from the others, watching the fire with lonely eyes. She recognized that look. She had seen it in her own reflection long ago. After the other children had been tucked into bed, she approached the lonely child. "I have something to show you," she said softly, leading them to the window. Outside, the snow was beginning to fall, each flake catching the moonlight in a delicate dance. Anya placed a warm hand on the child's shoulder. "Sometimes," she whispered, "if you look very carefully at just the right moment, you can see the magic that's always there." As if on cue, a soft pulsing light moved between the trees at the forest's edge, a familiar glow that Anya would know anywhere. The child's eyes widened in wonder. "Remember this moment," Anya said gently. "Whenever you feel alone, remember that there's more to this world than meets the eye. There is warmth waiting to be found, connections waiting to be made, and light that shines even on the darkest nights." The child looked up at her, and for the first time that evening, a real smile touched their lips. "I'll remember," they promised. Anya smiled, feeling the familiar warmth of the emberstone, both the physical one she kept in a special box and the one that lived permanently in her heart. The circle remained unbroken, the warmth continued to spread, and the magic persisted in the quiet moments between heartbeats. And as the fire crackled its comforting rhythm and the winter night settled deeply around the sleeping village, the story ended exactly where it had begun, with warmth, with connection, and with the quiet understanding that we are never truly alone in this vast, beautiful, magical world. Story 15. In the quiet corner of the Andromeda Reach, where stardust gathers like frost on forgotten window panes, there drifted a small, luminous space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not built for war or commerce, but for wonder, a place where travelers from distant worlds could rest their weary souls and share glimpses of the cosmos they called home. Its halls were woven from crystalline fibers that hummed gentle lullabies, and its viewports shimmered with the soft, ever-changing light of nearby nebulae. It was here that two beings, each from worlds unknown to the other, found themselves drawn one tranquil cycle. The first was a being from the world of chroma, a place where emotions were not spoken but shone in radiant hues across delicate, petal-like skin. His name was Kalen, and he moved with a dancer's grace, his form shifting between soft blues when he was thoughtful and warm golds when he was joyful. He did not speak in words but in color, a language of light that conveyed more than sound ever could. The second was from the Harmony Peaks of Lyra, where communication flowed not through sight but through sound. Her name was Lyra, and her body was adorned with gently vibrating filaments that produced soft, melodic tones. When she was calm, she hummed a low, reassuring frequency. When curious, her notes rose in a questioning scale. She understood the universe not by its colors, but by its songs. They met in the station's central garden, a place where flora from 100 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence under a dome that showed the star-strewn blackness of space. Kalen was tending to a cluster of luminescent blossoms that pulsed in time with his mood, while Lyra was listening intently to the harmonic resonance of a singing vine. At first they simply observed one another, two strange and beautiful creatures, so different, yet both clearly captivated by the garden's tranquility. Kalen glowed a curious lavender, and Lyra answered with a soft, chiming tone. Neither understood the other, but something in their spirits recognized a kindred curiosity. Over the next few cycles, they began to explore ways to communicate. Kalen would flash a pattern of colors, soft green for friendship, shimmering silver for wonder, and Lyra would respond with a sequence of notes, trying to match the emotion she sensed. There were misunderstandings, of course. Once Kalen shimmered a bright orange, which on his world meant excitement, but Lyra misinterpreted the vibrancy as alarm and let out a high, sharp note that made the garden flowers wilt slightly. They both paused, then Kalen softened to a gentle rose, and Lyra answered with a soothing hum. They had startled each other but not offended, and in that moment they shared their first silent laughter, a bubbling joy that needed no translation. They decided to create a space of their own within the garden, a nook hidden behind waterfalls of liquid light and curtains of weeping star moss. Here they built a shelter from crystalline fragments and woven sonic reeds, a place that reflected both light and sound in perfect harmony. They called it the Glimmer Nook, and it became their sanctuary. In this shared space, they learned more of each other's worlds. Kalen showed Lyra how the flowers of chroma changed color with the emotions of those who nurtured them. Lyra taught Kalen how the vines of Lyra could be tuned to sing constellations into being. They discovered that by combining their gifts, they could make the flowers bloom in hues that sang, and the vines chime in notes that glittered. But their greatest challenge came during the passing of the twin comets, a celestial event that brought beings from many systems to the Starlight Haven's observatory. In the crowd, a misunderstanding arose. A visitor from a stern, pragmatic world accidentally brushed against Lyra, and her filaments rang out in a startled discord. The visitor, misunderstanding the sound as aggression, responded with a sharp gesture that made Kalen flare in protective crimson. For a moment, tension crackled in the air. But then Kalen did something unexpected. Instead of brightening further in anger, he softened to a pale, calming blue. Lyra, understanding, let her notes fall to a gentle, reassuring drone. They stood together not as adversaries, but as friends demonstrating a better way. The visitor, moved by their quiet dignity, offered a gesture of apology, and the moment passed like a cloud before the sun. That evening, as the twin comets painted silver streaks across the dome of their Glimmer Nook, Kalen and Lyra sat together in comfortable silence. Kalen's glow was a deep, contented indigo, and Lyra's hum was the steady frequency of peace. They had not needed words to bridge the gap between their worlds, only patience, kindness, and the willingness to learn. In the cycles that followed, others began to visit the Glimmer Nook, beings of light and sound, of thought and touch, all drawn by the story of two friends who had built a small piece of unity in a vast universe. The Nook grew not in size but in spirit, becoming a symbol of what could be achieved when differences were not just tolerated, but cherished. And on quiet nights when the stars seemed to lean in close to listen, Kalen and Lyra would sit together in their sanctuary, sharing the universal language of kindness, watching distant suns being born and old ones fading gently into memory, each comforted by the presence of a friend who spoke in a different tongue, yet understood perfectly all the same. For in the end, it was not the colors or the notes that truly mattered, but the warmth that passed between them, a warmth that needed no translation, a warmth that felt like home. Story 16. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley where the mountains whispered secrets to the stars, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was not the kind that roared with lightning or shook the earth, but rather the gentle sort that hummed in the dew on spiderwebs and lingered in the scent of baking bread at twilight. Each evening, as the great copper clock tower chimed 7 times, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the cobblestone streets would glow like pathways of fallen constellations. Our story begins on an autumn evening when the air carried the crisp scent of apples and wood smoke. A young girl named Lyra, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, sat by her window tracing patterns on the fogged glass. Lyra had a gift for noticing things others overlooked, the way ants marched in perfect formation after a rainstorm, or how the old maple tree's leaves turned a day earlier than all the others. That night, however, she noticed something truly strange. The stars above Willowbrook were vanishing. Not all at once, but one by one, as if a great invisible hand were plucking them from the sky like ripe berries. Where the constellation of the silver swan usually glimmered, there was now a dark, empty patch. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. She rubbed her eyes, thinking perhaps she was tired, but when she looked again, another star, this one from the hunter's bow, flickered and went out. The next morning, the village buzzed with talk of the missing stars. Old Finn, who tended the library, claimed he'd seen the river flowing backwards at dawn. Mrs. Bramble the baker swore her cinnamon rolls had turned blue in the oven. And young Timothy, who loved chasing fireflies, said the meadow flowers were shifting colors, pink to purple to gold, right before his eyes. Lyra, her mind whirring with possibilities, decided to investigate. She packed a satchel with a thermos of spiced cider, a notebook, and her grandmother's brass spyglass. Her first stop was the clock tower, where the keeper, an elderly man with a beard like frosted moss, was polishing the giant gears. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Lyra asked. The keeper nodded slowly. "The chimes," he said. "They've been ringing a minute late since yesterday, and the pendulum, sometimes it swings the wrong way for just a heartbeat." Lyra jotted this down, her pencil scratching softly against the paper. As she left, the clock chimed 9 times, but she counted 10 seconds between the 5th and 6th chime, a tiny hiccup in time. Next, she visited the river bank, where the water murmured over smooth stones. Sure enough, as the sun climbed higher, she spotted it, a leaf floating upstream instead of down. But only for a moment, before it continued its normal course. It was as if the river itself was forgetful, briefly losing its way. Lyra sat on a mossy rock, sipping her cider and thinking. These odd happenings felt connected, like pieces of a puzzle. She remembered an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When stars forget to gleam at night, and rivers flow without their might, seek the map the sky has cast. Find the key to mend the past. A map in the sky. Lyra gazed up at the daytime blue, wondering. That evening, as the first stars timidly reappeared, though fewer than before, she set up her spyglass in the meadow. The flowers around her shimmered, their petals drifting through the color spectrum like slow-moving rainbows. It was beautiful, not frightening, but Lyra felt a growing urgency. She noticed Timothy chasing not fireflies, but will-o'-the-wisps that danced in the dusk. "They're leading me somewhere," he called, and Lyra decided to follow. The lights bobbed toward the ancient woods, where the trees grew thick and whispered secrets on the wind. But just as Lyra thought they might be onto a clue, the wisps dissolved into mist near a patch of glowing mushrooms, a red herring, though a delightful one, for the mushrooms turned out to be edible and tasted of honey and dreams. Undeterred, Lyra returned to the village and consulted old Finn in the library. The air there smelled of yellowed pages and lavender sachets. Finn showed her an antique map of Willowbrook, drawn on badger skin. "Look," he pointed, his knobby finger tracing a pattern of dots around the village perimeter. "These mark the standing stones, but see how they align with the missing stars." Lyra's eyes widened. The stones formed the same shapes as the constellations that were vanishing. She rushed outside, the map clutched in her hand, and began checking each stone. At the northern stone, carved with a swan, she found a single silver feather. At the western stone, shaped like a bow, there was an arrowhead made of moonlight. She collected these tokens, her heart pounding with excitement. But the mystery deepened when she reached the eastern stone, which should have been a bear. Instead, she found a small, trembling hedgehog caught in a bramble. As Lyra gently freed it, she realized the brambles had grown unnaturally fast, weaving a net around the stone. The hedgehog nuzzled her hand gratefully before scurrying away. That night, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering on roofs like fingertips drumming a lullaby, Lyra had a revelation. The mishaps weren't malicious, they were symptoms of a sadness. Something or someone was hurting, and the magic of Willowbrook was reflecting that pain. She remembered the nursery rhyme again, find the key to mend the past. What if it wasn't a literal key? What if it was empathy? Lyra returned to the clock tower, where the keeper was watching the pendulum swing erratically. "It's lonely," she said suddenly. The keeper raised an eyebrow. "The tower," Lyra explained. "It's been here for centuries, but everyone just passes by. Nobody listens anymore." So that evening, the villagers gathered at the foot of the clock tower. They brought blankets and lanterns, and they listened. They heard the gears grinding, the pendulum swooshing, and beneath it all, a faint, melodic sigh, the sound of the tower's heart beating. As they listened, the chimes began to ring true again. Next, they visited the river, and instead of simply crossing it, they waded in, feeling the water's cool embrace. They told stories of the river's generosity, how it provided fish, how it carved the valley, how it sang them to sleep. And as they spoke, the water flowed steadily once more. Finally, they went to the standing stones, each family adopting one. They cleaned the moss from the carvings, left offerings of flowers and shiny stones, and sang the old nursery rhymes. Lyra placed the silver feather at the swan stone, the moonlit arrowhead at the bow stone. As the last note of their song faded, the stars blazed back into existence, brighter than ever. The constellations glittered, and from the sky drifted down a soft, luminous dust that settled on the village, a thank you. The flowers in the meadow stabilized into their proper colors, the cinnamon rolls returned to golden brown, and the will-o'-the-wisps danced in joyful circles. The real culprit, they realized, was not a monster or a spell gone wrong, but neglect. The magic of Willowbrook had simply longed to be noticed, to be loved again. And in solving the mystery, the villagers had rediscovered their connection to each other and to the world around them. That night, as Lyra lay in bed, the clock tower chimed perfectly, the river murmured its constant song, and the stars winked through her window. She smiled, knowing that sometimes the greatest magic was paying attention, and that in a world full of wonders, a little empathy could mend almost anything. And with that thought, she drifted into dreams, wrapped in the cozy certainty that her village was, and always would be, a place of gentle magic and kind hearts. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung heavy in the air as Finn shuffled along the familiar path behind the old mill. 10 years old, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful expression, Finn often felt like a misplaced pebble in the bustling stream of Millhaven village. While other children chased frogs in the reeds or played raucous games of tag, Finn preferred the quiet company of the whispering woods. They possessed a peculiar knack, a quiet noticing the intricate pattern on a moth's wing, the precise moment a dewdrop fell from a fern, the subtle shift in a badger's path. It wasn't magic anyone else saw, just Finn's way of being in the world. One crisp autumn day, driven by a restlessness he couldn't name, Finn ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The usual chirps and rustles seemed hushed, expectant. Then Finn noticed something unusual, a cluster of impossibly vibrant blue mushrooms, glowing faintly, circling the base of a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Finn placed a small hand against the cool, rough bark. Instead of solid wood, Finn's hand sank in, as if dipping into cool, clear water. A gasp escaped him. He pulled back, heart pounding, but the bark remained solid. He touched it again, pressing gently. The same yielding sensation. Taking a deep breath, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn pushed forward. He stumbled not into darkness, but into a breathtaking twilight glade. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very plants. Giant luminous flowers pulsed gently like slow hearts. Trees with silver bark and leaves like spun moonlight swayed soundlessly. A carpet of velvety moss, softer than any blanket, cushioned Finn's feet. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted on unseen currents. This was Whisperwood, Finn realized with a surge of wonder, a world folded within the world, hidden from ordinary sight. In the center of the glade, near a pool of water reflecting the luminous canopy above, sat something. Finn froze. It wasn't frightening, but utterly unexpected. Roughly Finn's height, it appeared sculpted from moss, lichen, and smooth river stones. Twigs formed its limbs, capped with acorns for knuckles. Bright green moss covered its torso, dotted with tiny white star-like flowers. Its face was a smooth, polished gray stone, featureless except for two deep, calm pools of darkness where eyes should be. It radiated a profound sense of stillness and ancient patience. "Hello," Finn whispered, voice barely audible in the profound quiet. The moss being turned its stone face slowly towards Finn. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating deep in Finn's chest. It wasn't speech, but a feeling curiosity, a gentle welcome. An image bloomed in Finn's mind, sunlight filtering through green leaves, the slow drip of water onto stone. "Peace. I'm Finn," he offered, stepping closer. I touch the tree." The being hummed again, a warmer tone this time. An image of Finn's hand touching the ancient oak filled his mind, followed by a sense of recognition, like finding a familiar path. It gestured slowly with a mossy limb towards the pool. Finn peered in. The water wasn't just reflecting the luminous plants. It seemed to hold shifting scenes within its depths, a glimpse of Millhaven's bridge, a flash of the sun on the river, a close-up of a dragonfly's iridescent wing. It was like looking into the forest's own memory. Over the next few days, Finn returned whenever he could, drawn by the quiet magic and the strange companionship. He learned the being's name wasn't a sound, but a feeling thrum. Thrum communicated through resonant hums and vivid, wordless images projected directly into Finn's mind. Finn would talk, sharing stories of the village, his quiet observations, his feeling of being different. Thrum would respond with images of interconnected roots beneath the forest floor, the slow turning of seasons, the vital dance of sunlight and rain. Thrum embodied the deep, patient wisdom of the earth itself. Their unlikely friendship blossomed. Finn showed Thrum the smooth, skipping stones he collected by the river bank. Thrum, in turn, guided Finn to hidden springs where the water tasted sweeter than honey, and groves where luminous berries grew, filling Finn with a gentle warmth. Thrum taught Finn to listen differently, not just with ears, but with his whole being. Finn learned to feel the faint tremor in the ground signaling a distant deer, to sense the subtle shift in the wind before rain, to understand the silent language of the plants. His quiet noticing deepened into a profound connection. One afternoon, as Finn sat beside the memory pool, sharing a story about Old Man Hemlock's grumpy cat, the water rippled violently. The serene images shattered, replaced by swirling darkness. A foul, acrid smell, utterly alien to the glade's sweetness, momentarily filled Finn's nostrils. Then the water cleared, showing a distressing scene. The Millhaven River, the village's lifeblood, looked sickly. Its usual clear, sparkling flow was sluggish, murky, and tinged with an unnatural, oily green. Dead fish floated belly up near the banks. The vibrant reeds were wilting, turning brown at the edges. Thrum emitted a low, distressed hum that vibrated through the mossy floor. Images flooded Finn's mind, tangled roots choked with thick sludge, fish gasping for clean water, flowers drooping with poison petals. A wave of profound sorrow emanated from Thrum, mixed with a deep, rumbling anger that felt like the earth groaning. The poison was spreading, Thrum conveyed, seeping into the hidden streams that fed Whisperwood itself. If it reached the heartspring, the luminous pool before them, the source of the glade's magic, Whisperwood would wither and die. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Finn's wonder. What's causing it? How do we stop it? Thrum projected an image of the river upstream, beyond the village boundaries, near the old, abandoned quarry. Then came images of thick, viscous liquid oozing from cracked barrels half buried in the earth, seeping relentlessly into the soil and groundwater. Human carelessness. Poison. The source needed to be found and cleansed, but Thrum's form, rooted in the slow rhythms of the earth, was ill-suited for navigating the human world quickly. Thrum could sense the sickness, understand the flows, perhaps even heal the land, but finding the precise source amidst the tangled human landscape required a different kind of sight. Finn understood. His quiet noticing, his ability to see the small things others missed, wasn't a weakness here. It was a key. I can find it, he said, determination hardening his voice. I know the woods around the quarry. I can find where the poison is coming from. Thrum hummed, a complex sound carrying both worry and immense trust. It reached out a mossy hand. In its palm rested a single, perfect acorn. But this acorn shimmered with an inner light, swirling with colors like captured sunlight and deep earth. Take this, the image came. It holds a piece of Whisperwood's heart. When you find the source, hold it to the earth. It will show me the way to mend. Finn carefully took the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly against his palm, a tangible link to Thrum and the glade. He tucked it safely into his deepest pocket. I'll find it, he promised. The journey back through the oak felt different. The vibrant magic of Whisperwood clung to him like cobwebs, but the weight of the task settled heavily on his small shoulders. The familiar woods now seemed charged with urgency. He noticed things he might have overlooked before, a patch of unusually wilted ferns near a deer trail, a faint, unpleasant tang beneath the usual forest scents carried by a breeze from the quarry direction. His quiet noticing became a focused search. Reaching the outskirts of the quarry was jarring. The lush forest gave way to scarred earth, steep gravel slopes, and the skeletal remains of old machinery. The river here was a narrow stream choked with debris, its banks stained with unnatural colors. The acorn in Finn's pocket pulsed warmly. He followed its subtle pull, scrambling over loose rocks, his eyes scanning the ground, the waterline, the crumbling quarry walls. He noticed a cluster of flies buzzing persistently near a crevice at the base of the quarry wall, ignoring the decaying rubbish nearby. Focusing, he saw a faint, dark stain on the rocks below the crevice, almost hidden by loose gravel. Kneeling, he brushed the gravel aside. Beneath it, the earth was dark and slick, smelling sharply of chemicals. Peering into the crevice, he saw the glint of corroded metal, the corner of a rusted barrel, wedged deep within the rock. Thick, greenish-black sludge oozed slowly from a split seam, dripping relentlessly onto the poisoned ground and trickling towards the stream. "This is it," Finn whispered, his heart pounding. He pulled the glowing acorn from his pocket. Its light intensified, casting warm, dancing patterns on the grim surroundings. Remembering Thrum's instruction, Finn pressed the acorn firmly against the poisoned earth right where the sludge dripped. The effect was immediate. The acorn pulsed like a tiny star, its light pouring into the ground. The dark stain seemed to recoil from the radiance. Finn felt a powerful vibration travel up his arm, not from the acorn but through it, deep into the earth itself. It was Thrum's presence, vast and ancient, reaching across the hidden pathways of the world, guided by the acorn's beacon. He saw in his mind's eye Thrum in the glade, mossy hands plunged deep into the soil beside the heartspring, channeling Whisperwood's pure, life-giving energy along the invisible root lines and water veins straight to this poisoned source. Above Finn, the earth rumbled softly. Tiny cracks appeared in the quarry wall around the crevice. Not destructive cracks, but like the earth stretching. Roots thick and strong and glowing faintly with the same light as the acorn, snaked out from the surrounding soil. They moved with deliberate purpose, not like plants, but like intelligent tendrils. They pushed into the crevice, wrapping around the leaking barrel with surprising gentleness but immense strength. Finn watched, awestruck, as the roots seemed to absorb the oozing sludge, drawing the poison into themselves. The thick, toxic flow slowed, then stopped entirely. The dark stain on the ground beneath the acorn began to lighten, the foul smell dissipating, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth. The roots retracted, pulling the crushed, now inert barrel remnants deeper into the earth, burying the evidence of the poison far below. The cracks in the rock sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace. The acorn's light dimmed, returning to its gentle pulse. Finn felt the deep vibration fade, replaced by a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a surge of pure, clean energy washing over him from the cleansed ground. It was done. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn made his way back to the ancient oak. He touched the bark, felt the familiar yielding coolness, and stepped back into Whisperwood. Thrum was waiting by the heartspring, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. The distress in the glade had lifted, the air hummed with pure, vibrant life. Thrum's stone face seemed to radiate warmth. A deep, resonant hum of pure gratitude and joy filled the glade, shaking the luminous petals of the giant flowers. Images flooded Finn's mind, clear water rushing through the Millhaven River, fish darting silver flashes through the reeds, wildflowers blooming brightly on the banks. The village saved. Whisperwood safe. The connection between their worlds strengthened. "Thank you, Seeker," the feeling resonated. Your seeing eyes found the wound. Your courage brought the cure. Finn sat beside Thrum, the glowing acorn resting in his palm. He didn't feel like a misplaced pebble anymore. He felt like a bridge, a vital connection between the bustling world above and this hidden, whispering world below. He had used his quiet gift not just to observe, but to act, to heal. He had found friendship in the most unexpected form, and discovered his own place in the vast, interconnected web of life. The following days in Millhaven were filled with relieved chatter. The river cleared miraculously overnight, the fish returned, and the wilting reeds sprang back with astonishing vitality. Old Man Hemlock declared it a blessing, while the village elders scratched their heads, mystified. Finn listened, a small, secret smile playing on his lips. He noticed the cleaner scent of the water, the brighter song of the birds, the renewed vigor in the plants along the bank. He noticed the way the ancient oak by the mill path seemed to stand just a little taller, its leaves a deeper green. He visited Thrum often, sharing stories of the village's recovery. Thrum shared the deeper healing, how the poison streams beneath the earth were slowly clearing, how the heart spring pulsed with strong, clean energy. Their friendship deepened, a silent understanding passing between the boy who saw the small things and the ancient spirit who understood the vast flow of life. One crisp evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky above Millhaven, Finn stood on the bridge, watching the river flow clear and strong beneath him. He felt a familiar warmth in his pocket. He pulled out the glowing acorn. Its light was soft, steady, a tiny piece of Whisperwood's heart beating in rhythm with his own. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the deep, quiet hum of connection. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the seeker, the bridge, the quiet guardian of the hidden glade. He looked up at the dark silhouette of the woods, knowing Thrum was there, a sentinel of moss and stone, watching over the deep magic. The world felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more connected than it ever had before. He took a deep breath of the cool, clean air, scented with wood smoke from the village chimneys and the damp earth of the riverbank. A profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and comforting as a blanket by the fire. The adventure was over, but the friendship, the connection, and the quiet magic would endure, a secret strength tucked away in his heart, and in the gentle glow of an acorn, forever linking his world to the whispering heart of the woods. The river murmured its constant song below, a lullaby of renewal as Finn turned for home, the path lit by the first silver rays of the moon and the quiet, enduring light within. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. Grandfather, Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. What's this? The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea. He tapped the side gently. She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her. That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail, if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home. Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull. The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song? Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water. La 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 luminous. Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. The shadow feeds on loneliness, Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned. Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight, pure and liquid silver, streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, Dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark, and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear. His den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. "Wake," Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. "The long dark," she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. "Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply." Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with Thistle and Bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. "Balance isn't stillness," Fern murmured to all, "but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales." Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lyra. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lyra spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lyra stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lyra decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lyra followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lyra to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lyra thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lyra's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lyra met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lyra of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lyra traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lyra closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lyra realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lyra returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lyra knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lyra slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there. The ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. We need to cross, Lady Rill, Ben said politely, holding up the button. The finder's button leads us across. Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important. Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. Something lost, something cold, she sighed dramatically. Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash. She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. Listen. Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up, vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. We need to be still, he said softly to Thistle. We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath. Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. We need to find something, Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. It's important, the button led us here. The starling hopped closer. Finder's button points to what needs finding, clever thing, the mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm, makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast. The badger harumphed. The path through the mist isn't a path you see, the starling continued. It's a path you feel, follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses, deep in its heart. Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist, it was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. Follow me, Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. "This is it," Ben breathed. "This is what needed finding." He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. "Friendship is warm," Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heartstone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment, miles away, seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin, high in the shadowed attic, held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. The village of Willow Hollow nestled between whispering pines and a chuckling brook, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. Here cobblestone paths wound past cottages with mossy roofs, and the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth. Young Finn, with eyes like polished river stones, loved his home's quiet rhythm, until the day the ordinary began behaving extraordinarily. It started subtly. Mrs. Bramble's prize-winning teapot, usually content to whistle a cheerful tune, began pouring lavender-scented tea instead of Earl Grey. Then old Mr. Thistle's garden rake danced a jig among the carrots when no one was looking. By week's end, woolen mittens knitted themselves into curious star shapes overnight, and the bakery's sourdough loaves emerged from the oven speckled with edible silver glitter. Whispers fluttered through Willow Hollow like autumn leaves. The quiet fidgets, folks called it, a gentle, puzzling unrest among everyday things. Finn, ever observant, noticed patterns others missed. The oddities always happened near dusk and only around objects touched by many hands, a well-loved teapot, a shared rake, community knitting wool. Determined to help, he visited the village's wisest soul, Lyra, who lived in a cottage shaped like a toadstool, its walls woven with living honeysuckle. Her eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled kindly. "Ah, Finn," she murmured, stirring a pot of moonflower syrup that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. "The world whispers when it's unsettled. We must listen with more than our ears." That evening, as fireflies blinked like tiny lanterns, Finn and Lyra sat on her porch. She handed him a magnifying glass framed in willow wood. "Look closely, child. Magic leaves traces softer than cobwebs." Finn peered at a fidgeting knitting needle. There, glimmering faintly on its surface, were minuscule, iridescent footprints, like those of a tiny, nervous bird. "Pixie tracks," breathed Lyra. "But pixies are merry tricksters. These prints tremble. Something troubles them." Their investigation led them to the heartwood tree, an ancient oak at the village center, its bark etched with generations of wishes. Beneath its roots lay the pixie post, a hollow where villagers left offerings of honey or shiny pebbles for good luck. That night they found the post in disarray. The usual gifts were scattered, and the air hummed with a faint, anxious buzz. Hiding behind a clover leaf was Pip, a thumb-sized pixie with moth-wing sleeves, wringing her hands. "It's the grumble stone," she piped, voice like a shaken bell. "It rolled into our nest beneath the post. It mutters such sad, heavy thoughts, and its grumbles make everything jittery." Pip led them down a root tunnel into a cavern glittering with crystal dew. There, wedged among pixie feather beds, was a smooth, gray stone, ordinary except for the low, rhythmic murmur it emitted. "No one notices, too plain, forgotten." Lyra knelt, her palm hovering above it. "This isn't just a stone, Finn. Feel its energy." Finn placed his hand near it. A deep loneliness pulsed from it, cold as forgotten cellar air. "It's not magic," realized Finn softly. "It's unhappy. It came from the brook, maybe tumbled down in the last storm, and all the village's shared warmth above made it feel left out. The solution came not through spells, but empathy. Every heart needs to belong," said Lyra. With Pip's help, they gently carried the grumble stone to the brook's sunniest bend, where dragonflies skimmed the water. Finn placed it among friendly, chattering river stones. Then, inspired, he fetched the village's polishing cloth, used by everyone to buff the wishing bell, and gave the stone a gentle rub. As the cloth passed over it, the stone's murmur softened into a contented sigh. Shiny, warm home. The next morning, Willow Hollow awoke to restored peace. Teapots whistled familiar tunes, rakes stood quietly, and bread baked golden brown. But something new graced the brook's edge. The stone, now gleaming like quartz, sat amidst its kin, radiating a soft, happy hum that harmonized with the water's song. Villagers, noticing its newfound glow, began leaving smooth pebbles beside it, a tiny, welcoming council. That evening, Finn joined Lyra by her crackling hearth, sipping lavender tea that tasted perfectly of lavender. The greatest magic, she said, her firelight casting dancing shadows, is often kindness. Even stones remember how it feels to be seen. Outside the brook chuckled, the wind sighed through pines, and the heartwood tree stood guardian over a village where every belonging, large, small, or even stony, had found its place. And as Finn walked home beneath a sky dusted with stars, he knew the deepest mysteries were solved not with wands, but with watching eyes and a willing heart, ready to mend what was quietly broken. Sleep wrapped around him like a soft quilt, filled with the comforting certainty that in Willow Hollow all was well, and all would ever be well. Deep within the heart of the world lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood, a place where moonlight wove itself into the very fabric of existence. Here the night did not bring darkness, but a soft, silver-touched glow that painted the world in shades of pearl and shadow. The air hummed with a quiet magic, the kind that settles in your bones and whispers of forgotten dreams. On such a night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves found herself unable to sleep. She padded softly through the mossy undergrowth, her paws making no sound on the velvet carpet of fallen pine needles. Above her, the branches of the elder trees swayed gently, their leaves murmuring secrets in a language only the forest understood, a soft rustling that spoke of faraway winds and starlit journeys. She came to a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver, and here she paused, listening. The forest was alive with sound, the gentle patter of dew beginning to form on leaves, the distant babble of a stream conversing with smooth, water-worn stones, and the occasional soft hoot of an owl from the highest branches of the great oak, the oldest tree in Lumenwood. It was this owl that the young fox sought. She had heard tales of his wisdom, of how he understood the secret languages of all things, the whispered stories of stones, the singing of streams, and the deep, slow dreams of trees. As if summoned by her thoughts, a feather-soft sound rustled above, and the owl descended on silent wings to perch on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "You are restless, little one," he said, his voice like the stirring of leaves in a gentle breeze. The fox nodded, her whiskers trembling. "The forest feels different tonight. There's a tension in the air, like the world is holding its breath." The owl blinked slowly. "The seasons are turning. Autumn's gold is giving way to winter's slumber. The forest knows it is time to rest, but change is always accompanied by a certain quiet unease." He gestured with his beak toward a cluster of glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue-green light. "Watch," he whispered. As they watched, the bioluminescent fungi began to brighten and dim in a rhythmic pattern, casting dancing shadows on the tree trunks. It was a language of light, a silent conversation between earth and root. "They are sharing memories of summer," the owl explained, storing its warmth and light for the long sleep ahead. The young fox tilted her head. "But how does that help? The cold will still come." "Ah," said the owl, "that is where the magic lies. The forest does not fight the cycles, it embraces them. It understands that rest is not an ending, but a gathering of strength." As if to illustrate his point, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Each droplet carried with it the promise of renewal, whispering to the roots below of the life they would nurture come spring. "Listen to the rain," the owl murmured. "It speaks the language of hope. Each drop is a story waiting to be told to the sleeping seeds." The fox closed her eyes, and in the gentle percussion of rain on leaves, she heard it, a soothing, rhythmic melody that eased the restlessness in her heart. "Come," said the owl, spreading his wings. "There is more to see." He led her to the banks of the whispering stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. The fox watched as the stones seemed to absorb the moonlight, glowing with a soft, internal radiance. "The stones remember," the owl said. "They have witnessed countless turnings of the seasons. They know that after every winter, without fail, the spring returns." One particularly large stone, moss-covered and ancient, seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth. The fox approached it cautiously and laid her paw upon its surface. To her surprise, she felt a deep, resonant hum, the stone's slow, steady heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the earth itself. "It's comforting," she whispered. The owl nodded. "That is the wisdom of the stones. They teach us constancy, patience. They remind us that some things endure through all changes." As the night deepened, the rain ceased, and the clouds parted to reveal a tapestry of stars. The clearing where they stood began to shimmer as thousands of fireflies emerged, their golden lights weaving intricate patterns in the air, a living constellation mirroring the one above. "The fireflies write the stories of the night sky upon the air," the owl explained. "They are the scribes of the starlight, reminding us that even in darkness there is beauty and guidance." The young fox watched, mesmerized, as the light patterns shifted and danced. She noticed how they sometimes formed shapes she recognized, a curling fern, a falling leaf, a snowflake, each a promise of the season to come. "I think I understand now," she said softly. The unease I felt, it wasn't fear, it was just the forest preparing to dream. The owl's eyes gleamed with approval. "Exactly so, the tension you sensed is like the moment between breaths, necessary, natural. Without the quiet of winter, the exuberance of spring would have no meaning." As they stood together in the starlit clearing, the forest seemed to sigh contentedly. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in a soothing lullaby, while the stream continued its gentle babbling, a constant, reassuring presence. "Remember this night," the owl said, his voice growing softer as the first hints of dawn tinged the eastern sky with pale rose and lavender. "Remember that rest is not emptiness but fullness in waiting. That darkness is not absence but a different kind of presence." The young fox nodded, feeling a peace settle over her that was as deep and sure as the roots of the ancient trees. She watched as the bioluminescent fungi gradually dimmed their lights, storing their glow for another night. The fireflies settled among the dewy grasses like fallen stars. "Thank you," she whispered to the owl, but when she turned, he had already taken flight, a silent shadow against the brightening sky. Alone but not lonely, the fox made her way back to her den. As she curled up in her soft bed of dried ferns and moss, she listened to the waking forest, the first birds beginning their morning songs, the gentle creak of trees stretching in the dawn light, the distant murmur of the stream still sharing its stories with the stones. And she understood, as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a cycle of rest and renewal that would continue long after her seasons had turned. The magic of Lumenwood wasn't just in the glowing mushrooms or whispering trees. It was in this understanding, this deep, abiding peace that comes from knowing that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest rest, the world is dreaming of new wonders yet to come. Outside her den, the first snowflake of the season drifted down, catching the morning light like a tiny prism before settling softly on a moss-covered stone, a perfect, quiet promise of the peace that winter brings. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Anya who often felt as though she carried a small, cold space inside her chest. While other children laughed and played in the sun-dappled meadows, Anya would often wander alone, her footsteps quiet as falling leaves, her eyes always searching for something she could not name. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Anya sat by her window watching the first stars appear. A peculiar restlessness stirred within her, a feeling like a moth fluttering against glass. She slipped from her house and followed a path she had never taken before, one that led away from the warm glow of cottage windows and into the embrace of the ancient forest that bordered the village. The trees stood like silent guardians, their branches weaving patterns against the deepening blue of the sky. Anya walked until the village sounds faded completely, replaced by the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the occasional hoot of an owl beginning its nightly watch. Just as the darkness became nearly complete, she noticed something extraordinary, a faint, pulsing glow coming from between the roots of a great oak tree. Kneeling, she discovered a plant unlike any she had ever seen. Its leaves were velvety soft and dark as midnight, but from its center bloomed a flower that seemed woven from captured starlight. Each petal shimmered with a gentle, rhythmic pulse, casting soft patterns of light upon the surrounding moss. As Anya reached out hesitantly, the flower's glow brightened slightly, as if in recognition. "Hello, little one," she whispered, her breath forming silvery clouds in the cool air. Carefully, so carefully, she cupped the blossom in her hands. To her astonishment, it detached easily from its stem, resting in her palm like a living ember. Its light pulsed warmly against her skin, and as she held it, the peculiar coldness in her chest began to fade, replaced by a sensation not unlike sipping hot tea on a winter's morning. With the glowing flower cradled in her hands, Anya noticed something else, a path she was certain hadn't been there moments before. It was bordered by mushrooms that gave off their own soft bioluminescence, creating a winding trail deeper into the forest. The starflower in her hands pulsed a little brighter, as if encouraging her forward. And so her journey began. The path led her through parts of the forest that felt both familiar and utterly strange. Ancient trees stood with bark that seemed to shift and change in the flower's light, sometimes appearing as ordinary oak and maple, other times looking like silver-barked sentinels from a forgotten age. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Anya emerged into a clearing where the moonlight fell in silvery pools. At the center stood a creature that made her catch her breath, a great fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Between its paws rested a small, intricately carved box that seemed to be made of polished moonstone. "You've found the star nettle," the fox said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. Few can even see it, let alone have it respond to their touch. Anya, though startled, found she wasn't afraid. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a key," the fox replied, "and a guide. It responds to those who carry emptiness within them, not because they are lacking, but because they have space for wonder." The fox nudged the moonstone box forward. "This contains something that has been lost for many turnings of the seasons. The star nettle has chosen you to help return it." Anya opened the box to find a single, perfect feather that shimmered with all the colors of the aurora. As she lifted it, the feather seemed to weigh nothing at all, yet she could feel its importance humming in the air around them. "The forest of whispers is fading," the fox explained sadly. "The memory of magic is slipping away like sand through fingers. This feather belongs to the guardian of the northern lights who has slept too long. Without its return, the balance between worlds will tip, and this forest, and all the magic it contains, will fade into ordinary woods." The fox explained that the journey would take her to the northern meadows, where the sky touched the earth. She would need to follow the star nettle's glow, which would brighten as she drew closer to her destination. There would be challenges, the fox warned, not of monsters or dark forces, but of doubt and loneliness. And so Anya set out, the star nettle pulsing in one hand, the feather resting safely in her pocket. The forest seemed to shift around her, paths appearing and disappearing according to some ancient design known only to the woods themselves. The first night, as she curled beneath the roots of a sheltering tree, Anya discovered the star nettle's second gift. When held close, it emitted a warmth that kept the autumn chill at bay. As she drifted to sleep, the flower's light played across her closed eyelids, and she dreamed of dancing lights in faraway skies. Her journey continued through landscapes that blurred the line between dream and reality. She crossed streams where the water sang soft lullabies as it flowed over smooth stones. She passed through groves where the trees whispered stories of ages long past, their voices like the creaking of old rocking chairs. Sometimes the path would fade, and doubt would creep into Anya's mind. What was she doing, a child alone in an enchanted forest? But then the star nettle would pulse reassuringly, and a new path would reveal itself, marked by glowing mushrooms or fireflies that danced in deliberate patterns. After 3 days of travel, Anya came to a place where the forest grew quiet, too quiet. The usual rustlings and chirpings had faded away, leaving only the sound of her own breathing. Before her stretched a bridge made of woven vines and ancient wood, arching over a ravine so deep she couldn't see the bottom. The bridge looked fragile, swaying gently in the breeze. The star nettle's glow dimmed slightly. Anya's heart beat faster. She thought of turning back, of finding another way around. But as she peered into the gloom of the ravine, she realized there was no other path. The forest pressed in tightly on both sides, leaving the bridge as the only way forward. Taking a deep breath, she placed one foot on the bridge. It creaked ominously but held. Step by careful step, she made her way across, her hands gripping the vine railings tightly. Halfway across, a wind rose up from the ravine, causing the bridge to sway more violently. The star nettle slipped from her nervous fingers, tumbling down into the darkness below. No, Anya cried, her voice small against the vastness. For a moment she stood frozen, her heart aching with loss. The warmth that had comforted her was gone, and the familiar coldness began to creep back into her chest. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she had failed. Without the star nettle, how would she find her way? How would she complete her task? But then she remembered the feather in her pocket. She took it out, and though it gave no light, holding it made her feel slightly better. She thought of the great fox's words, that the star nettle had chosen her not because she was fearless, but because she had space for wonder. Perhaps it had chosen her because she knew what it was to feel loss, and thus understood the importance of what she was trying to restore. Steeling herself, Anya continued across the bridge, one careful step at a time. When she finally reached the other side, she collapsed onto the soft moss, breathing heavily. She was safe, but alone in the deepening dark without her guiding light. As night fell completely, Anya noticed something. Though the star nettle was gone, the memory of its warmth lingered in her hands. And when she held the feather to her heart, she realized that the courage she had found to cross the bridge had come from within herself, not from the magical flower. It was then that she heard a soft sound, a faint pulsing glow coming from further down the path. Hurrying forward, she found the star nettle resting gently on a bed of moss, completely unharmed. It glowed brighter than ever as she approached, as if it had known she would find her way to it. Tears of relief filled Anya's eyes as she carefully picked up the flower. "You came back," she whispered. The star nettle pulsed warmly in response, and Anya understood. The magic wasn't just in the flower. It was in her connection to it, in her willingness to continue even when afraid. Days turned into weeks as Anya journeyed northward. The air grew colder, and the first snowflakes began to dance in the air. The forest changed around her, the trees becoming slender white birches that stood like bones against the gray sky. The star nettle's glow grew stronger with each passing day, its light reflecting off the frost that coated every surface. One evening, as the northern lights began to shimmer overhead like curtains of emerald and violet, Anya emerged from the forest into a wide meadow blanketed in snow. At the far end stood a magnificent creature, a great bird with feathers that shimmered with the same otherworldly light as the aurora above. But the bird stood motionless, its eyes closed, as if trapped in an enchanted sleep. This was the guardian. Anya approached slowly, the star nettle glowing so brightly now that it cast no shadow. She could feel the feather in her pocket humming in recognition. As she drew near, she saw that the guardian looked weary, even in sleep. Its magnificent plumage seemed dimmed, and its breathing was shallow. Remembering the moonstone box, Anya took out the feather. The moment it left her pocket, it floated upward as if caught by an invisible breeze, then gently drifted down to rejoin the guardian's plumage. Where it settled, a soft light spread through the bird's feathers, like warmth returning to cold hands. The guardian's eyes fluttered open, eyes that contained entire galaxies within their depths. It regarded Anya with ancient knowing, then bowed its great head in gratitude. "Thank you, child of the mortal world," its voice echoed in her mind, gentle as falling snow. The forgetting had almost taken me completely. As the guardian stretched its wings, the northern lights above flared into brilliant life, dancing with renewed energy. Colors Anya had never seen before, impossible colors that existed only in dreams, swirled across the sky. The very air seemed to sparkle with renewed magic. "The balance is restored," the guardian said. "Because of your courage, the forest of whispers will remember itself. The magic will flow again." Anya felt the cold space inside her chest fill completely, not with magic, but with a deep sense of peace and connection. She had found what she hadn't known she was searching for. The journey home was different. The forest seemed brighter, more alive. Trees she passed seemed to lean slightly toward her, as if in gratitude. Animals she had never seen before, creatures of light and shadow, peeked out from behind trees before disappearing again. The star-nettles' glow gradually dimmed as they neared the village, its job complete. When she reached the great oak where she had first found the flower, it pulsed one last time before floating from her hands and reattaching itself to its stem. The glow faded until it was just an ordinary-looking plant once more, though Anya knew the magic was still there, waiting for the next person who needed to find it. The great fox was waiting for her at the forest's edge. "You have done what few could," it said, its autumn-colored fur blending with the falling leaves. "The forest remembers you now. Whenever you need its comfort, it will welcome you." Anya returned to her village as the first true snow began to fall, blanketing the world in soft white. She slipped back into her house and into her bed without waking anyone. As she drifted to sleep, she could still see the northern lights dancing behind her closed eyelids. The next morning and in the days that followed, Anya seemed changed to those who knew her. The quiet sadness that had often clouded her eyes was gone, replaced by a quiet knowing. She still enjoyed her solitary walks in the woods, but now she moved with purpose, as if sharing secrets with the trees. On clear winter nights, when the northern lights were particularly bright, Anya would sometimes slip away to the forest's edge. There she would often see a flash of autumn-colored fur or hear a voice like rustling leaves, and she would know that the magic she had helped save was thriving. And sometimes, when she placed her hand against the bark of certain ancient trees, she could feel a faint, familiar warmth pulsing within, the memory of magic and of a journey that had transformed not just a forest, but a young girl who had discovered that the greatest magic often lies not in extraordinary things, but in the ordinary courage to care for them. As the years passed, Anya became the village storyteller, sharing tales of enchanted forests and northern lights with wide-eyed children. She never spoke of her own journey, but sometimes, when telling particularly magical stories, her hands would cradle an invisible warmth, and those listening would feel an unexplained sense of peace settle over them. On the night she became a grandmother for the first time, as she held her newborn grandchild by the fireplace, Anya noticed a familiar pulsing glow coming from the window. Outside, nestled in the snow, was the star-nettle, glowing gently, as if to welcome the new life into a world that still held magic for those who knew how to look for it. And as the baby's eyes fluttered closed in sleep, Anya began to whisper a story of enchanted forests and gentle foxes, of bridges that required courage to cross, and of lights that danced in faraway skies. Her voice wove a tapestry of warmth and wonder that wrapped around the sleeping child like a blanket, ensuring that the magic would continue, passed down through stories and through hearts brave enough to believe in them. Outside, the northern lights danced in celebration, their colors reflected in the falling snow, while deep in the forest, a great fox smiled beneath the ancient trees, knowing that the magic was safe for another generation. And somewhere between waking and dreaming, a star nettle pulsed gently, waiting for the next heart that needed its light. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms, not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand, with skin like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes, a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds, and Mrs. Gable baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the stars seemed to hang just a little lower than anywhere else, and the air always carried the gentle scent of rain-kissed moss and honeysuckle. Each evening, as the great clock tower chimed 7 times, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the cobblestone streets would glow like pathways of fallen constellations. But lately, something peculiar had begun to happen. It started with the flowers. Old Man Hemlock's prized midnight blue petunias, which usually bloomed only under moonlight, began changing colors at odd hours, shifting to lavender at dawn, then butter yellow by midday. Then came the whispers about the stars. Young Finn, who loved stargazing from his attic window, was the first to notice. Each night, one more star seemed to be missing from the sky, as if plucked gently from the heavens like a berry from a bush. But the oddest happening of all was the way time seemed to flow backwards in small, harmless ways. Mrs. Gadberry's freshly baked apple pies would sometimes cool and return, unbaked, to their doughy state. Raindrops would occasionally pause mid-fall and drift upwards. No one was frightened, only deeply curious. In the heart of Willowbrook lived a quiet, observant young girl named Lyra. She noticed things others often overlooked, the way the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny pearls, the particular rhythm of the wind chimes outside the bakery, and the hidden meanings in the nursery rhymes the elders sang. It was Lyra who first connected the strange events to an old verse sung by the village children. When petals dance in daylight hue, and stars forget the paths they knew, when clocks unwind and pies unbake, the forest's heart begins to wake. Find the map the moon has drawn, before the final star is gone. Lyra decided to investigate. With a small satchel of ginger biscuits and a warm woolen cloak, she set out just as the first drops of a gentle rain began to patter against the cobblestones. The sound was soothing, like 1,000 tiny fingertips tapping lullabies. Her first clue led her to the village library, where ancient maps hung faded and forgotten. The librarian, a kind woman with spectacles perched on her nose, showed Lyra a map of the valley drawn on what looked like moth-wing parchment. "This map," the librarian whispered, "is said to change with the phases of the moon." And indeed, as Lyra looked closely, she saw that the illustration of the forest seemed to shift ever so slightly, as if breathing. Following a trail of silver moss that only appeared under rain-soaked moonlight, Lyra ventured into the whispering woods. The trees here grew close together, their leaves forming a canopy that shimmered with trapped starlight. Wind chimes made of seashells and copper hung from low branches, tinkling softly in the breeze. Deep in the woods, she met a badger wearing a tiny waistcoat, who was muttering to himself as he tried to remember where he'd buried his favorite teacup. This, Lyra thought, must be a red herring, a distraction. But being empathetic, she helped the badger search, and together they found not only the teacup but a hidden grove where the flowers grew in perfect spirals, each petal holding a dewdrop that reflected a missing star. "Thank you, dear child," said the badger, sipping tea from his recovered cup. "You know the stars aren't missing, they're hiding, they're afraid." "Afraid of what?" asked Lyra softly. But the badger only shook his head and offered her a lavender biscuit before shuffling away. Lyra continued her journey, now following a path of glowing mushrooms that pulsed in time with the distant clock tower chimes. She met other creatures along the way, a family of squirrels knitting scarves from dandelion fluff, an owl reading a book of poetry upside down, each offering small clues that seemed like distractions but instead revealed wonderful secrets about the forest. Finally, she reached the Heartwood Glade, where the oldest tree in Willowbrook stood. Its bark was etched with markings that mirrored the constellations. And there, curled at the base of the tree, was a small, shimmering creature no bigger than a hare, with fur like melted starlight and eyes that held the deep blue of twilight. It was trembling. Lyra approached slowly, her steps silent on the velvety moss. "Hello," she whispered. "I'm Lyra. Are you the one who's been borrowing our stars?" The creature looked up, its eyes wide. "I am," it said in a voice like wind through pine needles. "I am a starling. My family lives in the constellations, but our youngest sibling fell to Earth weeks ago. I've been trying to find them, and I thought if I took stars from the sky one by one, I could build a ladder back up. But I grew lonely and afraid, and my magic began to unravel. That's why time flows strangely and the flowers change color. My sorrow affects the world around me." Lyra sat beside the starling. "We can't help you look," she said gently. "You don't have to do this alone." That night, Lyra returned to Willowbrook with the starling hidden in her cloak hood. She gathered the villagers in the town square, where lanterns swung gently in the drizzling rain. She explained everything, and the community decided to help. Using the old nursery rhyme as a guide, they deciphered the moon-drawn map together and realized the fallen star was not lost at all. It had been sleeping in the clock tower, nestled among the gears, lending its light to make the chimes sound sweeter. With the help of the badger's teacup, which turned out to be a magnifying glass, the squirrel's dandelion scarves, which could catch starlight, and the owl's upside-down poetry, which contained a forgotten constellation chart, they reunited the starling with its sibling. As the two stars embraced, their light swelled, filling the sky with a brilliance that returned every missing star to its rightful place, and added one more, shining even brighter than the rest. The strange happenings ceased. The flowers bloomed in their proper colors, time flowed forward once more, and Mrs. Gadberry's pies stayed perfectly baked. But Willowbrook was changed in the best of ways. The villagers now took time to gaze at the stars together, to share stories, and to help one another with even the smallest of tasks. And Lyra. She became the village's gentle guardian of mysteries, always ready to listen, to observe, and to remind everyone that even the most peculiar problems can be solved with empathy and friendship. Now, as the clock tower chimes echo softly through the valley, and the wind whispers through the chimes, the stars above Willowbrook shine just a little brighter, knowing the village below is full of kind hearts ready to welcome wonder in each other. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of Whispering Woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into Whispering Woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than Old Man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart. Come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort. Shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. "Whispering oaks," Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, "are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart. She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon. Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. "It's okay," Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. "It's just a storm, it's just change. You're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow." He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine. Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person, and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook that sang lullabies all through the night, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path softened into mossy earth, and where the fireflies danced in patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. Each evening, as the ancient clock tower chimed 7 times, its bronze bells echoing through the misty air, Anya would sit by her window and watch the stars begin to pepper the velvet sky. But one autumn evening, as the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke curled from chimneys, and the wind chimes hanging from every eave played their gentle melodies, something peculiar happened. The stars did not appear. Well, not all of them. The constellation known as the Silver Swan, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed the shape of a swan in flight, was missing entirely from the heavens. In its place was a patch of empty, dark sky that seemed to swallow the moonlight. The next morning the village awoke to whispers and wonder. Old maps were unfurled in the town square, and elders squinted at parchments that showed the positions of stars from centuries past. No one could recall such a thing ever happening before. Some thought it an omen, others believed it a trick of the clouds. But Anya, with her curious heart and keen eyes, noticed something else. The flowers in her window box, usually a cheerful sun yellow, had turned a soft, shimmering silver overnight, the same silver of the missing stars. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the thatched roofs and leaves outside, Anya decided to investigate. She pulled on her warmest woolen cloak, its hood lined with rabbit fur, and stepped out into the misty air. Her first stop was the home of Elder Bram, the village stargazer, who lived in a crooked little house filled with telescopes and star charts. "The silver swan is gone, child," he murmured, shaking his head as he peered through a brass spyglass. "But look, the other constellations remain unchanged. It's as if those 7 stars decided to take a holiday." Anya frowned thoughtfully. "Elder Bram, have you noticed anything else unusual lately?" The old man tapped his chin. "Well, now that you mention it, the town clock struck 6 times at 7 o'clock last evening. Backwards, you might say, and my morning tea went cold the moment I poured it. Very odd indeed." Thanking him, Anya continued her walk, the rain now a soft drizzle that made the world glisten. She passed by the village baker, who was scratching his head over a tray of burnt scones. "They were perfect a moment ago," he sighed. Then, poof, burnt to a crisp, as if time jumped ahead. Anya's ears perked up. Time jumping. Backwards clocks. Silver flowers. It had to be connected. That evening she sat by her crackling fireplace, a quilt wrapped around her shoulders, and hummed an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the swan takes flight from the velvet night, and time flows like a stream, seek the place where shadows dance, by the light of a silver dream. Could it be a clue? Anya had always thought it just a sweet rhyme, but now it seemed to hint at something more. The next day, she decided to follow the rhyme's advice. The place where shadows dance, that had to be the old willow grove at the heart of the forest, where sunlight dappled through leaves in shifting patterns. With a small satchel of oat cakes and a flask of spiced apple cider, Anya ventured into the woods. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and pine. Wind chimes hanging from low branches, left by previous travelers, tinkled softly in the breeze. As she walked, she noticed more oddities, a stream that seemed to flow uphill for a few feet before correcting itself, and mushrooms that glowed with a faint silver light. Deep in the willow grove, she found something extraordinary. There, nestled between the roots of the oldest tree, was a small, trembling creature, no larger than her hand. It had fur the color of moonlight and eyes like liquid starlight. It was shivering, and with each shudder, the air around it flickered. A tiny silver star would appear and vanish above its head. "Hello there," Anya whispered, kneeling slowly. "You look lost." The creature, a starling, she realized, a being she'd only read about in old tales, looked up with wide, fearful eyes. "I am," it squeaked. "I fell from the silver swan constellation when a gust of cosmic wind blew too strong. I've been trying to get back, but every time I try to fly, I disrupt things. Time, colors, light, it's all connected to a star folk." So that was it. The missing stars weren't missing. One was simply earthbound and causing gentle chaos with its distress. Anya sat with the starling for a long while, sharing her oat cake and listening to its story. It had been trying to find a way back home, but grew weaker with each failed attempt. The silver flowers, the backwards time, the burnt scones, all were side effects of its magical energy leaking into Glimmerbrook. "I remember the rhyme now," the starling said softly. "By the light of a silver dream, that means I need starlight to regain my strength, but not just any starlight. I need the light of a kind heart reflected in something silver." Anya thought for a moment, then smiled. "The village well," she said. "Its bucket is made of polished silver, and on a clear night it reflects the stars perfectly." Carefully she carried the starling back to Glimmerbrook, where the villagers had gathered in the square, murmuring about the strange occurrences. When they saw Anya with the tiny celestial being, their fear turned to wonder. Together they devised a plan. As night fell, they polished the silver bucket until it shone like a mirror. They placed it by the well, right where the moonlight could catch it. Then one by one they held out lanterns, not to light the darkness, but to reflect their own warmth and kindness into the silver surface. The starling perched on the edge of the bucket, and as it gazed into the shimmering reflection, a pool of starlight and human kindness, it began to glow brighter and brighter. The silver flowers in Anya's window box lifted their faces, and all across the village, time righted itself with soft, whirring clicks. The clock tower chimed 7 times, perfectly in tune. Then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the starling rose into the air, growing brighter and larger until it was a brilliant star once more. It soared upward, returning to its place in the constellation, and the silver swan was whole again, shining more brightly than ever before. The villagers cheered, not with loud shouts, but with soft laughter and embraces. They had faced a mystery not with fear, but with curiosity and empathy, and in doing so, they had helped a lost friend find its way home. That night, as Anya lay in her bed, listening to the gentle rain and the distant wind chimes, she looked out her window and smiled. The silver swan glowed peacefully in the sky, and the flowers in her window box had returned to their sunny yellow, though now at their centers there was a faint, permanent silver sparkle, a reminder of the night their kindness lit up the heavens. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that some mysteries are not meant to frighten, but to bring us closer together, under the same sky, in the same gentle, starlit peace. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the lumina's leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Liora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Liora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Liora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Liora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom not for themselves, but for the world." Liora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Liora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Liora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Liora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Liora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Liora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Liora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Liora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be given a gift." Liora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Liora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Liora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship, and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Liora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Liora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Liora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Liora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Liora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Liora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Liora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Liora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Liora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Liora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Liora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Liora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Liora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. Leo had always been curious about the old oak tree at the very edge of his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets on even the stillest days. His grandmother called it the listening tree, but she always cautioned him against venturing too close to the hollow nestled within its massive trunk. "Some doors," she'd say with a twinkle in her eye, "are best opened when you're ready for the journey beyond." One crisp autumn afternoon, the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples heavy in the air, Leo felt ready. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweet and unfamiliar tugged at him. He approached the hollow. Instead of the dark space he expected, shimmering light, like trapped sunshine filtered through honey, spilled out. Taking a deep breath of the cool, sweet air, Leo stepped inside. The light enveloped him, warm and soft as spun gold against his skin. When it cleared, he found himself not in darkness, but standing on a path of smooth, moon-pale stones, winding through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Whisperwood. The trees weren't merely tall, they soared like cathedral pillars, their bark a mosaic of silver and deep violet. Their leaves weren't green, but shimmering shades of sapphire and emerald, casting dappled light that danced on the path like living jewels. Bioluminescent flowers, shaped like tiny bells and glowing with soft blues, pinks, and golds, carpeted the forest floor, pulsing gently as if breathing. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, like a giant, contented cat purring, and carried the scent of crushed mint, vanilla orchids, and warm stone after rain. Overhead, creatures that looked like floating dandelion seeds, but glowing with soft internal light, drifted lazily on unseen currents. Leo felt a thrill of pure wonder tingle from his scalp down to his toes. He hadn't walked far when a soft chime sounded beside him. A cluster of tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, hovered near a large, glowing mushroom. They looked like they were spun from spun glass and starlight, with delicate, iridescent wings that hummed faintly. Their large, luminous eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. These were the glow sprites. One darted forward, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and chimed again, a sound like tiny crystal bells. It seemed to be pointing towards a fork in the path where a large, moss-covered stone partially blocked the way. Leo understood. "Thank you," he whispered, bowing slightly. The sprites chimed happily, swirling around his head for a moment in a shower of sparkling dust before flitting back to their mushroom. Approaching the mossy stone, Leo saw the problem. The path forked, but the right-hand way was almost completely obscured by thick, velvety moss cascading from the stone and hanging vines heavy with luminous purple berries. He needed to clear it gently. As he reached out to push aside the moss, it shifted. A pair of large, sleepy eyes blinked open from within the moss itself. A creature resembling a small, incredibly fluffy bear entirely covered in the softest, deepest green moss, yawned, revealing a tiny pink tongue. It stretched, mossy limbs extending, and regarded Leo with calm, ancient eyes. This was a moss bear, Leo instinctively knew. He remembered his grandmother's advice about respecting the quiet places. Instead of pushing, he bowed again. "Excuse me, please," he said softly. "I don't mean to disturb your rest, but I'm trying to pass this way." The moss bear studied him for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately, shifted its bulk just enough to clear the path. It gave a soft, rumbling purr that vibrated through the ground and settled back down, its eyes closing peacefully. Leo carefully stepped past, brushing a gentle hand over the cool, soft moss on the creature's back. "Thank you," he murmured. The path led downwards now, towards the source of the melodic thrumming he'd heard earlier. It opened into a breathtaking clearing. A wide, shallow river flowed here, its water crystal clear and shimmering with every color imaginable like liquid rainbow catching the light. But the most astonishing sight was the riverbed itself. It was covered in smooth, polished stones, but these stones weren't inert. They glowed softly, each radiating its own unique hue: deep amethyst, fiery topaz, serene aquamarine. And they were singing. Not with voices, but with pure, resonant tones that vibrated through the air and water, creating the forest's harmonic hum. Leo knelt at the water's edge, dipping his fingers in. The water felt cool and silky, tingling slightly. The stones beneath shimmered brighter at his touch. He saw that the stones closest to the bank seemed dimmer, their songs fainter, almost sad. Gently, carefully, he began picking up the dimmer stones from the shallows and placing them back into the deeper, faster-flowing current in the center of the river. As each stone touched the stronger flow, it flared brightly, its song swelling back to full strength, joining the glorious chorus. He didn't know why they'd become displaced, perhaps by playful water creatures or gentle floods, but helping them felt right. As he worked, the entire clearing seemed to brighten, the hum becoming richer, sweeter, vibrating warmly in his chest. He felt a profound sense of peace and connection. Leaving the singing river behind, the path began to climb again, winding between enormous tree roots that formed natural arches. The light shifted, becoming softer, duskier. Ahead, nestled in the cradle of three colossal roots, stood a structure that took Leo's breath away. It was a cottage, but not made of wood or stone. It seemed woven from living vines heavy with night-blooming flowers that glowed with soft, white light. The roof was a canopy of enormous, luminous leaves. Warm, inviting light spilled from a round window. As Leo approached, the door, made of intertwined willow branches, creaked open silently. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of baking bread and lavender. An old woman sat by a hearth where a fire of cool, blue and green flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows. Her hair was like spun moonlight, and her eyes held the depth and kindness of the forest itself. She wore a robe that seemed woven from shifting shadows and starlight. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice like wind through leaves and chimes on a breeze. "The whisperwood speaks of your gentle heart." She gestured to a plump cushion woven from glowing reeds. "Rest your feet, the listening tree sent word you might find your way here today." Over cups of steaming, sweet-smelling tea that tasted of wild honey and summer berries, the weaver, for that was her name, she who tended the stories of the whisperwood, listened as Leo shared his journey, the glow sprites, the moss bear, the singing stones. She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like the rings of an ancient tree. "You listened," she said softly. "To the sprite's chime, to the moss bear's quiet, to the stone's fading song. You met the unknown not with fear, but with respect and kindness. That is true courage, young explorer. It is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act gently despite it." Leo felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He hadn't thought of himself as brave, he'd just been curious and careful. The weaver nodded as if hearing his thoughts. "Curiosity guided you, kindness was your compass, and quiet courage cleared your path. Remember this feeling." She handed him a small, smooth stone from a bowl on her table. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming a single, pure note. "A stone from the river, singing its thanks. Keep it close. It will remind you that even the smallest light can brighten the dark, and even the quietest step can lead to wonders." As the weaver's hearth fire burned low, casting long, comforting shadows, Leo felt a gentle tug, a sense of completion. He thanked the weaver, who simply smiled and gestured towards the door. The path home is always open to those who walk it with a light heart. Stepping outside, he saw the moon-pale path glowing softly before him, leading back the way he came. The whisperwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. The moss bear was still peacefully asleep, a soft green mound by the path. The glow sprites chimed a gentle farewell as he passed. The singing river's chorus swelled in a harmonious wave as he crossed a natural arch of glowing roots above it. Soon he stood before the shimmering light spilling from the listening tree's hollow. He stepped through the warm honey-gold radiance and found himself back in his grandmother's garden, the familiar scent of wood smoke and autumn apples washing over him. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. He looked down at his hand. The warm, golden, softly humming stone was still there, pulsing gently against his palm, a tangible piece of magic and a reminder of his quiet bravery. He heard his grandmother call from the kitchen door, her voice warm and familiar. Leo ran to her, the stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comforting secret against his leg. He flung his arms around her. "Grandmother," he whispered, his heart full of the whisperwood's song, "I found a door, and I walked through it." She hugged him back tightly, her own eyes twinkling with understanding deeper than words. She smoothed his hair, breathing in the lingering scent of mint, vanilla, and starlight that clung to him. "Ah, my little explorer," she murmured, her voice thick with love. "I thought you might be ready. The best journeys always begin with a single step, taken with a brave and gentle heart. Come inside now. The fire's crackling, and there's warm milk with honey." She led him towards the cozy glow of the cottage windows, the stone in his pocket humming its soft, reassuring song, a lullaby of courage found, wonders witnessed, and the comforting certainty that the world held more magic than he could ever imagine, waiting patiently for those willing to listen and step gently into the unknown. The scent of baking bread mingled with the wood smoke, wrapping around him like a warm blanket, and the gentle purr of the cat by the hearth seemed to echo the whisperwood's own contented thrum, lulling him into a deep, peaceful sense of belonging, both here and in the memory of that enchanted place. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would remain, a glowing ember in his heart forever. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that lingered in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the soft chime of crystal wind charms hanging from every eave. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the sky above would bloom with stars so bright and near, one felt they could almost pluck them like ripe berries. But one autumn evening, as the air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke and baked apples sweetened the breeze, something unusual occurred. The stars began to vanish. It started with the smallest ones, the tiny, shy pinpricks of light that usually dusted the edges of the great celestial tapestry. Then night by night, larger stars began to disappear as well, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the heavens above. The village clock tower, an ancient structure of stone and oak, chimed each hour with a deeper, lonelier tone, as if mourning the loss of its celestial companions. The people of Willowbrook grew uneasy. Whispers rustled through the cobblestone lanes like dried leaves. Some blamed mischievous forest sprites, others feared a great shadow beast was swallowing the stars one by one. But no one knew for certain, until a young woman named Kaylin decided to uncover the truth. Kaylin was the village stargazer and keeper of tales. She spent her evenings perched on the mossy roof of the library, charting constellations and humming old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. She noticed the vanishing stars before anyone else, and rather than fret, she observed. She saw that the stars did not disappear all at once, but in a pattern, almost like a trail leading deep into the whispering woods. With a warm woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern swinging gently in her hand, Kaylin set out one twilight, guided by the soft, persistent ringing of the wind chimes that lined the forest path. Her steps were quiet, her heart calm. She believed that most mysteries, if approached with kindness and careful attention, would soon reveal their secrets. As she walked, she hummed an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the silver thread runs thin, and the starlight fades from up within, follow the path where the blue moths gleam, to find the heart of the stolen dream. Kaylin had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She paused where the path forked. One way led to the old stone bridge, the other deeper into the woods, where bioluminescent blue moths sometimes danced at dusk. Choosing the latter, she soon arrived at a small clearing where the flowers seemed to shiver with inner light, their petals shifting slowly from violet to soft gold. In the center of the clearing stood a child, a little girl Kaylin had never seen before. She was gathering something in a small silken net, her movements quick and furtive. "Hello," Kaelin said softly, so as not to startle her. The girl looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. In her net, Kaelin saw not fireflies or dewdrops, but tiny, shimmering stars, the very ones missing from the sky. "I'm not stealing," the girl whispered, her voice like the rustle of birch leaves. "I'm mending." Kaelin knelt so they were eye to eye. "Mending what?" she asked gently. "My grandmother's cloak," the girl replied. "It's all tattered and lost its light. She's the keeper of the northern lights, you see, and without her cloak the colors have begun to fade. I thought if I borrowed some stars, just for a little while." Kaelin's heart softened. She looked at the girl's small, earnest face and the silken net full of glimmering starlight. "What's your name?" she asked. "Lyra," the girl said. "I live beyond the 7th hill, where the rivers flow backward and the clocks tick in reverse." Kaelin smiled. She had heard tales of that place, a realm where time was gentle and forgiving. "Lyra," she said, "you have a kind heart. But the stars belong to everyone. See how the villagers miss them. How the night feels lonely without their light." Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. "I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I just wanted to help my grandmother." Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and petals, each drop carrying the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. Kaelin held out her hand. "Come," she said. "Let's find another way." Together they retraced their steps to the village, where the worried murmurs had grown into a low, anxious hum. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lantern light. When they saw Lyra and the net full of stars, some gasped, others frowned, but Kaelin raised her hand gently. "There is no thief here," she said, her voice clear and calm. "Only a granddaughter who loves her grandmother deeply." She explained Lyra's plight, and as she spoke, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes melted into understanding. An old woman named Lyra, who wove tapestries from moonlight and memory, stepped forward. "There is another way," she said. "A forgotten way. My own grandmother spoke of it, how starlight can be woven not from the sky itself, but from reflections, from shared memories and kindness." So that very night the villagers gathered in the square, each bringing a mirror, a basin of clear water, or simply their open hands. They sang the old nursery rhymes, the very ones Kaelin had hummed, and as they did, something magical happened. The stars above, though fewer, seemed to glow brighter, and their light reflected in the mirrors and water, gathering like liquid silver. Lyra held out her grandmother's cloak, and together they dipped it into the pooled starlight. Slowly, patiently, the fabric began to shimmer, not with borrowed light, but with a new, gentle radiance born from shared hope and compassion. When the last thread was mended, Lyra hugged each villager, her small arms wrapping tightly around them. "Thank you," she whispered again and again. Then she turned to Kaelin. "I will return the stars tonight, and I'll never take them again." Kaelin smiled. "You are always welcome here, Lyra, you and your grandmother both." That night, as the village slept, the stars returned to the sky, not all at once, but one by one, each settling into its rightful place with a soft, sighing gleam. The next morning, the people of Glimmerbrook awoke to find not only their stars restored, but the northern lights dancing brilliantly at the edge of the horizon, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. And from that day on, whenever the children of Glimmerbrook sang the old nursery rhymes, they added a new verse. When the stars seem faint and far, remember the light in who you are. For kindness mends both cloak and sky, under the moon's gentle eye. The wind chimes still sing their crystalline songs, the clock tower chimes with a warmer tone, and the blue moths still dance where the forest path divides. But now the people of Glimmerbrook know the greatest magic isn't in the stars themselves, but in the shared light of a caring heart. And as you drift into dreams, may you too feel that gentle glow, woven from kindness, reflected in love, and shining softly through the dark. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses in old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Grandad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hatboxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual, gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. Come see. That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white, it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half-buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hare carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind, vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hare conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hare nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. an image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow in places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hair, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. We have to go to the palace, we have to find the stag. The hare met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail. Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence, where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield, powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hare, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You crossed the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. The dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. Stronger, perhaps. Built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. But it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend, would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. The little village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook, and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. "That old thing belonged to my great-aunt," grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. Never could get it to whistle properly. One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones, an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. Listen, she urged. Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel. Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, he reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. Old tree sleeps deep, she whispered. Very deep. Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, maps show the way, but not the why. The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand. The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken. It was waiting. Waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why." Together they planted the seed of stillness in grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys he knew weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm perfect for a journey into dreamland. So snuggle down, little one, and let me tell you a tale woven from moonlight, moss, and the quiet courage found in unlikely places. It begins with a child named Finn, whose footsteps were often as soft as falling snow. Finn lived on the very edge of the village of Oakhaven, where the neat cobbled streets and friendly chatter gradually gave way to wild hedgerows and the deep, ancient silence of the whispering woods. Most villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, telling tales of shifting paths and voices on the wind. Finn, however, felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths. While other children raced and shouted in the village square, Finn would sit beneath the old hawthorn tree at the forest's edge, listening. Not just to the birdsong or the rustle of leaves, but to something deeper, older, a quiet hum beneath the surface of the world. Finn was known for being quiet, perhaps too quiet for some. Words often tangled on their tongue, fears felt too big to voice, and the bustling energy of the village could feel overwhelming. But in the presence of the ancient trees, Finn felt a different kind of understanding, a calm that settled the restless flutters inside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light slanted through the turning leaves, Finn felt the pull stronger than ever. A shimmer like sunlight catching on dew-laden spiderwebs seemed to beckon from just beyond the first line of towering oaks. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Finn stepped off the familiar path and into the embrace of the whispering woods. The change was immediate. The village sounds vanished, replaced by the deep hush of the forest floor, muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating motes dancing in the air. The air smelled richly of decaying wood, damp moss, and something sweet and wild, perhaps hidden berries. Finn walked slowly, fingertips brushing rough bark, ears straining. And then they heard it. Not a whisper, but a soft, rhythmic thrumming, like a tiny heartbeat echoing from the roots of a colossal ancient willow tree whose branches wept silvery green tears down to the forest floor. Drawn by the sound, Finn crept closer. Beneath a curtain of trailing willow fronds, nestled amongst velvety mosses green as emeralds, lay a stone. But this was no ordinary river pebble. It was smooth and cool to the touch, about the size of Finn's palm, and seemed to be made of swirling, translucent blues and grays, like captured storm clouds or deep ocean water. And it pulsed with a soft, internal light, synchronized with the gentle thrumming sound. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and picked it up. The stone felt alive in their hand, warm and vibrating faintly. The thrumming intensified slightly, and then, clear as a belt chime in the silence, Finn heard a sound within their own mind. Not words exactly, but a feeling, a sensation, lost, alone, afraid. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the stone. It wasn't speaking, it was feeling, and projecting that feeling directly into Finn's awareness. The stone radiated a profound, aching loneliness mixed with a deep-seated fear. Finn clutched it gently, instinctively wanting to soothe it. "It's all right," Finn murmured aloud, their own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. "You're not alone now." The stone's pulse seemed to steady, the blue light softening from a stormy gray to a calmer, twilight hue. The feeling of fear lessened, replaced by a tentative flicker of hope. "Help," the feeling seemed to ask. Finn knew they couldn't leave the stone. Its sadness was too palpable. But what could they do? Where did it belong? As they pondered, holding the warm, pulsing stone, a gruff voice broke the silence. "HMPH found the murmuring stone, have you?" Finn whirled around. Standing just outside the willow's curtain, silhouetted against the dappled light, was a creature unlike any Finn had seen up close. It was a badger, but enormous, standing nearly as tall as Finn's waist. His fur was thick and grizzled, black and white stripes bowled across his powerful shoulders and face. His eyes, however, were deep brown and surprisingly intelligent, though currently narrowed in a skeptical glare. He held himself with a weary dignity, one paw slightly raised as if ready to retreat. Finn froze, heart pounding. Badgers were known to be reclusive and fiercely territorial. This one looked formidable. The stone in Finn's hand pulsed a brief flare of alarm. The badger sniffed the air. "Put it back," he rumbled, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "Trouble follows that stone, always has." Finn found their voice, small but steady. It feels lost and scared. I couldn't leave it." The badger tilted his head, his dark eyes studying Finn intently. "Lost, scared, probably, been missing near a moon cycle. Caused quite a stir, its absence did, through the deep glade off balance." He took a cautious step closer. "Name's Thorn, keeper of the Tanglewood Warrens, and who might you be, venturing so deep and finding what season trackers couldn't?" "Finn," came the quiet reply. I live near the edge, I just listened." "Listened." Thorn huffed, a sound that might have been a chuckle. Rare skill that these days, especially amongst humans. He eyed the stone again. "Well, Finn who listens, you've found it, but finding is only the start. The murmuring stone belongs in the heart of the deep glade, cradled in the roots of the elder tree. Only there can its song be truly heard, the balance restored, and only there will its fear be soothed." He shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. "Problem is the way to the deep glade isn't exactly straightforward, especially now. Paths have shifted since the stone went missing. Things are restless." Finn looked from the sad, pulsing stone in their hand to the gruff badger. Thorn seemed weary, burdened. "You know the way?" Finn asked softly. Thorn scratched behind his ear with a powerful hind leg. "Bits of it used to, but the woods are different without the stone's steady hum. The whispering gets confused, misleading." He sighed, a deep rumble from his chest. "Truth be told, young listener, I could use an extra pair of ears. Sharp ones. Mine aren't what they used to be. In the woods, they whisper tricks sometimes." He looked almost embarrassed to admit it. "And that stone, it seems to trust you. Might behave better for you than it would for a grumpy old badger." An unexpected warmth bloomed in Finn's chest. This gruff, intimidating creature was asking for their help. Because Finn listened. It was the first time their quiet nature felt like a strength, not a shortcoming. Finn looked down at the murmuring stone. It pulsed a soft, steady blue, the feeling of fear replaced by a quiet thrum of curiosity directed at Thorn. "Friend?" it seemed to ask Finn. Finn nodded, meeting Thorn's gaze. "I'll help, we'll take it home." Thorn gave a curt nod, a flicker of relief in his deep eyes. "Right then, stay close, step where I step, and listen, Finn. Listen with more than your ears. The woods will try to guide us, but they speak in riddles and rustles. The stone might help too if it senses the true path. He turned, his powerful body moving with surprising quietness. This way towards the singing creek, or where it should be. Their journey began under the shifting canopy. Thorn moved with the sure-footed grace of the forest-born, pausing often to sniff the air, taste the wind, and press a paw to the mossy ground, feeling for vibrations Finn couldn't perceive. Finn followed the murmuring stone held securely but not tightly, a warm, comforting weight. They tried to do as Thorn asked, listening. Not just to the obvious sounds, the chirp of crickets, the distant call of a wood pigeon, the sigh of the wind in the treetops, but to the subtler layers. The way the leaves rustled differently over a hidden burrow. The almost imperceptible hum of insects deep in the bark of an ancient beech. The faint trickle of water that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At one point, Thorn stopped abruptly at a fork in the barely visible trail. One path sloped gently downwards, dappled with inviting sunlight. The other wound upwards into deeper, shadowed ferns. Thorn sniffed both paths, his brow furrowed. Sunny path smells sweet, too sweet, like honeysuckle out of season. The shadowed path, damp earth, stone, more likely towards the creek bed. He sounded unsure. Finn closed their eyes, focusing. The sunny path did smell sweet, cloyingly so. But beneath it, Finn caught a faint, acrid tang, like something decaying. The shadowed path smelled cool and clean, like wet stone and ferns. And then, the murmuring stone pulsed gently. A soft image formed in Finn's mind, not a picture, but a sensation. Cool, clear water running over smooth pebbles, accompanied by a feeling of rightness associated with the shadowed path. The shadowed path, Finn whispered, opening their eyes. The stone, it feels the water, the cool, clean water. Thorn looked sharply at Finn, then at the stone, then back at the shadowed path. He took a deep sniff, concentrating. HMPH, you might be right, listener. My nose is full of that blasted false sweetness. Clever trick. He grunted, a sound that held a hint of newfound respect. Lead on then, but carefully. The shadowed path was indeed damp and cool, winding between moss-covered boulders and giant ferns that brushed their shoulders. The air grew heavier, filled with the scent of damp earth and rich decay. Soon the sound of water grew clearer, not the gentle singing Thorn expected, but a frantic, gurgling rush. They emerged onto the bank of the singing creek, but it was a creek transformed. Instead of its usual clear, chuckling flow, the water was choked with fallen branches, leaves, and thick, choking weeds. It surged angrily against the blockage, its song distorted into a frustrated roar. On the opposite bank, watching the chaos with large, mournful eyes, stood a young roe deer, her flanks heaving as if she'd been trying to cross. Great roots and burrows, Thorn muttered. No wonder the woods are restless, the creek's song is strangled. He surveyed the blockage, a tangle of storm-felled branches and dense water reeds. This wasn't here before, must have happened during the last big wind when the stone was missing. Its balance keeps the flows true, even the water flows. The young deer spotted them and let out a soft, distressed bleat. She needed to cross to reach her family, Finn realized, sensing her anxiety as clearly as they sensed the stone's emotions. We need to clear it, Finn said, the urgency cutting through their usual hesitation. Thorn assessed the situation. Dangerous, current strong, one slip. But he saw the deer's distress, saw the choked water, and knew it affected the whole wood. Right you, he pointed a claw at Finn, stay on the bank, find me a strong, long branch, sturdy as you can. I'll work from that flat rock midstream. Badgers are better swimmers than we look. He waded cautiously into the edge of the current, testing his footing. Finn scrambled along the bank, searching. They found a fallen ash branch, long and thick, but not too heavy. They dragged it to the water's edge near Thorn. The badger grabbed it with surprising strength. Now listen carefully. When I shove against the main tangle, you pull on that smaller branch poking out upstream. We need to loosen the whole mess, let the water do the rest. Ready?" Finn nodded, gripping the smaller, slippery branch. Thorn braced his powerful body against the rock, took a deep breath, and pushed the thick ash branch with all his might against the central knot of debris. Finn pulled with all their strength on the upstream branch. For a moment, nothing happened. The water roared defiance. Finn's arms burned. Thorn grunted with effort. The murmuring stone pulsed warm against Finn's chest, not with fear now, but with fierce encouragement. Push. Pull. Suddenly, with a groan and a splintering crack, the central mass shifted. The upstream branch Finn was pulling on snapped free, sending them stumbling backwards. But the shift was enough. The pent-up water surged through the new gap with tremendous force, tearing at the rest of the blockage. Branches snapped, weeds ripped free, and the tangled mass began to unravel, carried downstream in a churning rush. The roar of frustration subsided into the creek's familiar, joyous singing as clear water bubbled freely over the stones once more. Thorn hauled himself back onto the bank, dripping and panting, but his eyes gleamed. "Well done, Finn, you've got a strong pull in you." He shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying. The young deer didn't hesitate. With a graceful leap, she bounded across the newly cleared creek, pausing on the far bank to dip her head towards Finn and Thorn in clear thanks before disappearing into the ferns. A sense of profound relief washed over the little clearing. The air felt lighter, cleaner. Even the sunlight seemed brighter. The murmuring stone pulsed a warm, golden light, radiating pure, wordless gratitude. As they continued, the forest seemed to breathe easier around them. The whispering woods felt less confused, more welcoming. Birdsong seemed clearer, the rustling leaves more melodic. Thorn navigated with more confidence, occasionally pointing out landmarks Finn would never have noticed: a lightning-struck oak shaped like a pointing finger, a ring of unusually red toadstools, a mossy boulder carved with faint, ancient spirals only visible at a certain angle. The murmuring stone became their guide in subtle ways. When paths diverged, Finn would close their eyes, feel the stone's gentle pulse, and sense a direction not through sight, but through a feeling of resonance, like a quiet chime growing stronger. This way feels deeper, older, calmer. They learn to interpret its gentle glows: blue for calm, gold for warmth or rightness, a soft green for growing things, and a very faint, quick purple flicker when Thorn was about to stumble over a hidden root, allowing Finn to call out a warning just in time. Thorn, in turn, shared his deep knowledge of the woods, which berries were safe, how to find the sweetest underground springs, the stories whispered by different types of bark. He spoke of the deep glade as a place of ancient peace, where the oldest trees held counsel, and the murmuring stone's song harmonized with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Their friendship grew with each mile, an unspoken bond forged in shared purpose and quiet understanding. Thorn's gruffness softened into a dry wit and a protective presence. Finn found their voice more often, asking questions, sharing observations, their initial timidity replaced by a quiet confidence born of being truly heard and trusted. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and apricot, the woods changed again. The trees grew even taller, their trunks wider than cottages, draped in curtains of silvery gray lichen that glowed faintly in the dimming light. The air hummed with a deeper, more resonant energy. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Finn had seen, blinked like tiny, wandering stars amongst the ferns. The ground felt springy and alive beneath their feet. "We're close," Thorn murmured, his voice filled with awe. "The whispering is clearer here. It welcomes the stone back." He paused before a wall of dense, intertwined holly bushes, their dark green leaves glossy and sharp. "The entrance is here, but it only opens for those who belong, or those bearing what belongs." Finn stepped forward, the murmuring stone held out before them. It pulsed with a strong, steady light, no longer blue or gold, but a pure, brilliant white. As the light touched the holly wall, the branches seemed to shimmer. They didn't move aside, but became less solid. Finn could see through them into a space beyond that glowed with its own soft, ethereal light. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked forward. The holly branches offered no resistance, passing through Finn and Thorn like insubstantial mist. They stepped into the deep glade. It took Finn's breath away. They stood in a vast, circular clearing carpeted with moss so thick and soft it looked like green velvet. Towering trees formed a living wall around the glade, ancient oaks with bark like dragon scales, silver beeches that seemed to hold moonlight within their pale trunks, and massive yews radiating profound stillness. Their canopy was open to the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to prick through the deep blue. In the very center of the glade stood the elder tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was by far the oldest, its trunk vast and gnarled, roots spreading out like the limbs of a slumbering giant, cradling a hollow at its base that glowed with a soft, inviting light. The air vibrated with a deep, harmonious hum, the combined song of the ancient trees. But beneath it, Finn could feel a discordant note, a thread of sadness and incompleteness. It was the missing song of the stone. All around the edges of the clearing, watching them with quiet, luminous eyes, were the creatures of the deep glade. Finn saw foxes with coats like spun moonlight, owls with eyes like liquid amber, stoats as white as snow, and rabbits whose fur shimmered with a faint iridescence. There were others too, shapes glimpsed in the dappled shadows, near the giant roots perhaps the shy tree spirits Thorn had mentioned in passing. They watched, silent and expectant. Thorn dipped his head in a deep, respectful bow. Finn felt suddenly small, but the warm pulse of the stone in their hand gave them courage. They walked slowly, reverently, across the mossy floor towards the elder tree. The discordant note in the glade's song grew stronger, a palpable yearning. As Finn approached the root hollow, the murmuring stone began to vibrate, its white light flaring brilliantly. It wasn't afraid, it was yearning. Finn knelt before the hollow. The space within the roots was lined with luminous moss and smooth, water-worn stones. It felt like a cradle waiting. Gently, Finn placed the murmuring stone into the heart of the hollow. The moment the stone touched the luminous moss, a profound change swept through the deep glade. The stone's pure white light flared, then softened, merging seamlessly with the glow of the elder tree's roots. The discordant note vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord that vibrated up through the soles of Finn's feet and into their very bones. The harmonious hum of the glade swelled, richer, fuller, more profoundly peaceful than before. It was like the forest itself was sighing in deep relief. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling a joyful chorus. The fireflies danced in intricate, celebratory patterns. The watching creatures bowed their heads, a soft murmur of welcome rippling through them. The murmuring stone pulsed once, a wave of pure, radiant contentment washing over Finn. Home. Safe. Thank you. The feeling was overwhelming, a wave of pure, unadulterated peace and belonging. Its loneliness and fear were gone, replaced by the deep, abiding connection to the ancient heart of the woods. Finn sat back on their heels, tears pricking their eyes, not of sadness, but of awe and shared joy. Thorn padded up beside them, placing a heavy, comforting paw on Finn's shoulder. "You did it, young listener," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought the heart song home." They sat in silence for a long while, bathed in the combined glow of the elder tree and the stone, listening to the restored harmony of the deep glade. Finn felt a profound sense of peace settle over them, deeper than any they had ever known. The fluttering fears that often plagued them felt quiet, soothed by the ancient song. Eventually, Thorn nudged Finn gently. The woods know the way back now. The paths will be clear. But you'll always be welcome here, Finn. The deep glade remembers kindness. He looked at Finn, his dark eyes warm. And remember, listening, truly listening, is a magic all its own. Stronger than noise, deeper than fear. The journey back through the whispering woods felt like moving through a familiar dream. The paths were clear and wide, bathed in bright moonlight that filtered through the leaves. The forest felt benevolent, protective. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur words of thanks and safe passage. Thorn walked beside Finn, his presence a solid comfort. The murmuring stone's song, now part of the forest's own heartbeat, seemed to follow them, a gentle hum beneath their feet. As they reached the edge of the woods, near Finn's hawthorn tree, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Thorn stopped. "This is your path now, young listener. Mine lies deeper." He nudged Finn's hand with his nose. "Don't be a stranger to the wood's edge, and don't forget to listen. The world speaks in many ways." Finn knelt and, on an impulse born of deep gratitude, wrapped their arms gently around Thorn's thick neck. The badger stiffened for a second, then relaxed, giving a soft, rumbling purr deep in his chest. "Take care, Thorn, thank you." "Thank you, Finn," Thorn replied gruffly, but his eyes shone. "For listening, for helping an old badger remember the way." With a final nod, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the whispering woods, leaving Finn standing alone at the forest's edge. The village of Oakhaven was just beginning to stir. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant sound of a rooster crowed. Finn took a deep breath. The world looked the same, yet utterly different. The fluttering fears hadn't vanished entirely, but they felt smaller, manageable. Finn carried within them the deep peace of the deep glade, the echo of the murmuring stone's song, and the warm memory of Thorn's gruff friendship. They still preferred quiet, but now they understood its power. It wasn't about being small, it was about being open, receptive. It was a way of hearing the world's heart song, of finding hidden paths and forging bonds that defied expectation. Finn walked back towards the village, not with hurried steps, but with a quiet confidence. They paused beneath their hawthorn tree, listening. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying the distant song of the now clear creek, the chirp of waking birds, and beneath it all, faint but unmistakable, the deep, harmonious hum of the forest, whole once more. Finn smiled, a quiet, contented smile. They had ventured into the whispering unknown, helped heal a hidden heart, and found their own quiet strength reflected in the eyes of a gruff badger and the glow of a magical stone. The world was full of wonders, waiting for those willing to truly listen. And as the first rays of the sun warmed their face, Finn knew that bedtime stories weren't just tales. They were echoes of the magic that hummed just beneath the surface of the quiet world, waiting for a listening heart. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a gentle echo of the elder tree's glow, and the last embers pulsed like a contented heart, lulling you towards peaceful dreams filled with mossy glades, steadfast friends, and the comforting hum of a world restored. Sleep well, little listener. Sleep well. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. a small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night, Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the two stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light, Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment, Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, The creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantel, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Willowbrook. It was a place where the cobblestones shimmered with morning dew, where wind chimes made of crystal and silver sang soft melodies in the breeze, and where the clock tower at the village square kept time not with harsh bells, but with the gentle, rhythmic chime of raindrops falling into a copper basin. Each hour was marked by a single, clear plink, and the villagers set their days by this watery music. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, and the first stars usually began to twinkle awake, young Finn noticed something peculiar. The sky remained a deep, unbroken indigo. Not a single star shone overhead. The moon, usually bright and cheerful, seemed lonely and dim without its sparkling companions. Finn, a quiet child with thoughtful eyes and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, sat on his windowsill, his chin resting in his hands. The usual night sounds were different. The wind chimes in the garden played a slower, sadder tune, and the plink from the clock tower's water clock seemed to hesitate, as if unsure of itself. The next morning the village awoke to more strangeness. Old Mrs. Higgins, who ran the apothecary, found that her sunflowers had turned a soft, sleepy blue overnight. Mr. Barley the baker discovered that his freshly baked cinnamon buns had lost their swirls. They were now perfectly smooth, though just as delicious. And young Finn, walking to the town square, noticed that the puddles from last night's gentle rain reflected not the sky above, but a sky full of stars that were no longer there. A soft murmur of curiosity rustled through Willowbrook. The villagers gathered under the clock tower, their faces lit by the warm, golden light of lanterns, for the sun seemed hesitant to fully rise. "Perhaps it's the work of the shadow spinners," whispered one villager, though everyone knew the shadow spinners were gentle weavers of dreams and not prone to mischief. "Or maybe the stars are simply tired and need a rest," suggested another. But Finn noticed something else. As the water clock plinked the hour, he saw that the ripples in the copper basin moved not outward, but inward, as if time itself were flowing backwards. That afternoon, Finn visited the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. The librarian, a kind woman with spectacles perched on her nose, helped him find a book of ancient nursery rhymes, said to be written by the founders of Glimmerbrook. One rhyme in particular caught Finn's eye. When stars do hide and colors slide, and time forgets its way, seek the map the moon has made, at the closing of the day. Follow where the reflections lead, to find what's gone astray. Finn's heart beat a little faster. A map made by the moon. He thought of the starry puddles. That evening, as the sky darkened into a starless navy blue, he took a small lantern and went to the village square. He knelt by a rain puddle near the clock tower and gazed into its depths. There, shimmering on the water's surface, was a perfect map of constellations, but not as they usually were. The stars were connected by lines that formed a path leading toward the oldest oak tree in the Whispering Woods. Just then Mr. Barley came by, carrying a basket of his smooth but still warm cinnamon buns. "Looking for stars in puddles, Finn?" he asked with a warm smile. "I was looking for the swirls in my buns this morning. Found none, but little Lily from next door said they taste better this way. Easier to share, she says, since there's no swirl to argue over." He offered Finn a bun and wandered off, humming. Finn smiled, munching on the sweet bun. A red herring, but a delightful one. The missing swirls weren't part of the mystery. They were just a change, and one that brought a small joy. The next clue came from the wind chimes. As Finn stood under the old oak tree, the crystal chimes hanging from its branches played a series of notes that sounded almost like a tune. Finn recognized it, an old lullaby his grandmother used to sing, about the moon weaving a blanket of light for the stars. He noticed that one of the chimes, shaped like a crescent moon, had a tiny inscription, "Only the patient ear hears the true hour." Patient. Finn sat down under the tree, closed his eyes, and listened. Beyond the rustle of leaves, beyond the distant plink of the water clock, he heard it, a faint, rhythmic sound like a heartbeat. It was coming from the base of the tree. Gently he brushed away the layer of moss and fallen leaves. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, silver pocket watch. But its hands were moving counterclockwise. Finn picked it up carefully. As he held it, he felt a strange sensation, a memory of sitting with his grandmother, listening to her stories, feeling completely safe and loved. The watch was warm to the touch. He realized then that this wasn't a thing of mischief, but of sadness. The watch belonged to someone who missed the past, who wanted to turn back time. Just then, a soft sound made him look up. Old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, stood there, his eyes kind but filled with tears. "I made that watch for my wife," he said softly. "She loved the stars. She used to say that each one was a memory, shining down on us. When she passed, the stars felt too far away. I tried to make time slow down, even reverse, just a little. I adjusted the water clock, hoping to delay the nights without her. I never meant to hide the stars themselves." Finn understood. Mr. Hemlock's loneliness had subtly affected the magic of Glimmerbrook, for the village was woven with the emotions of its people. The backwards flowing time had caused the stars to hide. They weren't gone, but waiting. The color-changing flowers and the missing swirls were just echoes of time's confusion. "The stars aren't lost, Mr. Hemlock," Finn said gently. "They're waiting for you to remember them with joy, not sadness." Together, they returned to the village square. Mr. Hemlock, with Finn's help, readjusted the water clock. As he did, the plinks grew clearer and more confident. The wind chimes picked up a hopeful melody. And then, one by one, the stars emerged overhead, brighter than ever, as if they had been polished by the night itself. The blue sunflowers gradually returned to their golden hue, though many villagers decided they rather liked the blue and asked Mrs. Higgins if she could grow more that color next season. The next evening, the entire village gathered under the starry sky with blankets and lanterns. Mr. Barley brought cinnamon buns, some with swirls, some without, and everyone shared stories of loved ones they missed and memories that made them smile. The stars seemed to twinkle in agreement, and the moon beamed down, full and warm. Mr. Hemlock sat among them, a peaceful smile on his face. He had brought a telescope, and he showed the children how to find the constellations, telling them the stories behind each one. Finn lay on his back, listening to the comfortable murmur of the villagers, the gentle plink of the water clock, and the soft song of the wind chimes. The mystery was solved not through fear or urgency, but through patience, observation, and empathy. And the community of Glimmerbrook, wrapped in the soft blanket of night and shared understanding, felt closer than ever before. As the clock tower chimed the final hour with a clear, soothing plink, Finn felt his eyes grow heavy. The stars above seemed to whisper a lullaby of their own, a promise that some things, like kindness and connection, never fade, they only shine brighter with time. And with that comforting thought, the village of Glimmerbrook drifted into peaceful dreams, under a sky once again filled with gentle, watchful light. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes, it's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. "Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks." Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. "Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words." Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust, the clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling thank you. Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. "Listen closely," she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. "Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found." And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Moss Grove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the Verdantkin, small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. "The forest breathes, little sprout," Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. "Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the heartwood's magic." The heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Moss Grove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. "Elder Hemlock," Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. "The balance, it feels thin, like spun sugar ready to break." Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. "Aye, little sprout," the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. "We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us." The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the Heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the Heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. "The chill persists," rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. "It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect." He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the Heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties." He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. "The Heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all," murmured a lumina moth, its voice a soft chime. "When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters." Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious Verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. "We are the small songs," Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. "The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back?" A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the Heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other Verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the Heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the Heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of Moss Grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over Fern and the verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with elder hemlock near the now glorious heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. "You remembered the wisdom, little one," he said, his voice warm and strong again. The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry. Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. "The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this." The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest, woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the whispering woods itself. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe and old Mr. Thistlewick could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets, a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" "Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness," the cup murmured. "But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the whispering peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it." And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the whispering peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. "Lost whispers, you say?" It squeaked, whiskers twitching. "Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths. The wind tells me things." Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. Heavy thoughts weighed down the air, the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness. Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. Trouble brewing, he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root. Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the High Tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. Who disturbs my sorrow? The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears like liquid granite rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cirrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen. The spirit's grinding voice faltered. Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone. More stony tears fell. Ask about the friend, the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. Your friend. Oliver asked softly. What happened? A tremor shook the spirit. The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone. Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cirrus drifted over the desolate pool. I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force. The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned. The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. Imprisoned, not forgotten. No, Oliver said firmly. We can't help find its voice again. Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cirrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cirrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking, Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain. The spirit misses its song. He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there existed a world that only truly awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as sentinels of time, their bark etched with stories older than memory, and their leaves whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. On this particular night, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of a full moon, casting everything in shades of silver and shadow. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing symphony that seemed to harmonize with the distant babble of a hidden stream. High above, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, and in the clearings below, tiny points of bioluminescent light danced, glowworms tracing patterns in the air, and luminous fungi carpeting the forest floor like fallen constellations. It was in one such clearing that a young fox, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the curiosity of countless moonlit adventures, found herself sitting beside a moss-covered stone. She was listening, not just with her ears, but with her very soul, to the murmurs of the forest. The trees spoke in creaks and sighs, sharing tales of seasons long past. The stream gurgled melodies of journeys to distant lands, and the stones, warm from the day's sun, hummed with the deep, steady wisdom of the earth. But tonight the fox noticed something unusual. The usual gentle glow of the moon-petals, flowers that bloomed only under moonlight and cast a soft, silver radiance, seemed dimmer than usual. Their light flickered uncertainly, as if hesitant to shine. A subtle tension threaded through the forest's nightly chorus, a note of concern woven into the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Determined to understand, the fox padded softly through the undergrowth, her steps silent on the bed of pine needles and moss. She followed the sound of the babbling brook, knowing that water often carried answers from deeper parts of the forest. As she walked, she passed ferns that glimmered with dewdrop jewels and mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle, greenish light. The air itself seemed to shimmer with magic, cool and refreshing against her fur. Soon she reached the stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. She dipped her paw into the cool current and listened. The stream's language was one of flow and change, and tonight it murmured of a stillness creeping into the forest, a quietness that felt heavy rather than peaceful. The balance wavers, the water seemed to say. The time of deep rest approaches, but something resists. Puzzled, the fox continued her journey, now climbing a gentle slope where the trees grew older and grander. Their trunks were thick with lichen, and their branches reached like wise, gnarled fingers toward the sky. Here the air was scented with damp earth and the faint, sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. She knew that somewhere among these ancient beings lived the great horned owl, a creature whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the oldest oak. It wasn't long before she found him, perched on a low branch of a towering cedar, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes glowing like amber pools of knowledge. He turned his head slowly, regarding her with a calm, knowing gaze. "You have heard it too, little one," the owl said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended seamlessly with the night sounds. "The forest holds its breath." The fox nodded. "The moon-petals are fading and the stream speaks of stillness. What does it mean?" The owl shifted slightly, his feathers rustling like parchment. "The seasons turn as they always have. The time of autumn's surrender to winter's rest is upon us, but sometimes the forest forgets how to let go. It clings to the light, fearing the darkness rather than trusting in the renewal that follows." He gestured with a wing toward a particularly ancient tree, its trunk hollowed by time yet still standing strong. "That elder maple has seen countless cycles. Its leaves have fallen and regrown more times than any of us can count. Yet, even it sometimes hesitates to release the last of its foliage, as if holding on might keep the warmth a little longer." The fox tilted her head. "But why would the forest resist? Rest is part of the magic." "Indeed," the owl replied. "But change can be frightening, even when it is natural. The moon-petals dim because they feel the uncertainty in the air. The stream murmurs of stillness because the energy of the forest is caught between holding on and letting go." As if to emphasize his words, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that pattered rhythmically on the leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. The sound was soothing, almost hypnotic, and the fox felt a sense of calm settle over her despite the tension in the air. "What can be done?" she asked. The owl's eyes seemed to deepen with warmth. We must remind the forest of the beauty in release. We must show it that rest is not an end, but a promise of renewal. The magic of this place is not only in its light, but in its shadows, not only in its warmth, but in its cool, quiet moments of reflection. Together they decided to journey to the heart of the forest, a starlit clearing where the moon-petals grew thickest, and where the trees formed a protective circle around a small, crystal-clear pond. As they walked, the owl shared stories of winters past, of how the snow blanketed the earth in silence, allowing the roots to dream deeply, and how the spring always returned with vibrant life, fueled by that very rest. The rain continued to fall, its gentle percussion mingling with the whisper of the wind through the pines and the distant hush of the stream. The fox felt each sound deep within her, a natural lullaby that eased her worries. When they reached the clearing, they found the moon-petals indeed glowing faintly, their silver light wavering like a timid heartbeat. Around the pond, the trees stood solemnly, their leaves trembling slightly in the breeze as if unsure whether to hold on or let go. The owl alighted on a stone at the water's edge, and the fox sat beside him. For a time they simply listened, to the patter of rain on the pond's surface, to the sigh of the trees, to the soft chirrup of crickets hidden in the grass. Then the owl began to speak, not in words, but in a series of soft, melodic hoots that wove through the night like a thread of comfort. It was a song of cycles, of trust, of the deep and abiding truth that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Inspired, the fox moved to the center of the clearing. She closed her eyes and let the forest sounds fill her, the rustle, the babble, the patter, the hum. And then she began to dance. It was a slow, graceful movement, a mimicry of falling leaves and flowing water, of shifting shadows and returning light. Her steps were gentle on the damp earth, and as she moved, she poured all her love for the forest into her dance. Something shifted in the air. The moon-petals seemed to brighten, their glow strengthening as if drawing courage from her grace. One by one, the trees began to release their hold on their final leaves. They drifted down silently, spinning and twirling in the moonlight, each a testament to the beauty of letting go. The stream's murmur grew cheerful once more, chuckling with the joy of renewed flow. The stones hummed a little louder, their vibration a steady, grounding presence. And the rain, now softening to a drizzle, left behind a fresh, clean scent that spoke of washing away doubt and fear. As the fox danced, she noticed other nocturnal creatures emerging from the shadows, a badger with a striped face, a family of hedgehogs, a doe with her fawn, and even a circle of rabbits with ears perked in curiosity. They gathered at the edge of the clearing, their eyes reflecting the now bright glow of the moon-petals. Together they added their own quiet presence to the symphony of the night, a collective embrace of the forest's natural rhythm. When the dance ended, the fox stood still, breathing deeply. The clearing was now awash with silver light, brighter than she had ever seen it. The moon-petals shone with renewed vigor, and the air thrummed with a peaceful, settled energy. The forest had remembered how to trust. The owl flew down to land beside her. "You see, little one," he said softly, "sometimes all that is needed is a gentle reminder that we are part of something greater, a cycle that has turned long before us and will continue long after. There is wisdom in rest and magic in release." The fox nodded, her heart full. She looked around at the gathering of creatures, at the glowing clearing, and at the ancient trees now standing with a sense of peaceful surrender. The subtle tension had melted away, replaced by a deep, abiding calm. One by one, the animals slipped back into the shadows, returning to their nightly routines, but carrying with them the renewed sense of trust and peace. The owl gave a final, soft hoot and took flight, disappearing into the dark branches above. The fox remained for a while longer, sitting by the pond as the moon began its slow descent toward the horizon. She listened to the gentle lap of water against the shore, the distant whisper of the wind, and the steady, rhythmic pulse of the forest at peace. She knew that come winter, the snow would fall, silencing the world in a blanket of white. The streams would slow, the creatures would sleep, and the trees would stand bare against the sky. But she also knew that beneath that stillness, the magic would continue, dreaming, waiting, gathering strength for the return of spring. As she finally turned to make her way home, the first flakes of snow began to drift down, soft, silent, and gentle. They landed on her fur like cold kisses, and she smiled. The forest was embracing its rest, and she felt honored to have played a small part in reminding it of the beauty in letting go. And so, under the fading moonlight and the watchful eyes of the stars, the ancient forest settled into its seasonal slumber, wrapped in the quiet magic of renewal, and filled with the peaceful certainty that after every night, without fail, the dawn would always come. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the sun always seemed to set a little softer, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach. Chimneys puffed gentle spirals of wood smoke, the scent mingling with cinnamon from the bakery and damp earth from the river banks. It was a place where cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the lanterns glowed with a warm, buttery light come evening. Everyone knew everyone, and life flowed as smoothly as the Willow River itself. That was until the week the small, quiet strangeness began. It started with Mrs. Gable's prize-winning knitting. Every morning she'd find the intricate pattern on her half-finished woolen shawl subtly changed overnight. A cable twist would be reversed, a cluster of pearls misplaced. Then Old Man Hemlock reported his favorite walking stick, carved with owls and badgers, mysteriously propped upside down against his door each dawn. The baker, a kind woman named Agnes with flour perpetually dusting her apron, discovered her jars of rainbow sprinkles rearranged by color, not alphabetically as she always kept them. Small things. Puzzling things. Nothing frightening, just odd. A gentle murmur of confusion rippled through Willowbrook. Young Theo, with eyes the color of mossy stones and a quiet, observant nature, noticed the patterns first. He spent his afternoons exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, often accompanied by his friend, a plump ginger cat named Marmalade, who seemed to know more than he let on. Theo saw the misplaced sprinkles in Agnes's window. He heard Mrs. Gable tutting over her knitting. He saw the upside-down walking stick. "It's like someone's tidying," Theo murmured to Marmalade one crisp afternoon, sitting on the old stone bridge overlooking the river. But getting it all wrong. Marmalade blinked slowly, a purr rumbling deep in his chest, as if agreeing. Theo also noticed something others missed, tiny, almost invisible flecks of silvery dust near each altered item, glittering faintly in the sunlight like crushed stardust. The strangeness escalated slightly. One morning, all the brass doorknobs along Maple Lane were polished to a blinding shine. The next, every flower pot on Widow Cleary's porch was turned precisely a quarter turn to the left. The village hummed with gentle bewilderment. Was it a prank? A very peculiar ghost? The tension was mild, a curious itch rather than a fright. Theo decided to investigate. He knew the village's unofficial wise soul was Agnes the baker. Her shop was a haven of warmth, filled with the comforting aroma of rising dough and baking bread. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dancing dust motes. Theo found Agnes kneading a large lump of dough, her face serene despite the village's quiet puzzlement. "Agnes," Theo began, placing a small jar containing a few flecks of the silvery dust on her flour-dusted counter. "Have you seen this? It's near all the changed things." Agnes paused, wiping her hands on her apron. She peered at the dust, her eyes kind and thoughtful. She dipped a finger gently into the jar, then held it up to the light. The dust shimmered with an inner luminescence. "Ah," she breathed, a soft smile touching her lips. "Star thistle pollen, rare, only blooms under the light of a full moon in the Whisper Woods glade." The Whisper Woods bordered Willowbrook, a place of ancient trees and soft, sighing breezes. Respectful villagers entered, but rarely went deep, especially after dusk. It was said to be home to gentle, shy folk. This pollen, Agnes continued, her voice low and soothing like the crackle of her oven fire, belongs to the dust sprites. Tiny, shy creatures, no bigger than your thumb. They love order and tidiness, but they see the world a little differently. They find beauty in patterns we might miss. Theo's eyes widened. Dust sprites. He'd heard whispers of them, creatures woven from moonlight and cobwebs, who tended the hidden corners of the world. But why are they tidying Willowbrook and getting it wrong? Agnes chuckled softly. Perhaps they mean well, perhaps they're lost or confused, or maybe, she mused, looking thoughtfully at Marmalade, who had curled up on a warm sack of flour, they sense a change, a small discord they're trying in their own way to mend. Look for the pattern they see, Theo, not the one we expect, and look for where the dust is thickest. That might lead you to them. Armed with Agnes's wisdom, Theo became a gentle detective. He observed with fresh eyes. He noticed that the rearranged sprinkles formed a perfect, if nonsensical, rainbow spectrum. The altered knitting stitches, while wrong for the shawl, created a beautiful, intricate lattice pattern all on their own. The upside-down walking stick. Its carved creatures faced the rising sun perfectly when placed that way. The sprites weren't making mistakes. They were imposing a different kind of order, one based on color, symmetry, or light. Following the faint trails of star-thistle pollen, shimmering like tiny fallen constellations on the cobblestones only visible at certain angles, Theo and Marmalade were led deeper into Willowbrook, towards the older part of the village where ivy climbed thickly over stone walls. The trail grew stronger near the ancient, disused mill house by the river bend. Its great water wheel stood silent, draped in moss. The pollen dust seemed to glow brighter here, especially near a crack in the old mill's foundation, half hidden behind a curtain of ferns. Theo knelt, his heart beating a gentle rhythm of excitement. Marmalade sat beside him, tail twitching. Theo peered into the crack. It wasn't just a crack, it opened into a small, shadowed space beneath the mill's stone floor. And there, catching the dappled afternoon light filtering through the ferns, was the source of the shimmering dust. Nestled on a bed of impossibly soft, silver moss were 5 tiny creatures. Dust sprites. They were delicate, almost translucent, their bodies seeming woven from cobwebs and moonbeams. Their hair was like spun thistledown, one pale blue, one silvery gray, one golden, one rose pink, and one moss green. Tiny, luminous eyes like captured stars blinked at him. They wore minute waistcoats fashioned from petals and beetle wings. Around them, arranged with meticulous care, were the missing items, a single pearl from Mrs. Gable's knitting basket, a sprinkle shaped like a tiny star, a sliver of polished brass from a doorknob, and a single, perfect dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass. They weren't stealing, they were collecting beauty, creating their own miniature, perfect order. One sprite, the one with moss-green hair, was meticulously polishing a tiny acorn cap with a scrap of cloth. Another, the rose-pink one, was carefully arranging the sprinkle, the pearl, the brass sliver, and the dewdrop into a symmetrical pattern on the moss. They hummed a sound so high and soft it was like the ringing of distant frost. They hadn't noticed Theo yet. He understood. They weren't lost or malicious. They were homesick. The Whisper Woods glade, Agnes had said, was where the star-thistle bloomed. The old mill, with its deep shadows and quiet river sounds, felt safe, but it wasn't their moonlit glade. They were trying to recreate a sense of their lost order and beauty here, using fragments from the village they found lovely or intriguing. Their tidying was an attempt to make this new place feel like home, according to their own delicate sensibilities. Theo didn't startle them. He sat very still, breathing softly. Marmalade gave a low, reassuring purr. Slowly, Theo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, smooth river stone he always carried, striped with bands of gray and white. He placed it gently on the ground just outside the crack, not too close. It was beautiful in its simplicity, a piece of Willowbrook's order. The sprites froze. Their tiny star eyes fixed on the stone, then lifted to Theo's face. There was no fear, only intense curiosity. The moss-green sprite floated closer, hovering near the stone, tilting its head. "You like beautiful things," Theo whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustling ferns. "We have beautiful things in Willowbrook, but maybe the Whisper Woods glade misses its beautiful things too. The star thistle needs its pollen," Agnes says. The sprites exchanged glances, their tiny forms shimmering. The rose-pink one pointed a minuscule finger towards the deeper woods, then back at their collection of treasures. A soft chime of sound, like tiny bells, echoed their confusion. Theo had an idea. He remembered Agnes mentioning the full moon was tonight. "The star thistle blooms tonight," he said softly. "Under the moon, it must be very beautiful in your glade then. Maybe you could take your beautiful things back, show them the moonlight." He gently nudged the river stone a fraction closer. "You can keep this, a piece of Willowbrook to remember, if you like." Understanding seemed to dawn in their luminous eyes. They chimed softly to each other. The moss-green sprite darted forward, impossibly light, and touched the river stone. It vanished, presumably tucked into some tiny, unseen pocket. Then with swift, delicate movements, they gathered their precious collection: the pearl, the sprinkle, the brass sliver, the dewdrop. One by one they floated out of the crack, hovering for a moment before Theo. They dipped in tiny, graceful bows. Then, like dandelion seeds caught in a breeze, they zipped away, a shimmering trail of star thistle pollen marking their path back towards the heart of the Whisper Woods. Theo watched them go, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. Marmalade bumped his head against Theo's hand, purring loudly. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a different kind of quiet. Mrs. Gable found her knitting untouched, the pattern perfectly intact. Old Man Hemlock's walking stick stood right side up. Agnes's sprinkles were back in their alphabetical jars. But there were small, beautiful differences. On every doorstep lay a single, perfect autumn leaf, arranged just so. On the bridge railing, someone had woven a tiny, intricate wreath of dried river grass and wildflowers. And outside the bakery, perfectly centered, lay Theo's striped river stone. The mystery was solved. The village sighed a collective breath of gentle wonder. Agnes smiled knowingly at Theo when he came in for a warm cinnamon bun. "You found them then?" she asked, her voice warm as the oven. Theo nodded, biting into the sweet, soft bread. They were just homesick, trying to make things beautiful their own way. Agnes poured him a small cup of milky tea. "A wise observation, young Theo. Sometimes what seems like chaos is just a different kind of order. And kindness," she added, placing the river stone back into his hand, "is the best way to understand it. They left us beauty in return." Life in Willowbrook returned to its peaceful flow. The brass doorknobs stayed polished. The flower pots remained slightly turned to catch the morning sun, small reminders of the dust sprite's visit. Occasionally, on nights when the full moon bathed the valley in silver light, villagers might catch a glimpse of tiny, shimmering forms dancing near the edge of the Whisper Woods, or find a single, impossibly perfect dewdrop on a windowsill. But the strange rearrangement stopped. The dust sprites were home, tending their moonlit glade, perhaps occasionally admiring a striped river stone under the stars. Theo kept the stone on his windowsill. It reminded him that the world held gentle mysteries, solved not by fear, but by quiet watching, a wise friend and a kind heart. And as he drifted off to sleep each night in his cozy room, the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke drifting through the window, he sometimes fancied he could hear the faintest, sweetest chime on the breeze, a lullaby from the woods, a whisper of thanks carried on the stardust. All was peaceful, all was understood, and the gentle magic of Willowbrook and the world beyond felt just right. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Liora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Liora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Liora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Liora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Liora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Liora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Liora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Liora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Liora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Liora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Liora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Liora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Liora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Liora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Liora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Liora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Liora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Liora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Liora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Liora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Liora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Liora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Liora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Liora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Liora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow.